Just like Thursday, the boat in trouble. This time, Elmora was able to wriggle off the hook with 1:30 to go, and now they hold a favored position.
Not going to have it. They call to each other.
Game here is to get up to full speed. Kayard makes his move first, and he'll be going faster when the gun goes off.
Go down below the line. 20. 17. 14. 13. 4, 3, 2, 1, cut.
Another clean start and another good job by Dylan Bob.
Hey, we're here. Hey, Robin, what's going on?
Well, I was trying to get mine thing, but it's not. I don't think it's working. But
Oh, darn it.
leave it to me. Hello, PC and Jason.
Who is here? Jason's here.
Jason Jacoby and PC. PC's already been putting all kinds of links in the chat.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Well, here we are on the 20th of January, 2025. It's Martin Luther King Day. I don't know about you, Robin, but I'd rather be talking about the Martin Luther King than the Orange Emperor.
Yep. We'll skip the coronation period.
Yeah, the Orange Emperor is welcome to do his thing, and I understand he's got 100 executive orders he's got to sign. That's going to give him a little bit of a hand cramp. Probably the one at the top of the list is put the damn flags back up.
Oh, isn't that awful? That's awful. That's awful. He shouldn't even be allowed to do that.
No, he shouldn't even be. He shouldn't be where he is, but there he is. It's like, well, there we go. Here we are. But yeah. So anyway, I think it's worthwhile to, especially today, day after his birthday. I believe Martin was born on the 19th of January. But especially in these times and under these circumstances, to remember what things were like 60 years ago.
Yeah.
1964. 1964, Dr. King was awarded the Nobel Prize. Nobel Peace Prize. And I think his acceptance speech is really worth listening to. I don't think I'm going to get dinged for this because it's on the Nobel website. And it certainly can't be, well, maybe is copyrighted by the Martin Luther King's family or something, but I can't imagine I'm going to get in trouble for this. But I think maybe we'll wait a little bit before I do that.
Yeah, give them a little time to check us out. We got some more people. See, Weston's here, and I saw Liz. I think Liz Allen.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Liz Allen and Weston Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
Which I see Weston everywhere.
Yeah, it's nice to see Weston popping in here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So, anybody who's over at the Daily Atheist Morning Show, Chris Miller's thing, that was kind of fun. I don't have any goats here. Don't have any goats in the channel, so I'm not sure how to.
No goat scented candles either.
No goat scented candles. I don't have any burnt offerings to bring up. I don't know.
I told you my daughter she was raising goats. Gonna milk them and she like delivered.
Well,
She bred her goat, and she delivered this baby goat, and she knitted it a
oh.
sweater and everything, and she ate it after she decided she wasn't going to milk them anymore. I said, "What happened to the goat?" Because she kept it in the house for a little while and had a little sweater
Oh, yeah.
on. She said, "I ate
it." Oh, damn.
I know. I'm
not sure.
I was just like, once I name an animal, I really cannot consider it food anymore for some reason. I don't know. It's just, especially if I knitted it a sweater, which I've never knitted anything a sweater. So,
yeah, that would be. I don't know. I'd have a tough time with that one.
Yeah.
I think I would. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got hungry one day and I ate the goat. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, no, that's
Well,
all right.
you wasn't going to give it away, and she just, she's kind of like that. She's I don't know what you call it. She's kind of like a grow your own food kind of person, and
nothing wrong with eating the goat. I mean, that's perfectly fine. But I don't know. It's like
they did it in a sweater.
It was just a strange turn, like, well, here's our goat. It's well, fuck it. I'm hungry. Make some stew.
Yeah. Make sure to take the sweater off first, though. That's what you need to do. You don't need
I got to get this tea going here. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Well, I hope everybody's feeling all right today. It's kind of a depressing day, but we're just going to try to not focus on the, I'm not sure why they're even holding a swearing-in ceremony, because we know that he's just as apt to keep that as he is to keep his marriage vows. So, yeah. So I don't know why they swear in. I heard that Michelle Obama was not coming, which I don't blame her. I would not either. And I'm not sure about the Clintons. I wasn't sure. I heard that they were not coming to like the after party or celebration or whatever, but I don't know if the Clintons are going to be there or not. I'm sure. I don't even know if George Bush was going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, rearrange. They ought to all be rearranging their sock drawer, doing something more important, or the Ebenezer Baptist Church, celebrating Dr. King's life.
And Biden, but I'd say Biden will probably be there.
Yeah, he's kind of obligated to, I think.
Which is kind of a sad day for Biden. It's a real sad day for Biden. He's, I'm sure it's very painful to leave the White House. All the years that he's actually dreamed of being there, though, I'm glad he did get his at least 4 years in there, because no matter what you think of him, he's put forth 50 years of public service, and he's not rich, like he's not rich like a whole lot of people in Washington are. He actually, when his and Clintons are there, Jason said, they Biden, when he was vice president under Obama, and Bo got sick with cancer, he ended up having to borrow money from, Obama had he'd won that prize, that $1 million prize, and the
Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Nobel Peace Prize. We're going to get there.
He ended up borrowing money from Obama just to help support Bo's family while Bo was sick and everything, because the Black Act hadn't even been passed yet and everything. And so Biden, all he had was like his home in New Hampshire, and he would have had to put like another mortgage on it. And so
Obama, Delaware, you mean?
Yeah, Delaware. Why did I say New Hampshire? Obama.
Well, because Delaware looks like New Hampshire, only upside down.
Yeah. Well, so Obama loaned him some money, because he didn't want him to take out a second mortgage on his home. So, I'm sure he's better off than we are. Yes, but he's probably one of the least. He was always rated in the lower part of the Senate, out of the 50 senators or whatever, he would be like 100. He'd be like way down in the bottom of wealth compared to most of them because he didn't come from any. And most of them have money of their own before they even get there. So.
This is true. This is very true. Yep. Anyway, just doing a thing here. I'm grabbing my card. You started talking about money, and I'm desperate for help. I gotta make rent this month, and it's dicey. Not the greatest.
Did you post your?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Profile?
I'm screwing around with it right now. Yeah, and the inauguration. Here we go. Gotta pop out the chat. See, I'm unprepared. Unprepared today.
Everybody was expecting us to be just like prepared, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, well, no doubt. No doubt. There you go. Yeah. PC just put the link there, and I'm just gonna pin that thing and
yeah,
for a
PC
while.
beats you to it.
Yeah, PC is good. You know, it's like I honestly do not know. If y'all don't know this, PC does this in almost every channel that she's a mod on, and she's fast, and she does it all with an old iPhone.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
How the hell do you do that?
I don't know either. And she stays in Gather a lot while she's doing it too. So it's I'm not sure. We love you too.
So here we are having another PC is the greatest mod ever stream.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Well, she always. So did it snow, PC, where you're at? They were like, talking like snow down there. I was like, oh my gosh, it's so cold here. It's like 3 degrees or something outside.
Yeah, I don't know what the temperature is here right now, but it is cold. It's probably in the teens. And we did get snow. We got about 6 inches of snow last night, and it's well, you can see the day behind me here. It's looking up the Portland ship channel towards Portland, Maine. That's what you can see in the background there. It's Cape Elizabeth, and it's it's chilly. Jason's, I think, down New Hampshire. Yeah, it would be a winter wonderland there.
Yeah, it didn't snow much here. It snowed yesterday morning, but I've got that sub pump in my basement that pumps the water out of my basement. And right now, I still haven't got the pipe figured out where I'm going to run it. So I've just got it runs across the driveway. So it's just like a big sheet of ice right there, a skating rink sort of in the middle of my driveway.
Well, I'm going to just see what we can do with this thing. This is Dr. Martin Luther King accepting at the Swedish Academy, accepting the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964. I'm just going to share the screen. I understand. Let's proceed. And also share tab audio. Share. Let me know if y'all can see this and hear it. So let's just go. 10 December 1964. So a little bit over 60 years ago.
University of Oslo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. The Peace Prize is in Norwegian. pause it for just a second. Philadelphia, Mississippi was where 4 civil rights workers were shot to death in 1964. Apparently, on the 9th of December, 1964. I can't remember all of their names. They were shot to death by members of the Ku Klux Klan. They were of varying, I believe, Medgar Evers and it was a Jewish kid. They were they were white folk, black folk.
Just trying to register people to vote.
Just trying to register people to vote. They were shot by the KKK. Their murderers got away with it for years and years and years. Ronald Wilson Reagan started his presidential campaign in 1980 when he first ran for president in Philadelphia, Mississippi. And that fact was not lost on those of us who shed tears for those 4 civil rights leaders who were shot to death by the KKK. And when Martin goes on and is talking about the struggle, what did he say? Engaged in a creative struggle for their rights as humans. That's what we need to be prepared for right now.
Well, it was so hard to find a way, and that was that was what Martin Luther King's movement really did, was find a way to bring the movement into the public conscious without causing the backlash. It did at the time, but the way that they peacefully protested, the way that they took the abuse that they took, they were locked up so many times and beaten by cops and stuff, but they never fought back. And it became just a open wound to America to see these people committed to their rights and not fighting, back, and just being abused all the time, to where we couldn't overlook it anymore. And I think that it made it's hard to say, peaceful protesting like that, but it worked in a way. At the time, it moved a whole lot of minds, I think.
Well, it certainly caused it certainly put pressure on the then new Johnson administration to really get behind the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 64 and the Voting Rights Act of 65, and Johnson's State of the Union address, in which he quoted, "We shall overcome." It was a sea change. It really was. But I think we also have to realize that this was 1964, 4 years before the Watts riots. There's another piece in Dr. King's oratorical heritage that I'm trying to remember what that essentially the gist of it was a a, 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 a variation on the theme of justice delayed is justice denied, and nonviolence, uh, addressing the issues raised by nonviolent protest, unless they are addressed, violence will be the inevitable result. And it's worth remembering that this man was assassinated. He was
Yes.
despised. He was despised in this country. We now have a holiday in his honor, honoring his birth, but he was despised.
Yes, he had the FBI.
The rating at the time of his death was in the
He had the FBI following him around.
J. Edgar Hoover hated his guts, and
Yeah,
that stuff.
yeah. They called him they told everybody called him a communist.
Mm.
They there was charges or accusations that he cheated on his wife a lot, and they followed around and even sent phone recordings to his wife. The FBI did. It was really cruel, kind of, to do that to her, and it was just to try to ruin his reputation. Is what they were trying to do, smear his because he was a pastor and everything, and so they just wanted to destroy every bit of his credibility and and just destroy his life. And at the time when he was shot in Memphis, he was under like severe, in fact, he wasn't even going to go to that night, to that event. They were having like a dinner before the riot, before the protest the next day. And he wasn't even going to go because he was so tired. And they asked him to go ahead and come. They begged him to come, and so he got up and got dressed to go. And that's when he walked outside to go, to get in the car that he was shot.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Walked out onto the balcony to get a little fresh air and was gunned down by James Earl Ray.
But he was staying in the motel where he always stayed. It was like, see, the first event where they had in Memphis when everything like went crazy, they got him out of there and put him up in a real fancy all white motel downtown that he usually couldn't even stay in. And this made a big, this made a big news piece on him being there. And so then he went back to the motel where he always stayed, because he always stayed in the same room too. And so it wasn't hard for him to find him.
Yeah. Well, let's roll some more of this.
Yeah.
We'll roll some more of the man's own words in 1964. Okay, that's there. That was thrown in there for the debate bros. Isness and oughtness. Where's the ought, right? But I think it's really poignant. The refusal to accept the beatdown, and I think it's really, really, I don't know, it's a thing. Especially given the trajectory of American history, it leads us to here, where we are today in this moment. Because another one of Dr. King's phrases was the moral arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. And I always add, it doesn't unless you bend the bow, unless you put your shoulder to the wheel. And
it isn't a natural progression.
Yeah. it takes human will and takes human concentration. And when you lose that concentration over time, which I think many of my generation certainly did, which how come it's okay, boomer. We get that all the time. But we lost sight of our obligation to keep bending the bow towards justice. Got busy with our lives, got all this stuff, raising kids, grandkids, et cetera, and so forth. And now here we are, at least some of us. I mean, some of my fellows were young Americans for freedom way back in the day. And were among the people who were standing in, who were the spiritual descendants of George Corley Wallace, standing in the doorway, blocking up the halls, in the words of Bob Dylan.
The thing about
we can do better.
Everybody in the civil rights movement though did not agree with him, like Malcolm X and stuff. They were coming up. He had been in the leader of the civil rights movement for quite a while at this time, and the younger generation that was coming up underneath him and Malcolm X and stuff, they hated the peaceful protesting. They were totally against that. They kept pushing him to allow more violence and he just kept on trying to keep them, but he was losing his grip on the movement, because they were saying that he was too, his ways were just, they weren't effective anymore, and they were outdated, and that they needed to hit harder and everything. And so there was a lot of turmoil going on right inside the movement at the time of his assassination too, which is pretty sad.
Well, well, by 1968, the leaders of the movement, of course, Malcolm got shot as well.
Yeah.
And he was, his rhetoric was not the rhetoric of a Christian pastor, right? And nor was his outlook. And it was more rhetoric, I think, than actual violence. I mean, Stokely Carmichael, Amiri Baraka, who rose to prominence as the head of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee by 1968, and the Panthers were taking a defensive stance. Fuck no, these people aren't stopping. They're still coming after us. So what are we going to do? We're going to help we're going to organize food pantries. We're going to organize all of this stuff, and we're going to provide for our own defense, because LA cops then were just as bad as LA cops today. They were not nice. Fred Hampton shot in bed. I do think that people, especially people who have melanin deficit like myself, need to realize Black lives do matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when look, Malcolm, Martin, Fred, how many were literally shot?
Lots.
How many George Floyds are there that you don't hear about?
Lots.
So, there needs to, in order for there to be understanding, there needs to be the understanding of the pain. And I think we're going to get a fuck ton of pain is coming down the road in the short term, which means we're all going to have to put our hands on the bow and bend that arc towards justice and scream bloody murder when it's taken away.
Yeah, I hate to use religious language, and I don't believe in religion, but I feel like that there's going to come a day when we're going to be held accountable for our sins. This country, I mean, we've already done it a couple of
Well,
times with the Civil War and things, and it's gonna come back, and it's not going to be a religious thing, but it's going to be um, a reckoning, and
yeah, well, don't want to get too dark about it, but it in a certain Central European country in 1933, a gentleman came to power, and also in January, right around this time,
yeah,
and by May, the books were being burned outside the Institute for Sexual Research in Berlin because of they didn't want any Jewish science, and they didn't want any homosexuals, or as they called them at the time, inverts. I mean, and there's going to be 100 executive orders. Now, one of them, the uh, the Orange Emperor promised, was going to affect people like me. I know what it's going to be. And what is 0.2% of the population going to be able to do about that? Jack shit. So I'm going to need you guys. I'm going to need you. Anyway. Now, I think it's interesting that King's focus on, even within the Christian tradition, his focus on the here and now and the civilization struggling to be born. He's not talking about the afterlife. He's talking about the here and now. He's talking about the necessity to care for one another.
yeah.
And to bend that arc. And it's such a different take than what we are likely hearing from the pastors at going on right now in Washington, D.C.
There was a lot of rumors that of course, that Dr. King was not a true believer.
Oh, I don't believe that for a minute.
I don't know. There's been people that knew him pretty well that said that he had a lot of shaken faith, and it'd be easy to understand why. It would be easy to understand why. Christianity's hard enough from our side, and so to me it's real hard. It would be real hard to hold on to that. We know through Jay and stuff that it's not an easy thing to keep your faith as a Black person in America.
Oh, absolutely.
And I also Mahatma Gandhi is who he modeled his protesting after, and that's why that's how he's seen that worked. He saw that Gandhi was actually getting he worked for Gandhi. He was working for Gandhi, and so he studied his principles and stuff a lot, and applied them so he could and I think at the time it was the right thing to do, because I think that any violence would have caused such a severe backlash. There were so many instances of just outright massacre on Black people in the years early, coming up before this, and it was just horrific. Some of the things that were committed against them, entire groups, towns.
I think that what the civil rights movement, what the struggle did was call attention to those acts of violence. In fact, orchestrate or, put themselves on the line so that that sort of violence would be seen.
Yeah, everybody had TVs. Everybody was getting
It would
TVs.
be seen.
Yeah.
And it would be appalling to such a large number of people that they would say, this has got to stop.
Everybody was stuck to the TV at that time too. They were pretty new, and the war too. They were watching, a lot of that.
But here's the thing. Here's the weird thing is we think of the 60s and we think of the success of the civil rights movement as being the passage of the Voting Rights Act, passage of the Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act of 65, Civil Rights Act of 64. But it went on. When I was going to college, I lived on Museum Road in Boston and commuted out to Waltham to Brandeis. It's a sort of reverse commute sort of thing. And that was during the Boston busing crisis with Judge Garrity ordering the desegregation of Boston schools. And the violence in Boston was substantial on the part of the white community against the black community.
Yeah.
There's a famous picture of a guy trying to spear a black man on City Hall Plaza. And this was in 1975.
Well, I think 73 or 74 is when Louisville, and I started first grade, the first year that they started busing in Louisville. So it took to 74, before they got that. Mm-hmm. The Supreme Court didn't put a time limit on the desegregation. When they, in that court case, they just said it had to be desegregated, but they didn't put a time limit. So, so like it was a lot of local, turmoil over when each place was going to implement it. And I started first grade the first year that Louisville, Kentucky started it. And it was not, I was too young then to know exactly what was going on. I didn't understand because this was the first year we went to school, let alone,
Yeah. Oh, well, this must be normal, right?
Yeah. Wow. But I remember there being like at the high schools and stuff, there was a lot of violence, that going on, like Manual High School, and which was like it had a lot of white and black kids. It was it was violent the whole time I lived up there, actually, at that school. So
yeah, well, the Museum Road was kind of on a borderline between a predominantly black and predominantly white neighborhoods, and sort of it's right across from the Museum of Fine Arts, and just across Huntington Avenue is Mission Hill, which is a very a pretty black section of town, and there was a whole lot of pushing back and forth, and there's all kinds of crazy. It was crazy. It was a crazy time. And the beauty of it was I lived in a studio apartment that was right across the street from the Mission Hill fire station. So you did not get you heard the sirens going off when shit was going down.
I think I've told you this story before. I was on the bus like when I was like in the second grade, and there was a boy that lived up the street from me that he brought a Confederate flag and hung in the back of the school bus.
Oh, Jesus.
And I had a black school bus driver named Mr. White. Actually, He was awesome, but he was pretty young and everything. But there was two black girls that rode the bus with me that were really short, and they wore really like stiletto heels every day to school. I mean, I remember they did. I just thought they were just. I was like second grade. I was just like, couldn't even believe they could walk on those shoes. And one of them got up and told that boy to take that flag down. And he didn't. And he smarted off and said some kind of racist slur. And she took off one of those high heel shoes and she beat that boy to where he, like in the back seat. He always sit in the back seat of the bus, the one that's just got one seat. It's like
Yep.
it's a dual seat, where the escape hatch is back there. And she beat it to where he was hiding under that, trying to hide under that seat. And I remember it took Mr. White like forever to find a place to pull over. You know what I mean? And yeah, and he threw that boy off the bus too. He never did when it was allowed back on the bus. But it was just awesome watching her beat the piss out of him with that high heel shoe. Because he lived in my neighborhood and we were around him and he picked on us, like he bullied us kids, which he didn't bully me specifically, but he did some of my friends. Like I had some friends, like a one boy that was real small, and stuff. And he put him in a garbage can all the time and stuff like that. And just, it was just, we hated that guy. We hated to see him come down the street because we knew he was going to meander over there and do something to one of us or something. So, yeah.
We'll let Dr. King finish up his Nobel acceptance speech in 1964.
Doesn't he look sharp in his tuxedo coat? Is PC a mod? I think you're muted.
Why, yes. Yes, I was. Let's see. Yeah, PC's a mod. There's something going on in the chat that I
stepped up for a second. It was, but we were kind of misunderstanding, I think. But I was making sure. Right. We were a little confused for a little while.
Okay. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I was taken by the reference to South Africa. And I think that I think it's worth remembering what was he saying? Neither diamonds nor gold,
silver,
nor emeralds. It's silver, nor emeralds.
Yeah, emeralds.
Like, hello, Elon. Let's remember the culture that guy grew up in. He's a rich child of apartheid South Africa,
and he was an illegal immigrant for quite a while, actually.
So, this is why they're dancing so triumphant on today of all days. This is what we're faced with, folks. What's coming is going to be ugly. I'm telling you, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be as ugly. As those times.
He bought up the presidency. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And the orange
have control though.
The orange man was basically saying, yeah, Elon's great. He counts all the votes. He controls all the votes, and that kind of makes you wonder now, doesn't it? Just a wee bit.
Well, I know, but he won't like him if Elon starts getting any kind of more like good press. He won't like sharing the spotlight with Elon.
No, he won't. All right, so I got this. I got this thing, and this was speech delivered on the 4th of February, 1968, at the Ebenezer Baptist Church, and I won't read the whole thing, but I will read. I will read part of it, and I'm gonna embiggen myself here so that y'all can see it. Hopefully. Let's just start. start here. Every now and then, I guess we all think realistically about that day when we will be victimized with what is life's final common denominator. That's something we call death. We all think about it, and every now and then I think about my own death and I think about my own funeral, and I don't think of it in a morbid sense. And every now and then I ask myself, what is it that I would want said? And I leave the word to you this morning. If any of you are around when I have to meet my day, I don't want a long funeral. And if you get someone to deliver the eulogy, tell them not to talk too long. And every now and then, I wonder what I want them to say. Tell them not to mention that I have a Nobel Peace Prize. That isn't important. Tell them not to mention that I have 300 or 400 other awards. That's not important. Tell them not to mention where I went to school. I'd like someone to mention that day that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to give his life serving others. I'd like for someone to say that day that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to love somebody. I want you to say that day that I tried to be right on the war question. This is 1968, remember? Vietnam was raging. I want you to be able to say that day that I did try to feed the hungry. And I want you to be able to say that day that I did try in my life to clothe those who were naked. I want you to say on that day that I did try in my life to visit those who are in prison. I want you to say that I tried to love and serve humanity. Yes, if you want to say that I was a drum major, say that I was a drum major for justice. Say that I was a drum major for peace. I was a drum major for righteousness. And all the other shallow things will not matter. I won't have any money to leave behind. I won't have the fine and luxurious things of life to leave behind, but I just want to leave a committed life behind. That's all I want to say. If I can help somebody as I pass along, if I can cheer somebody with a word of song, if I can show somebody who's traveling wrong, then my living will not be in vain. If I can do my duty as a Christian ought, if I can bring salvation to a world once wrought, if I can spread the message as the Master taught, then my living will not be in vain. Yes, Jesus, I want to be on your right or your left side, not for any selfish reason. I want to be on your right or left side, not in terms of some political kingdom of ambition, but I just want to be there in love and in justice and in truth and in commitment to others so that we can make of this old world a new world. That's why I say all the time, I don't care what your religion has you believing. I care what you do with it. And I guess to a certain extent, I do care what your religion has you believing, because there are people that are delivering I'm invisible.
As Jay reminds us often, our beliefs inform our actions.
Mm-hmm. And that's that's the thing. So let me get back to this other thing here and rejigger everything. Let's see. Let's get us both up here again. Come on now. There we go.
Yay! And she's invisible.
I am invisible. Look at me. Look at me go.
I wanted to read. I've got a couple of these quotes. One speech in St. Louis speech, March 22nd, 1964. He said, "We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools."
Mm-hmm.
And
Why am I still invisible? I do not understand.
I don't know. You need to wiggle your nose or something. You don't know.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I don't understand what's
And
going on
then
here.
on some
I gotta,
positions, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? And vanity comes along and asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but he must do it because his conscience tells him it is right.
mm-hmm. So I wonder, I wonder what the invocation is. I wonder what because the inauguration is, the inauguration is, it's all about the pigs, and they're, I can only imagine what the pastors there are saying
Oh,
to this about this incoming horror that we're all about to experience.
well, the evangelical pastors are mostly preaching that God has put Trump where he's supposed to be. He's a tool,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
I'm
Um,
just saying.
he's a tool for that God has used. He's not perfect because God, doesn't always pick perfect tools.
Well, I would say that Trump certainly is one hell of a tool.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, he's a tool, all right. He's sort of like he's sort of
Yeah, Jason got that right away. I was like,
yeah,
yep, there we
he's a
go.
tool, yes.
To be fair, Trump is a tool. By the way, let's just say hi to folks. Like Kyle, lovely to see you. Tsunami, didn't acknowledge you here, but hi. Good to see you. Who else is in here? Who else jumped into the stream while we were doing stuff? Alexandra, lovely to see you. Yes, emeralds and a little hammer. That's very nice. Ten ring. Oh wow, wow. Great to see you. Yeah. Let's see.
Also, I've got one more I wanted to read. This is from his Southern
Yeah.
Christian Leadership Conference speech in 1967 in Atlanta, Georgia, because it fits us right now. I must confess, my friends, the road ahead will not always be smooth. There will still be rocky places of frustration and meandering points of bewilderment. There will be inevitable setbacks here and there. There will be those moments when the buoyancy of hope will be transformed into the fatigue of despair. Our dreams will sometimes be shattered and our ethereal hopes blasted. We may again, with tear drenched eyes, have to stand before the bier of some courageous civil rights worker whose life will be snuffed out by the dastardly acts of a bloodthirsty mob. Difficult and painful as it is, we must walk on in the days ahead with an audacious faith in the future. Which the faith in the future is probably the only part of that I.
All right, so I wonder what this guy. This I haven't seen yet. Nah, screw this guy. I'm not gonna play that. Yeah.
There's also another good one that says the ultimate measure of man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at time of challenge and controversy. And that speaks a whole lot to our situation right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because we see where many of our leaders stand right now. And they're standing right beside him or behind him.
Yeah.
Confirming his cabinet picks. letting the clock ran out on his, on rulings where they could have done something. The Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, PC. We've already seen the true character of most people, I think. Maybe if it gets hard with them, for them, they may change their mind about him. But until it inconveniences most of these voters, they're okay with it.
Well, no talk of Dr. King would be complete without reading at least a few excerpts from his letter from Birmingham jail. And the letter was directed at a coalition of religious leaders in Birmingham, Alabama, who were opposed to the political action underway in Birmingham at the time. To overturn the oppressive regime of American apartheid that was existing in the South then. Just sort of.
And still exists.
And still exists. All right, so I'm going to start here. Let me just share this screen.
He went to jail a lot.
Mm-hmm. So let's see, we'll start here. We decided to schedule our direct action program for the Easter season, realizing that except for Christmas, this is the main shopping period of the year. Knowing that a strong economic withdrawal program would be the byproduct of direct action, we felt that this would be the best time to bring pressure to bear on merchants for needed change. This is like, let's stop not letting black folk into your fucking store to buy stuff. Then it occurred to us that the Birmingham's mayoral election was coming up in March, and we speedily decided to postpone action until after Election Day, when we discovered the Commissioner of Public Safety, Eugene Bull Connor, had piled up enough votes to be in the runoff. We decided again to postpone action until the day after the runoff so that the demonstrations could not be used to cloud the issues. Like many others, we waited to see Mr. Connor defeated, and to this end, we endured postponement after postponement. Having aided in this community need, we felt that our direct action program could be delayed no longer. You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, and so forth? Isn't negotiation a better path? You're quite right in calling for negotiations. Indeed, this is the very purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and foster such a tension that a community which has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. It seeks to dramatize the issue that it can no longer be ignored. My citing the creation of tension as part of the work of the nonviolent resistor may sound rather shocking, but I must confess that I am not afraid of the word tension. I have earnestly opposed violent tension, but there is a type of constructive nonviolent tension which is necessary for growth. Just as Socrates felt that it was necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the unfettered realm of creative analysis and objective appraisal, so we must see the need for nonviolent gadflies to create the kind of situation so crisis packed that it will inevitably open the door to negotiation. I therefore concur with you in your call for negotiation. Too long has our beloved Southland been bogged down in a tragic effort to live in monologue rather than dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
One of the basic points in your statement is that the action that I and my associates have taken in Birmingham is untimely. Some have asked, why didn't you give the new city administration time to act? The only answer I can give to this query is that the new Birmingham administration must be prodded about as much as the outgoing one before it will act. We are sadly mistaken.
Alabama is not very keen to act. Sorry.
No, 'tis not. We are sadly mistaken if we feel the election of Albert Boutwell as mayor will bring the millennium into Birmingham. While Mr. Boutwell is a much more genteel person than Mr. Connor, they are both segregationists dedicated to the maintenance of the status quo. I have hope that Mr. Boutwell will be reasonable enough to see the futility of massive resistance to desegregation, but he will not see this without pressure from devotees of civil rights. My friends, I must say to you that we have not made a single gain in civil rights without determined legal and nonviolent pressure. Lamentably, it is a historical fact. It is an historical fact that privileged groups seldom give up their privileges voluntarily. Individuals may see the moral light and voluntarily give up their unjust posture, but as Reinhold Niebuhr has reminded us, groups tend to be more immoral than individuals.
Yes.
And that's a fact.
Yes.
I know several people I consider to be friends who are friends to me personally, but to mine collectively, not at all. These are the people who say, don't worry, we have your back. And these are the people that don't recognize that there's a firing squad and my back's against the wall and they do nothing about the squad. What am I to do with that? Hey, Joe.
Hope you get to feeling better.
Yeah. We've waited for more than 340 years for our constitutional and God-given rights. The nations of Asia and Africa are moving with jet-like speed towards gaining political independence, but we still creep at horse and buggy pace towards gaining a cup of coffee at a lunch counter. Perhaps it is easy for those who have never felt the stinging darts of segregation to say, wait. But when have you seen when you have seen vicious mobs lynch your mothers and fathers at will and drown your sisters and brothers at whim, when you have seen hate-filled policemen curse, kick, and even kill your black brothers and sisters, when you see the vast majority of your 20 million Negro brothers smothering in an airtight cage of poverty in the midst of an affluent society, when you finally find your tongue twisted and your speech told and your speech stammering as you seek to explain to your 6-year-old daughter why she can't go to the public amusement park, that has just been advertised on television and see tears welling up in her eyes when she is told that Funtown is closed to colored children, and see ominous clouds of inferiority beginning to form in her little mental sky, and see her beginning to distort her personality by developing an unconscious bitterness towards white people. When you have to concoct an answer for a 5-year-old son who is asking, Daddy, why do white people treat colored people so mean? When you take a cross-country drive and find it necessary to sleep night after night in the uncomfortable corners of your automobile because no motel will accept you, when you're humiliated day in and day out by nagging signs reading white and colored, when your first name becomes nigger, your middle name becomes boy, however old you are, and your last name becomes John, and your wife and mother are never given the respected title of Mrs. When you're harried by day and haunted by night by the fact that you are a Negro, living constantly at a tiptoe stance, never quite knowing what to expect next, and are plagued with inner fears and outer resentments, when you're forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness, then you will understand why we find it difficult to wait. There comes a time when the cup of endurance runs over and men are no longer willing to be plunged into the abyss of despair. I hope, sirs, you can understand our legitimate and unavoidable impatience. You express a great deal of anxiety over our willingness to break laws. This is certainly a legitimate concern, since we so diligently urge people to obey the Supreme Court decision of 1954 outlawing segregation in the public schools. At first glance, it may seem rather paradoxical for us consciously to break laws. One may well ask, how can you advocate breaking some laws and obeying others? The answer lies in the fact that there are two types of laws, just and unjust. I would be the first to advocate obeying just laws. One not only has a legal but a moral obligation to obey just laws. Conversely, one has a moral obligation, a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. I would agree with St. Augustine that an unjust law is no law at all, quote unquote. Now, what is the difference between the two? How does one determine whether a law is just or unjust? A just law is a man-made code that squares with the moral law, or the law of God. Here, we atheists may seek to quibble. An unjust law is a code that is out of harmony with the moral law. To put it in terms of St. Thomas Aquinas, an unjust law is a human law that is not rooted in eternal law and natural law. Any law that uplifts human personality is just. Any law that degrades human personality is unjust. Let me tell you something. There are going to be a whole bunch of executive orders that focus on that are going to be very unjust towards a number of people. I mean, you want to talk about uplifting personality and degrading personality? Look at the $218 million that were spent by the Republicans in the last election, dedicated to degrading the personalities of folks like me.
King's son put out a statement for Trump. It's a message, he said. He said, I don't want you to evoke the words. I want you to evoke the actions. Anybody can spew off a lot of words, but what are you going to do to help change the lives of the millions of people in this country? You've been chosen as leader of the free world, And you can't do that by suppressing people. You can't do that by denigrating people. You got to make a dramatic change. And I don't expect that. But I expect that we have to continue to challenge him to be the best that he can be of himself, whatever that is.
I'm going to skip a little bit. We should never forget that everything Adolf Hitler did in Germany was legal, and everything the Hungarian freedom fighters did in Hungary was illegal. It was illegal to aid and comfort a Jew in Hitler's Germany. Even so, I'm sure that had I lived in Germany at the time, I would have aided and comforted my Jewish brothers. If I lived today in a communist country where certain principles dear to the Christian faith are suppressed, I would openly advocate disobeying that country's anti-religious laws. I must make two honest confessions to you, my Christian and Jewish brothers. First, I must confess that over the past few years, I've been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I've almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to, quote, order, unquote, than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action. Who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom. Who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exist for the purpose of establishing justice, and when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress. I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that the present tension in the South is a necessary phase of the transition from an obnoxious negative peace in which the Negro passively accepted his unjust plight to a substantive and positive peace in which all men will respect the dignity and worth of human personality. Actually, we who engage in nonviolent direct action are not the creators of tension. We merely bring to the surface the hidden tension that is already alive. We bring it out in the open where it can be seen and dealt with, like a boil that can never be cured so long as it is covered up, but must be opened with all its ugliness to the natural medicines of air and light. Injustice must be exposed with all the tension its exposure creates to the light of human conscience and the air of national opinion before it can be cured. And if you have not read, if the only thing you have ever heard of Dr. King's speaking and writing was the dream speech. First of all, I reckon that many hadn't listened to the whole damn thing.
Just know that I have a dream.
Yeah.
There was 200,000 people at that speech.
Mm-hmm.
Trump, when he had around 55,000, bragged that he had more people there than Dr. King.
And that tells you everything you need to know about the Orange Emperor. He's a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar. He's using that to diminish the stature of this man. And why? Because his followers want to erase the memory of this man. They're trying to do it on this day.
Yeah. 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 There's a lot of, one of the things that he was really famous for, right, and that moved it was the bus boycott, and in Montgomery, and that was when Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat, which people act like Rosa Parks was an activist already. I mean, this was she was not just a bystander who just did refuse to give up her seat. She was already a fighter, in this movement, but she was very brave what she did. But the boycott lasted for 13 months, and it finally, they boycotted the bus, and it broke them financially, to lose the business. But it ended up the Supreme Court, is a ruling that said that the segregation on public buses was unconstitutional. And so it worked. It was one of the biggest things, but it took them over a year to actually bring about justice on that.
Yeah, and the freedom rides, Freedom Summer, all of that. That was, that was after all of that, because they weren't enforcing the law. All of that. I mean, my brother-in-law was part of that whole thing. He was a seminary student at North Carolina. I'm trying to remember what seminary that was, but I can't recall.
And actually, Rosa
It'll
Parks
come to me.
was the third person. There was a man and a woman, both that had already refused to give up their seats earlier that year, that never sparked the protest that one did. It was,
well, a lot of it's timing, and there are any number of things that are timing, and there was a Philadelphia, Mississippi thing that here's King accepting the Nobel Peace Prize the day after that happened, and the 4 kids blown up in a Birmingham church. Same time that year. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I suppose we should be covering some of the bullshit that Trump's pulling off, but anybody in the chat, what's the Orange Menace done?
Look, during the boycott, they actually penalized black taxi drivers for aiding the boycotters because they were organizing carpools. Right. They fought for a year to keep from giving them the. That's so sad. You mentioned Bull Connor, Rago. Now he ended up he was in the Senate later than that, right? He was in the Senate when Biden took.
I don't think. Now let's see. I don't think he might have been in the Alabama Senate.
I thought he was in the U.S. Senate, because I thought Biden he was one of the first ones that come up and spoke to Biden. I've read Biden's books, and I was thinking that he said he was one of the first ones that came forward to him, and if I'm not mistaken, Bull Connor.
Theophilus Eugene Connor, please. That's the guy's name. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Offices. He was president of the Alabama Public Service Commission. He was Commissioner of Public Safety in Birmingham. He was a member of the Alabama House of Representatives. He was never a member of the U.S. Senate.
There was one of the really racist senators that was in
Strom?
Strom Thurmond. That's who it was. That was when Biden took office, and Biden at the end of like Strom's his term, the last term, he actually spoke to Biden and spoke about regretting his role in the oppression of the black people. And it was that's what Biden claims in one of his books. And it because it really shocked Biden. I mean, it was like it really took him by surprise. I can't remember what he said, but it was like he had some sort of regret. Not probably as much as he should, but he still.
Well, George Wallace expressed regret for his role and all of that, and rightfully so. But
you got to wonder, did they think maybe that hell was looming? You know what I mean? When they did
possibly. Possibly. I mean, in light of what's happening right now, I just see the forces of darkness being and really twisted thinking gaining the upper hand. I just find it extremely odd that people don't think that eventually this shit's going to come down and bite them in the ass. Fascism doesn't have a tendency to treat kindly with any number of people, as long as the people that are directly affected are small enough. I think that people will just go about their daily lives and not even worry about it. They'll be good Americans, just like they were good Germans. And it depends on the degree to which these folks rein in their more rapacious impulses as to how long it lasts. I just wonder what it's going to take to get people to understand the nature of the threat. I mean, I'll find it really sad and discouraging if there are people in this country that the vast majority of people just don't give a fuck about. Now, we haven't directly mentioned trans folk, but I honest to God, I just wish people would leave us the fuck alone and not have to make us the focus of every fucking issue. It's like, oh, are you enjoying that lemonade? Well, I don't know. Not bad for trans lemonade. I mean, it's like, come on, stop. Just leave us the hell alone. Yeah, remembering Omelas. That's a short story. That's a short story by Ursula K. Le Guin, and it's great. It's not remembering, but it's what is that? It's the I actually did a reading of it back in the The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas, Ursula K. Le Guin. And of course, Crystal has the link before.
Before you even mentioned it, yes.
Well, I found the link, and I popped it up, and I glanced over at the side chat, and there it is. Holy shit! The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas.
Yeah,
it's great. It really is great.
She's like a mind reader or something, a prophet. Yeah, she has little prophecy skills or something.
Yeah, it's a terrific story.
This cat is clawing my leg. Oh, pieces.
It's basically about a society that requires one person to. The society is perfect, except that one person has to suffer unmentionable and unreasonable torture in order to keep the whole society functioning. It's a really good story. It's really short, and it's in the public. I don't know if it's in the public domain, but it's certainly publicly available. Let me see if I can find that link. The Ones That Walk Away from Omelas. If I go back into my channel, I could probably find it.
Crystal ball. There you go, PC. Crystal ball. I actually have a couple crystal balls somewhere.
Oh, somebody joined. Go on stream. Who is this? Joe! Oh my goodness! I thought you said you weren't going to hop in here, but hey, let's do this. Hey, Joe.
Hey, I wasn't, but I thought about it for a minute and was listening to you talk. I thought, well, I'll stop and say hello and hi anyway.
You just hated not to be in here with me and Steph.
I mean, I did. That's true.
So you've been watching the stream for a bit. What are any thoughts on the day, on the moment?
I watched the inauguration.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, good goodness.
Whenever I came up in chat,
did they play "Hail to the Thief"?
Yeah. It was it was something to hear Trump promise all the stuff that he said he was going to do and all that bullshit. And
did he swear on a Trump Bible? That's what I want to know.
Actually, he didn't put his hand on the Bible at all.
Well, he was afraid.
Melania was standing there with two of them.
Hand behind his back with his fingers crossed.
He may be getting a little religion then, because he might be scared that it was going to burn him.
He all the things that we've talked about for months that he said he was going to do, he said he's signing the executive orders for him today. And then they all sung "Glory, Glory, Hallelujah," and cheered. And yeah, I don't know, it's crazy.
So lightning didn't strike him.
That is just.
I've been kind of praying for that. That lightning strike that, on the cartoons where, after it hits them, they kind of just become a little poof of smoke. You know what I mean? And I kind of been I said I would become a theist. Actually, I told everybody on there the other day that I would become a theist if lightning struck him, during the old thing. I would.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You failed again, God. You failed again. I gave you a chance.
Would you like to hear the things he promised or no?
No.
Okay.
There's a
No,
reason
no,
why.
I actually, yeah.
Wow.
He said
What did
he said he's signing an executive orders immediately today to he's declaring a national emergency at our southern border and deporting millions of illegal immigrants.
Oh yeah, they're going to start tomorrow, actually in Chicago.
The United States of America will only recognize two genders, male and female. All of the Green New Deal stuff and everything, all regulation on environmental stuff, he doesn't care about. He's going to drill, baby, drill, was his exact words. He said he started talking about the mandate on electric cars and stuff, which wasn't even a thing, but he said that was gone, and
I'm not sure that all that stuff is within his power.
He's signing executive orders today. Now, whether they get overturned by the court or not, he's going to sign them. They're already ready to sign.
I know that Andrew Seidel and all of the lawyers at the FFRF,
Americans
United, and
Americans United.
ACLU have been geared up and ready to go. I mean, they have powered up. They're. I mean, that's why, like, Andrew hasn't been on any shows, and it's because it's because he's just so busy with getting ready for this stuff. So,
well, I imagine he said the American troops are being sent to the southern border, and he's any immigrants in cities and crime in cities, he'll send the military there if he needs to. All the stuff he said he was going to do before. He enacted the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, like we said he would.
He's invoking the Alien Sedition Acts.
Yeah.
I wonder who was the idiot that told him about that? Because that dumbass didn't know about it.
I'm an admirer of John Adams, but that is probably the worst thing that John Adams ever did.
I understand
the whole Alien Sedition Acts.
I understand in the context why they thought it was a good idea at the time. Like I get what was going on at the time. We just declared our independence, and there was some issues within. Like I get why they did such a thing, but I mean he only spoke of the language in it that talks about he's declared an emergency so that we can deport everyone in America that's not a citizen. But
so it gives you more leeway.
When you go on to
read, I think that this is bad. Because in the time when the Alien Sedition Acts were enacted, it wasn't just the aliens; it was American citizens who got caught up in that shit.
That's the second part of it, right? Yeah. So the second part of the Alien Enemies Act says that it gives the government the right to detain anyone that speaks badly of it, pretty much. Anything that they deem against them, they can essentially prosecute you for it. Can detain you.
I'll be back in just half a second here because
he declared all the cartels in Mexico as terrorist organizations and declared war against them.
And we're the ones providing them with guns.
Yeah, always have been.
Yeah, that's what the president of Mexico said. She said, we don't manufacture these guns here. They buy them from you. And we don't consume these illegal drugs. Your people do.
Yeah.
That's pretty much
yeah.
Told him. I mean, so at least he didn't head out to Greenland yet.
He didn't speak about Greenland. He said that America's going to stop spending money on foreign wars,
Yeah.
and that
We knew
we've
that.
we've invested all this money into the war in Ukraine, is what he was. He didn't say Ukraine, but he was talking about that, and that
That we
instead
gave
that
our
money
troops due.
and then we let an invasion take place here and attacks on American citizens take place. And that all stops today. And today is the beginning of the golden age of America.
Oh yeah. What is it? He didn't say this American. What was it he said last time? American carnage.
So CNN followed that with going
Stops
live
here.
and calling
Yeah.
Joe Biden a liar about everything. CNN.
Zelensky's known he was screwed though. He's known that. I mean, this is not like that he has surprised anybody of what's
I
coming.
mean, there's other nations that could do the same thing.
Well, the UK, well, a lot of nations are supporting Ukraine, but we're the biggest one because we have the most. And we're not giving them money anyway. We're selling them munitions, like outdated munitions that we are actually using American workers to rearm our military, and we're giving them the old munitions. But nobody else has those. Like
we were taking the benefits of being in a war without actually being in the war.
Yes,
That's what we were doing.
Yes, our military complex was still benefiting.
Yeah, it was actually kind of a shell game, because while it was the whole stand with Ukraine thing and everything, if it hadn't benefited us in that way, we wouldn't have done it.
But the thing about it is it's good though. I mean, we fought.
No,
we've been fighting Putin.
I mean, if we help our ally fight our enemy, of course, it's a great thing. But we did it the way we did it because it benefited us.
I don't even look at Russia as our enemy. I just kind of see them as the invader.
Russia is absolutely our enemy. They
Well,
interfere in our elections. They hack our system.
I'm gonna say something that you know what's happening, or the potential for what is happening is that what we used to call the fortress, fortress of democracy has become the fortress of fascism.
Sure. Yeah.
The arsenal of democracy has become the fortress of fascism. And that's what we're headed towards. And we're devoting more time, I think, to one of the primary freedom fighters in this nation over the course of the past century, and we need that spirit now. We need it now.
Joe Biden preemptively. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
He pardoned General Milley.
He pardoned his whole family.
Yeah, he pardoned General Milley. He pardoned Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
He pardoned all the January 6th committee people. All the General Milley.
CNN's broadcasting bitching that he did it, said that he was lying to everybody and that he didn't do the things he said he was going to do, and that Joe Biden's a big liar. That's what CNN is saying right now. I can only imagine what Fox is saying.
Well, I mean, they're all been. I mean, the free press is gone. We have YouTube.
Well, I know they're full of shit, but billions of people see that, and one of the reasons that not reasons, but one of the things that propagated this whole mess is that mass media continually lied, misrepresented, and didn't talk about the really important things that were going on. And now that Trump's taken office and he's already started suing media companies, they're on there calling Joe Biden a liar and all this stuff, when you would have never heard CNN say something like that.
I hope Biden leaves the country, actually. I do.
Everybody was giving Trump standing ovations every time he said he was going to do one of those awful things, except for all the former presidents. They didn't stand up. The only thing they stood up for is when he said something about I forget, crime or something. I don't know, but yeah, they in fact it looked like Bill Clinton was laughing at him the whole time he was giving the speech.
Yeah. Well, I guess the White House Correspondents' Dinner has a lot to answer for.
Yeah. Shit. I don't know in what way, or like, I don't know what thing it's going to be that we finally, and like the thing said, quit talking about this and do something. But it seems like there are certain moments that kind of call for it,
Hey, I'm just gonna make a crass plea to anybody who's listening. I really need some help to make rent for February. So there's a link pinned at the top of the thing. If anybody wants to drop a coin in the cup, I'd really fucking appreciate it. I think we're all scared individually. I think that our being scared individually is totally justified. We have to support one another here. Like PC said, if we've got to stick together and stand tall, stronger together, we do need to do that as much as possible. It is really weird to me. A lot of people would point to people like me, people like Ardenhart, and people like Bree and Ember and all of us doing this stuff. We don't want to be doing this stuff. We don't.
Yeah.
We
Just wanna live
don't.
your life.
It is really difficult when people talk about us as being activists. Well, we're activists in the sense that we have to be. We have to be, because no one is really appreciative of the pressures that we just face in our day-to-day lives. It's fucking it's like, you're speaking out for yourself and all of this, and it's like, well, shut up, activist. It's like, what are you talking about? I'm just walking down the street.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard. It takes an awful lot out of us, and it's a tremendous thing. We face discrimination all over the place.
Yeah.
And it's just hard.
I do want to tell everybody, though, to go to the Center for Inquiry. They did a rebuttal to, and I thought it was weird because it was Dawkins's group, but Steve, I can't think of his last name, he put out a rebuttal for when skeptics disagree, and he pretty much put Dawkins and Coyne on blast.
I watched that when you sent it to me, Robin.
Did you think that he put him on blast?
Yeah, I thought it was when he first started, I was like, okay, well, like this doesn't really make much sense what he's saying, but as he went on, I think it was pretty good.
It was a good art. I mean, he put out a good argument with the Venn diagram, the drawings and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, he pretty much, at least, he didn't necessarily make the argument that everything, but he put forth the ideal that they were not skeptically using critical thinking to determine their positions.
Well,
they were not looking at everything.
That's why I thought it was kind of silly at first, because I was like, well, if skeptics, disagree, like then they're not being skeptical, right? Like
he said when
you're not open to the other answer at all.
He said when he first brought it to him that they said no, and he said
not right. Once he got into it, it made more sense.
He said it didn't take long though before I convinced him.
Yeah. It was a very good talk.
And it needed to be said in front of that audience. I mean, he was funny. He used humor. It was really good. I was pleasantly surprised. It's like Center for Inquiry. Oh no, not again.
What Robin sent me.
Yeah.
I almost didn't watch it, and I thought, no, I'm going to watch this because I want to hear. Because I do, I mean, I struggle with that. I thought, this is bad. That this was a big deal.
No, I think
Mm.
I think people that call them skeptics and activists at large need to hear things like that for sure. Like, I think that sometimes, like it's easy to uh, whenever you're trying to approach something skeptical to bring your biases with you, like and I think that it was I don't know. I think he addressed it great, and yeah, I think he kind of took a shot at some people without taking a shot at them.
Yeah, he didn't say their names, but he said a few people that in the community right now or something like that.
Yeah.
And he presented enough of an argument to say you're not looking at everything, you're not considering everything,
Right.
you're not following to the conclusion to where it comes to.
Well,
You're
I think there's skepticism and there's taking a position on because I mean, even if you're a skeptic, you're people still have positions on any number of things that they hold to and believe are right. And but I mean,
they shouldn't have to lie though to get people there. See,
no, and that's true. That's what I was going to say. The question is, how did you reach that conclusion though? Like, is it based on your bias and the people around you and all those things, or did you reach that position from being a skeptic and understanding the information from that point of view? So I think it was an important speech. I did like it. But damn, man, I just it's awful that Martin Luther King Day fell on the same day as this shit. Like,
it is pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, because January 20th, 2025 will go down in history as a very dark day for America. And whether people cheered for it or not, that's the way it'll be viewed by history. And I think that it's awful that a date that stood for so many of the things that these people aim to destroy fell on the same date.
I just want to refer a little bit. Part of this whole thing is for people to become a little more sensitive toward toward what allyship means. I think it's really I have said on occasion, and people have gotten up in my grill about it, that when you're carrying out these debates with when you're having arguments with folks about well, is God real or not, and all of this other stuff, and talking with creationists and talking with people who believe in incredibly stupid shit. You need to sometimes you need to probe a little bit deeper to see where their ideas are leading them personally. There was an incident in our in our circles ages ago where a certain douche canoe from a certain South American country went out of his way to take his little argumentations about trans lives and turn them into action.
Yeah.
What he did was he doxed and published dead name and published
harmful images,
pre-transition photographs of a person that we are familiar with and has been a tremendous asset to the community.
Absolutely.
And people are still willing to sit down with the guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I realize, nobody can be everywhere at once, and nobody can really know about any one particular incident. But if you just tune your ear a wee bit, you might realize that some of the stuff that's behind this rhetoric is actually action. And
Yeah.
when the rhetoric moves toward action, or seems to be going in that direction, you need to reflect on the utility of arguing the number of angels on the head of a pin.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I I agree with this
And
100%.
and I am I've had several occasions where I've pointed this out to more than one person, that hey,
Yeah.
it's not this guy's stupid beliefs that
Yeah.
are the issue here. It's what he did.
Yeah.
And
If
it's, why are you still talking to the dude? Why are you taking phone calls from him? Why are you having debates with him?
so here's how that, to me, here's how that plays out from the other side. That person, if we give him a place to come and make his stupid ass arguments about the Shroud of Turin and everything from nothing and all that bullshit, if we allow that, and let's say I have that conversation with him, then other people want to have that conversation with him,
We don't
and
want him around anyway.
we bring a person that does things like that to the forefront and put him in a position to where when he decides to do things like that again, he has an audience for it now. And
Correct.
all you're doing is promoting a person that intends to do harm to the people that we say we care about, and the issues we say we care about. If you call yourself a humanist, um, and you support the humanist view, then you would not be doing that, because what you are doing is allowing extra harm to happen in that case. Um, and I think
Yeah.
the people that start like newer channels and that are coming into our community as it grows, which is a great thing. I think it's
They need to be told, though. They need to be told because they don't read minds.
yeah.
They
I
don't
don't
know.
think
Yeah. And the way you do it, I'm trying to raise this. I don't want to get into specifics.
right.
And
Yeah.
I will in the background, but I
Yeah.
don't want to get into specifics on the air, because all that does is
No.
adds fuel to the fire, and I don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, we don't want to Barbara
Um,
Streisand it.
right.
And
Um,
But
it's
it
not
is something. I'm just
responsible.
urging people, please listen carefully when you're engaged in debate with these people. You do the Forrest Valkai thing that you did with old Chuck, Mr. Attack Helicopter guy.
Yeah.
you know, yeah, I don't know who, like, I don't really have the kind of reach to tell anyone else, how to do anything, or should I don't guess. But the thing is that, like, I had to learn those things the tough way, right? Like I had idiots come and show up, and people would want to talk to me, and I say, sure, I'll talk to you, because I felt like the thing I was supposed to be doing was arguing with Christians about stupid shit. And
And now you realize it's arguing with stupid Christians about shit.
well, I understand it's much bigger than that. That there's a bigger picture, and that it's not just the people in our community that watch this. It's and it stays there forever. And people who with just a simple look at, I started going and vetting the people that I have on before I have them on, and just looking at a few of their videos or things that they've said, and
Yeah.
within usually the first or second video I click on, I find out everything I need to know. And it's an easy thing to do, because those people aren't there. That they'll come and argue with you, but the whole point of them doing it is to grow and spread the harmful things that they say in those videos.
Can I just share something funny? I got an email from Christian Matches asking me if I'm looking to finally meet the one.
Oh, good. You need you a
What
good
the hell?
Christian
How
man.
did I get my email?
You need you a good Christian man, Robin. But
I, I was looking for an Amish. I've been like growing my hair out on my legs for
the unfortunate truth of it is, though, is that whenever we talk about being activists because of the things that the Bible says and the harm that religion causes, and all of those things, this is one of the things that is very common within it. So it's from the outs. If you don't really think about it, you think that it's the thing to do to go have every argument with every idiot that wants to talk about it. But when you really think about what the cost is of that and what effect that has down the road, I think that most people would reconsider. And there's newer people that started making content in our community now that I sat down and had long talks with off the air about these things, and they agreed 100%, and um you know got it. And I think that's the thing. We just, even though I don't guess it's our responsibility to keep other people from doing stupid things, I think sometimes it's an education thing, that just part of being a creator on YouTube in this particular space comes with
Hmm.
certain problems.
Yeah, and and that's basically what all I'm asking is, to just be aware, and it's going to become more and more critical to be aware of
Yeah,
what's going on, and to be very, very careful, because it's no longer an academic matter if you're
yeah.
engaging with some of these people
All
who are
right.
very, very dangerous folks, and it's just not academic anymore. It can be a matter of of real personal importance.
Yeah, I
So
think rather than we're past arguing that evolution is a fact now. Whether they want to accept that or want to sit and say that it's bullshit or whatever, you know it's we understand it very well. We see it, we observe it, we know it happens. It's not a question. Now, sitting down and arguing with somebody who wants to use their platform to cause harm to others over something that's already settled science, what thing out of that, what do you think comes out of that? Even if, like, I dunked on that person, what good does that do? It just puts more eyes on the person that aims to do harmful things to others. And
mhm.
you have to take these things into account. You have to think about what the optic is from all perspectives. Like, not just what the people who watch your channel think about it and say, "Oh yeah, yeah, I get him," and this and that. Like, kick his ass in a debate and all those things. Like, don't just think about it that way. Think about what message the people that disagree with you get from those conversations, because there's a lot more of them. And think about what the goal is for the person having those conversations, and what messages
Right.
it is they're trying to put out there.
Right.
Yeah.
And and you run the danger of just basically turning your channel into a playground for the people that love
Yeah.
these silly ideas. Uh, as I put it to one person, it's like, I don't presume to tell you what to do with your channel, but I think it's more than fair to ask you to lower the stature of these people, just
Yeah.
in the name of allyship. I mean, Jesus, you don't need to elevate them. You don't
And
need to put them on it. You don't need to do that.
I think that is the delicate thing that it becomes complicated, because we've had people who were part of our circles that we run in that have went around propagating this idea that people are telling them what they can and can't do and attacking people and for talking to certain people and stuff like that. And that's not the case, first of all. And everyone should realize that's not the case. But also, like, it's not an attack on people. It's, you need to know this. You need to know that what you're doing is bad. You say that you're this thing and that you hold these certain ideas. Asking you to stick to them shouldn't be a problem. Uh, and also mistakes happen. I mean, sometimes sometimes you don't know what you don't know, and you do stupid things. Like, it happens. Like, try harder, but realize the mistake, fix it, and go on. It's not.
Yeah.
There's not. You're gonna. I mean, the growing pains of having a channel where I am so, like, focused on community and stuff, um, are that there's tough times that come with it. Like, it's there's mistakes made on my part, and there's people that you think are one thing that are another, and uh, all those things are stuff that how you deal with it really determines what it is you're trying to do.
All right. Well, we have another person popping up here. By the way, if anybody wants to get on here, DM me. You can find me one way or another. Right now, I've got Discord open, so
Hey,
there's that.
trees.
I can do it on. I can do it on. I can get Blue Sky open too, just so I can see.
I love the
By the
turtle.
way.
It's me.
Oh yeah. Hey Sue.
Jello.
Hey, Sue.
I don't want anybody fighting here, Sue.
I'm fighting everybody. I'm fighting.
Why did you bring that up
All
when
right.
Tsunami come in here? Why would you bring that up just when Tsunami gets here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I would never fight Tsunami. Yeah.
No, I think it's going to be really, really important for us to hang together rather than hanging separately. I think that's
There you go.
good old Ben Franklin.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you
Hopefully
today,
this phone
Tsunami?
doesn't die. Trying to do work in the background.
How's my Sims character doing? Has she ever got laid yet?
I forget who, like, your Sims character. She was trying to hook up. Somebody was trying to hook up with her, and I think it was like one of the Sims that's already married. And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what is happening here? You can't, like, leave these people alone. They'll just."
Your sim is a home wrecker, Robin.
Well, yeah. I've been known to wreck a few myself.
Sometimes shit needs to get done, don't it?
My life, we're both married prior, so.
Well,
as you know, they're not here, either one of them. So.
well.
No, I'm not bitching about it or nothing. Just, I've got. I kind of like my cats.
Wow. All right, I just opened Blue Sky. So
that was my daughter that called like I want to know if I still had my rat cage. I was like, no.
Oh.
I got rid of the rat cage. We're not getting any rats. That's what I told her. No more rats. Already got
no more rats.
Yeah, we had rats. We had rats, for a while too on the cage. But no, I just no. And they don't live for one thing. They live for years, so I can't stand it. But I have a snake in there and a bearded dragon and a gecko and a couple of. I have one cat and the other two are hers. So she has plenty of animals here that she's left here that she.
We had a groundhog problem.
They're hard to get rid of.
Yeah, they are. They're voracious. Those little bastards. They'll eat.
But
Oh
what
man,
about
those things will eat up all kinds of things.
that guy like it goes up there and he's got that camera sitting out there and it gets like it picks the carrot or whatever and it goes and sits right in front of the camera and eats it. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen that. But
No, but
they're bold.
It was a famous. He was famous in it, or it was a she actually because it had a baby. But it's like it walks up in front of that guy's camera and just stands in front of the camera and like chews and go. I mean, just it's hilarious. I cannot remember its name, but it became just real popular.
Oh my God! You bunch of Mr. McGregors trying to kill the freaking poor little chubby rodents. They're just trying to get some food.
Marmot. Let's see. Chunk. That was his name.
Well,
Chunk the groundhog. Chunk is like, yeah. Just look up Google YouTube.
Who is this person?
Chunk the groundhog and watch one of the videos. You will just absolutely love it.
Have any of you heard of a person by the name of Dima Tokarov? DIMATOKARV.
No.
Is this a YouTube person or like?
Yeah, she sent me like 20 messages talking about Kip Davis and David Fitzgerald and Derek from Myth Vision, and wants me to do some question of the month stuff or something.
Ask Michael Beverly.
She seems to be involved with Kip in some way. I don't know what, but she sent me a message that was kind of troubling. And
I feel like I've never seen that handle in like Kip's chat before. Like,
ask Michael Beverly. He probably knows a lot of those people that.
Yeah,
and I actually know. And Stephanie, there was somebody here today that met you the other day. I was talking to last night in Discord, and they came by here today for a little while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she said she talked to you in Discord because she was like, because I was talking about.
Yeah. I think I know who you're talking about.
She works. She's with Durant. She runs Durant.
Yeah.
Discord. Yeah.
But
yeah, she's yeah. We had some discussions about the ACA and history. It's like I don't want to get into that shit again. Yeah, she basically came into the Transpositions Discord and started saying, "Hey, get with the ACA," and I was like, "Not here. Please take it somewhere else."
Yeah. I don't mind.
Not that I and again, I just wanted full disclaimer. I have all sorts of mad respect for the hosts and the people that are. They're contributing over there, and so where you feel you're doing the most good, well, god damn it, do the good there. And I'm not gonna get all kinds of crazy, but there's just stuff
mismanagement.
not the place for me. That's all I'll say about that.
Trump said he was saved by God to make America great again.
He sure did.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
But that's why he wouldn't touch the Bible.
Yeah, so Melania was holding the Bible. She was holding two books. I guess they were both Bibles. Hell, I don't know. But whenever he walked up there, she kind of like nudged him a little bit because I guess he didn't notice she was standing there with the Bible. But he didn't put his hand on it. He just held his hand up and did the oath. JD Vance.
Melania had a hat on, so he couldn't even kiss her after.
Melania was dressed like Spy versus Spy.
She looks like she's in at a funeral. That's actually what she looks like. But
yeah, she did.
He went to kiss her, and her hat was so big that he couldn't even kiss her.
Yeah, he landed about an inch away.
From fucking Rocky and Bullwinkle. That's who she is, Natasha.
Oh, you know what? You're right. That is exactly what she looked like. That's exactly only darker in color, right?
Oh, Gutsy Gibbon put out a new video. That's Good. And Matt Walsh, yuck.
Ew.
Katie's got a new video out today too.
I'm so cut off from like shit social media. It's like crazy at this point. I don't know what the hell's going on over there on Twitter, Facebook, none of them shits.
TikTok was down for all of 12 hours.
That's already been reversed?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump has decided he has to save it. Now here's what here's what his argument for it. He said that the youth like TikTok and that he won the youth vote by 36 points. So he felt like it was his job to save TikTok. When he actually lost
like
vote by like whatever what was quite a bit. So actually, you know what I mean? I don't know where he got his figures.
And
voted for him.
So Trump is the one that started the whole thing about banning TikTok and
Yes,
wanted
it
it
was his
banned.
idea to begin with. You're exactly
And said all kinds of awful stuff about it. The fact that he changed his mind and he now supports it made me I just left.
Well,
I think there's something. I think the whole thing is very fucking suspicious in the sense that I feel like it was pulling it down was a distraction.
Yeah,
and it's like trying to get people to ignore the inauguration and hoping that that the mass majority of millennials and Gen Z that are very against this kind like coming back into power we don't like fucking protest or riot or do anything like that. And I also think that there's plans to fucking like maybe merge it with another social media platform that is more favored by Republicans and by like centrists.
That is maybe owned by President Musk.
And that's owned by a guy whose initials are MZ, for instance.
Yeah.
And that they can all fucking go and buy stock in before it's like brought back as
before the merger's public. Yeah.
Yep.
So I want to, if you don't mind, I just want to, I want to do a little bit more reading from a letter from a Birmingham jail.
Oh yes.
Well,
yes.
Before you do, I'm gonna step out and I'll listen, but I'm gonna listen while I gotta make my kid a pancake. That's what he wants.
That sounds perfect.
Yeah.
So, jump back in if we're still here.
Make me some pancakes too.
No problem. I'm making him a banana pancake actually. So
brilliant.
Since America went goddamn bananas today.
Yes, we have elected a rapist.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me, and I'll see you guys around soon.
All right. Thanks for coming by, Joe.
All right. Bye-bye.
So here we go. I have heard numerous Southern religious leaders admonish their worshipers to comply with a desegregation decision because it is the law. But I have longed to hear white ministers declare, follow this decree because integration is morally right and because the Negro is your brother. In the midst of blatant injustices inflicted upon the Negro, I've watched white churchmen stand on the sideline and mouth pious irrelevancies and sanctimonious trivialities. In the midst of a mighty struggle to rid our nation of racial and economic injustice, I have heard many ministers say those are social issues with which the gospel has no real concern. And I have watched many churches commit themselves to a completely otherworldly religion, which makes a strange, unbiblical distinction between body and soul, between the sacred and the secular. I've traveled the length and breadth of Alabama, Mississippi, and all the other southern states. On sweltering summer days and on crisp autumn evenings, I have looked at the South's beautiful churches with their lofty spires pointing heavenwards. I have beheld the impressive outlines of her massive religious education buildings. Over and over, I have found myself asking, what kind of people worship here? Who is their God? Where were their voices when the lips of Governor Barnett dripped with the words of interposition and nullification? Where were they when Governor Wallace gave a clarion call for defiance and hatred? Where were their voices of support when bruised and weary Negro men and women decided to rise from the dark dungeons of complacency to the bright hills of creative protest? Yes, these questions are still in my mind in deep disappointment. I have wept over the laxity of the church, but be assured that my tears have been tears of love. There can be no deep disappointment where there is not deep love. Yes, I love the church. How could I do otherwise? I'm in the rather unique position of being the son, the grandson, and the great-grandson of preachers. Yes, I see the church as the body of Christ. But oh, how we have blemished and scarred that body through social neglect and through fear of being nonconformists. Perhaps I have once again been, I'm skipping, perhaps once again, I have once again been too optimistic. Is organized religion too inextricably bound to the status quo to save our nation and the world? Perhaps I must turn my faith to the inner spiritual church, the church within the church as the true ecclesia and the hope of the world. But I am again thankful to God that some noble souls from the ranks of organized religion have broken loose from the paralyzing chains of conformity and joined us as active partners in the struggle for freedom. They have left their secure congregations and walked the streets of Albany, Georgia with us. They have gone down the highways of the South on tortuous rides for freedom. Yes, they've gone to jail with us. Some have been dismissed from their churches, have lost the support of their bishops and fellow ministers, but they have acted in the faith that right defeated is stronger than evil triumphant. Their witness has been the spiritual salt that has preserved the true meaning of the gospel in these troubled times. They've carved a tunnel of hope through the dark mountain of disappointment. I hope the church as a whole will meet the challenge of this decisive hour. But even if the church does not come to the aid of justice, I have no despair about the future. I have no fear about the outcome of our struggles in Birmingham, even if our motives are at present misunderstood. We will reach the goal of freedom in Birmingham and all over the nation because the goal of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up with America's destiny. Before the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before the pen of Jefferson etched the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence across the pages of history, we were here. For more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored in this country without wages. They made cotton king. They built the homes of their masters while suffering gross injustice and shameful humiliation. And yet, out of a bottomless vitality, they continued to thrive and develop. If the inexpressible cruelties of slavery could not stop us, the opposition we now face will surely fail. We will win our freedom because the sacred heritage of our nation and the eternal will of God are embodied in our echoing demands. Before closing, I feel impelled to mention one other point in your statement that has troubled me profoundly. You warmly commended the Birmingham police force for keeping order and preventing violence. I doubt that you would have so warmly commended the police force if you had seen its dogs sinking their teeth into unarmed, nonviolent Negroes. I doubt that you would so quickly commend the policemen if you were to observe their ugly and inhumane treatment of Negroes here in the city jail. If you were to watch them push and curse old Negro women and young Negro girls. If you were to see them slap and kick old Negro men and young boys, if you were to observe them, as they did on 2 occasions, refuse to give us food because we wanted to sing our grace together. I cannot join you in your praise of the Birmingham Police Department.
No, it was atrocious.
I wish you had commended the Negro sit-inners and demonstrators of Birmingham for their sublime courage, their willingness to suffer, and their amazing discipline in the midst of great provocation. One day, the South will recognize its real heroes. They will be the James Merediths, with a noble sense of purpose that enables them to face jeering and hostile mobs, and with the agonizing loneliness that characterizes the life of the pioneer. They will be old, oppressed, battered Negro women, symbolized in a 72-year-old woman in Montgomery, Alabama, who rose up with a sense of dignity and with her people decided not to ride segregated buses, and who responded with ungrammatical profundity to one who inquired about her weariness. My feet are tired, but my soul is at rest. They will be the young high school and college students, the young ministers of the gospel, and a host of their elders courageously and nonviolently sitting in at lunch counters and willingly going to jail for conscience sake. One day, the South will know that when these disinherited children of God sat down at lunch counters, they were in reality standing up for what is best in the American dream and for the most sacred values in our Judeo-Christian heritage, thereby bringing our nation back to those great wells of democracy, which were dug deep by the founding fathers in their formulation of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Never before have I written so long a letter. I'm afraid it is much too long to take your precious time. I can assure you that it would have been much shorter if I had been writing from a comfortable desk. But what else can one do when he is alone in a narrow jail cell other than write long letters, think long thoughts, and pray long prayers? If I'd said anything in this letter that overstates the truth and indicates an unreasonable impatience, I beg you to forgive me. If I had said anything that understates the truth and indicates my having a patience that allows me to settle for anything less than brotherhood, I beg God to forgive me. Read the damn thing. And think about the precipice that our nation is standing on right now as we speak. I pray that we're not over the edge.
Not to sound morbid, but that's exactly what I was about to say. Is I think we're already past that, the summit already.
Yeah. Yeah. Anywho.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know.
Being whatever steps forward we had took, it's definitely we've went back. You know, if it was 2 steps forward, we've took 4 back in the last 8 years.
Oh, it's been a long it's been a long slide. Going back to Reagan, going back even further. I mean, going back to the resentments built up in that era have percolated over time. And you know, and some of the only barely conscious thoughts in American history that linger, the lost cause, for example.
Yeah,
it's, you know,
Jason, I agree. You know, I mean, yeah, right now, I don't feel like that this nation is even worthy of fighting for. It's just Yeah.
Oh, I think that it depends on which nation. Is it the nation of our imagination, or is it the nation of our reality? Are we going to be committed to changing this reality? And will we have the strength to do so? I'm not really sure.
They want us to play, they want to make our children play the Pledge of Allegiance. They've already, like North Dakota has already put that law forward, and that it's be required. See, it's always been, optional,
It was never optional for me growing up.
but the Supreme Court made it optional some years, and it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
They didn't tell you
Yeah,
about it.
but in practice, in real practice, do you know how many times I got sent to the fucking principal's office or sent to the fucking vice principal's office for refusing to stand during the pledge, specifically because it says one nation under God? Like, there's no recourse for a child. There's nothing that you can really do. You're just kind of, unless your parent is going to take up that defense and take it all the way to court.
Well, the
which is going
parent
to
can,
involve legal bills like that. There's nothing a kid can really
the
do.
parent can actually give you a slip out of it, but you have to get your parents to sign it. But so how many parents are going to sign that for their kids? In North Dakota. But the thing about it is it was supposed to be an optional, and there was no recourse. Like they weren't supposed to be able to, like, even tell your parents that you didn't do it. But now you have to take off any hat that the boys are wearing, any kind of headdress, unless it's a religious headdress. It has to come off, and you have to stand and you put your hand over your heart according to North Dakota law, which is already being.
Like this kind of all this shit with targeting children, all these motherfuckers that y'all people out there that want to fucking take away my reproductive rights. Y'all really want me to push a child out? Damn sure that you don't. Because if I have a motherfucking child that's going to fucking school, damn sure that your asses are gonna see me in the fucking goddamn courtroom. Because ain't nobody gonna make my fucking child goddamn fucking sit in a classroom with any fucking 10 commandments on the fucking wall or stand for any fucking pledge to anything. Fuck that. Y'all people want me to have a child? Woo, I don't think you do. I don't think you want to take those reproductive rights away, because shit will get real crazy.
Whether you do or not, what I think is it's your choice. You get to make that call, not me. It's like that's not my that's none of my fucking business.
This is our speaker. Yeah, Samami gets to speak for us.
That was the tiniest win that we had in my state was that we got the 6-week abortion ban rescinded. That's it. That's the only thing we managed to do.
Yeah, I'm okay. So I'm just gonna read the lyrics of the song by Laura Nero from, I think, 1970, 69, 70.
See, now I'm getting fired up and I'm doing my little, I start pacing sometimes when I get real, when I start to get angry, I start pacing in the background while I'm on.
That's awesome. Yeah. Run in circles, scream and shout. Come, young braves, come, young children, come to the book of love with me. Respect your brothers and your sisters. Come to the book of love. I know it ain't easy, but we're going to look for a better day. Come, young braves, come, young children. I love my country as it dies in war and pain before my eyes. I walk the streets where disrespect has been, the sins of politics, the politics of sin, the heartlessness that darkens my soul on Christmas. Red and silver on the leaves, fallen white snow runs softly through the trees. Madonnas weep for wars of hell. They blow out the candles and haunt Noel, the missing love that rings through the world on Christmas. Black Panther brothers bound in jail, Chicago 7 and the Justice Scale. Homeless Indian on Manhattan Isle. All God's sons have gone to trial, and all God's love is out of style on Christmas. Christmas in my soul.
I forgot I meant to
Good
say
tune.
something a while ago when you mentioned the Panthers. I don't know
Mhm.
if everybody knows this or not, but at one time, Clarence Thomas was actually a member of the Panthers.
The
You know that?
Panthers did a lot of good. Panthers did.
Well, that was probably after he was in there. But you know what I mean? I mean, but you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Who would have guessed though that he was a member of the Panthers at one time? That was definitely before he met Jenny.
Mm. Yeah, she's not a very nice person.
No, she's. Well, I mean, he's not either. But she's. Yeah. She was raised like that though. Her parents. Her parents raised her from an infant in the ideology that she exists right now. So she was definitely brainwashed, indoctrinated, whatever you say. And I don't think she's very strong minded anyway. You know, she falls for these cults and things.
I got no patience for good old douchebag here. So bye bye. 12 be gone.
I saw that too.
Yeah, I did too. I was kind of like waiting for.
Yeah. Troll be gone. Go haunt some other haunt.
Don't come in here and tell. Don't come in here and tell no women how to act.
Asshole.
You know what I mean? Definitely not the place to come in here and start bossing women around.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, that's my moderation style. You want to be an asshole, you know, do it somewhere else. I'm sorry, you know.
Yeah, I was about to go ape shit in Chris's earlier. Woo!
Oh, yeah, you know, I feel like, you know, if you're a moderator, you need to be simpatico with the creator that owns the channel. If you're not on the same page, it's just going to be painful for both of you. You know, it's just going to be awful. So
that's why I tell people, don't make me a mod, because I'm not going to ask you when I go to boot somebody. There's going to be no pause. There's not going to be a pause. If I see something foul, that's it. Bye. Yeah. And I also usually go for the maximum. If I'm even going to like just mute somebody, I'm going to usually go for the maximum the first time, because I don't give a fuck.
You go for the full day, right?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm
sorry. I like when she mutes them and then says, "You're muted. Nobody else can read that stupid shit you're writing," or something like that. I've seen her do that.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, if you're going to hide somebody on the channel, you also need to time them out for 24 hours at the same time, just because it's just a thing.
Trees got your
that motherfucker kept coming in on different socks, though. God,
what'd you do?
No, I know.
Chris got his wrench. Chris took away Trees' wrench.
What?
Tree said Chris took away his wrench.
You must have been overly aggressive from Chris's point of view. See, I worry. I don't want to shit talk other creators, but I worry about people who just have that. Oh, we want
people that are more worried about growing their channel and getting subscribers as opposed to being a decent motherfucking human being. Yeah,
that's kind of the thing. It's like, you know.
That's why I was starting to get crazy in his fucking chat earlier. Because people that usually are very quick to moderate themselves we're taking a step back. And that says everything, because that's very obviously on the fucking creator. That's on you, Chris. If you think that's okay to allow cunts like that to fucking just run loose, or if you're not paying enough attention to your own goddamn chat, I don't know, man. Because I could have, I'm sorry, I can have a couple thousand motherfuckers in my goddamn live stream, and I'm gonna handle motherfucking shit.
Here we have Sue using that awesome brain of hers again. Holy shit, what's going on?
I think Chris is going to be scared to take your wrench way.
that was for you, Heathman Gaming. You know.
Yeah.
He would never give me one.
Just be glad she didn't decide to like go off on you.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Because she will.
Not yet, but yeah, if, like, you know, just like other channels, like if I see the same type of behavior and it's like a regular thing, yeah, eventually I'm absolutely going to snap on you. Especially if you're a grown-ass man. You're a grown-ass man and you can't do nothing. You can't, like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of being a little 98-pound woman that is fucking more willing to fucking stand up than these fucking grown-ass motherfucking men. Like, what in the world is going on here? Like, Jesus.
Me and Tsunami are good friends, and she has went off on me. Like,
oh yeah,
once.
I'm not sure that there's anyone Tsunami hasn't.
Really hard. Really hard.
And I've gone off on her. It's like, oh, good.
I think the only person I probably haven't like yelled at is like maybe Bree or something. Like, I don't know. Like, I think I've yelled at everyone else.
PC? Have you yelled at PC?
Yeah, I think maybe PC and Bree are like the only two people I haven't like screamed at one point.
Yeah.
Everybody else I was screamed at one point. Everybody.
Yeah.
I heard Victoria. Number one rule is not to discuss the Don't discuss moderation. It's really a bad idea. That's a guaranteed way on almost any channel to get your ass booted. At least timed out. I wouldn't. If somebody's just bitching and bitching and bitching, it's like, well, come back tomorrow. Maybe sleep on it. But otherwise, it's not a good idea, because a creator can't, somebody whose channel it is, you can't run it unless you trust your mods. You can't do anything unless you just want to do the whole thing yourself, which it's unlikely to work.
Hey, you don't get a vote here on it. Like, you're like outvoted.
The faster your chat moves, the harder it is to fucking keep up with like shit. Like,
oh yeah. Oh look, we have another sock coming in here. It's awesome.
This is not the this is not justice for all here.
This is a free speech zone.
Yeah.
Oh,
for me.
You know what I'm waiting for? I'm hoping that God Bless America 1620 goes on Peter's channel.
Oh, here they come. Hey, PC, let's get out the troll begun, shall we?
Dodge King.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. I see it.
Dodge King. It's a good name. It's a good name for a Republican.
Yeah, because it dodge everything.
Dodgy, little dodgy.
Yeah.
Dodging drafts, dodging incarceration, dodging fucking paying out your fucking goddamn settlement.
You know what the beauty of this is? The beauty of this is that you're coming out of the woodwork, and
algorithm.
You just wind up what you're doing is you're winding up giving me all sorts of new people to block. It's
algorithm.
Awesome.
We must be in the algorithm.
Yeah. So whatever. It's like this spate of callers on the line lately. I've just been, somebody will come into the screening room and say, I would like to discuss the Kalam and how it relates to the Christian God. and you put them through, and the next thing you know, they're using a voice changer on
Yeah, I heard that.
on the show, and
And they weren't very good
spouting
at
out
it.
stuff, and it's like, I had one guy called last night who was.
I love when you ask him if he was still
I
biological.
dropped the call because he was clearly using a voice changer, and then he called back like 3 times and just was whispering. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Ew.
So guess what? That's kind of creepy.
I couldn't hear. See, I couldn't hear them. I could just hear you. That one guy you said. So, are you still a biological male?
Well, Call-In Studio has the record of the calls that
Yeah,
that
he
have
gave
come
his
from that.
program.
Right. And,
So are
and
you
that's
still a
that's
biological
that's what he had down for his pronouns. So I said, "Oh, okay. I see. Last time you were here, you're biological male. Are those is that the pronoun you want to use? I hope you realize that that's not a pronoun."
Yeah, and the calls will not go well, probably. You know what I mean? When you start out like that.
Oh, that guy was. I believe his name was Caleb. He was a piece of work.
Yeah,
the call lasted a long time. Lasted a lot longer than I thought it was gonna.
Caleb is such a stereotypical fucking name. Like
Keto. No, it's Keto, wasn't it? Keto. One of them was Keto.
Oh, yeah. He was another one, but that wasn't the guy that was the biological.
Oh, okay. All right. I just remember I heard Stephanie say, "So are you still a biological male?" That was your pronouns last time.
Yeah, I had forgotten to turn on. We were Robin and PC were hanging out and Gather, and I was hanging out and Gather before I was call screening, and I'd forgotten to mute my mic, so they heard all.
me and PC discussed calling you. I was going to call you on the line, Diane, and say, "They put my mic on."
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not ashamed of
it would
anything.
Be better if we could have heard them, though. We couldn't hear them, so we could just hear. But it's kind of funny, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's like the old Bob Newhart show, or Bob Newhart's old routine, where he'd carry on a conversation, and you only hear his side of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, well, this has been a long one here. I don't know how much longer we want to go with this, but
I'm a hairy bitch. Granny said I'm a hairy bitch.
Yeah.
Me too, he did, Granny. I've been trying to get me an Amish feller. I got the
really. I'll be right.
Rolled out the hair.
Entertain and see if you can get any more entertainment going here. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second.
Well, I don't know what you want us to do. I ain't very good at
talk about your pursuit of the Amish men, Robin. What else?
I mean, I think they like hairy legs. I'm for sure. I'm not sure that they would really find me a suitable, but I did get the email from the Christian Match a while ago. I have no idea how these people got my email. It said, Christian Match. Are you looking for the one?
Fuck no, not on there.
Not there for sure.
Even even the regular dating apps. Oh my god!
I went on.
Whoa! Here's what you should have come back with on that one. It's like, oh, Christian Match? No, I'm looking for the 3. Let's go.
Yeah, the farmers. I'm on farmers, whatever it is.
Farmers only. Robin, are you on Farmers?
No, I'm not on no dating app. But I would. That's what I would be on. Look, I went to like a long time ago when Mom and Dad were living in Florida. I went down to visit them, and I went on to what was that one that was supposed to be so good, like for a long time. It's like you had to fill out this big questionnaire, you know what I mean? And then it like matched you up with all these people. It was a real famous one. It was on TV all the time, commercials.
eHarmony? I don't know.
eHarmony. That's
I
it.
wasn't using
eHarmony.
dating apps
Yes.
yet.
So I spent like an hour and a half filling out eHarmony's little application thing. You know what I mean? And turned it in. And I'm from Kentucky, Heathen Granny, and so I'm just a hillbilly, not really a Southerner. But
I'm Southern, but I don't sound Southern.
yeah. So anyway, they send me back. They finally sent me back a message and told me that in their whole database, they had not one match for me, not one, which was not really did not surprise me actually because. But it was kind of funny that you know what I mean that they were like we haven't found anybody that we can put with you.
That's how I feel fucking scrolling through fucking dating apps now. I'm just like I literally just get so like exasperated because I'm just like there is no like this person does not exist. There's nobody that is like no way. There's no way.
You get desperate enough to do an hour and a half survey so you can get a match on eHarmony and they still tell you that sorry about your luck. We don't have one of those.
Oh no, I'll get lots of guys that will like swipe on me on dating apps, but they're people that I'm just like, why the fuck would you swipe? Like, do you literally just look at pictures and you don't read like even if you're somebody that just looks at a picture and you don't necessarily read bios while you're doing the swiping, like
Jason, you're doing God's work. You're doing God's work, Jason.
My dating profiles are like I are like I'm putting up like a warning. That's it. That's all my bio is like a warning, basically, like a warning label. Like, do not if you are a MAGA motherfucker, if you are a Christian, if you are like. Do not, if you are not an atheist, I'm not going to consider dating you. Like, I'm sorry, I know a lot of atheists may find that a little too harsh, but I'm not playing around. I'm not dating anybody that's not, like, I mean, boom. Like, I don't even want to date somebody that classifies themselves as spiritual. I don't want none of that. If you come to me saying that you meditate, oh, girl, you gotta go because you're going to ask me to go to yoga with you. You're going to fucking, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Don't come with some horoscopes. Don't come to me with none of that bullshit. Spiritual bullshit.
But it's funny. That's so funny.
I hate that. They're all like, oh, well, no, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. I'm like, oh, God. Like, oh, boy. Woo of a different color, dude. It's just woo of a different color. Like, it's still woo. It's just, oh, I cannot.
What if they like to play Sims?
Oh, there's no motherfuckers like that out there. If anything, the last guy that I was trying to like, that guy that I showed you the pictures of.
Yes, that
like,
one you sent me that sent the hearts back. You said, what do you think about that? I was like, oh, heart.
He was hot, but he like got kind of like, I'm not weird. It was just like, I don't know what guys expect. Like, if I've only gone out on 3 dates with you, like, I'm not gonna be like, what is like, I don't know what he thinks like how am I going to express romantic intention? I don't know you yet, bro. Like, we've gone on 3 dates. I don't know you. Like, we're not going to be like, things are not going to be like that yet. Like, I don't know.
Most of them look better in pictures anyway, I find.
So,
I mean,
so here's
cute, but
here's what's some dude who went by Landon in New York had to say it typed in. He literally typed this in as what he wanted to talk about in this call with Matt and Owen last night. He says, he, him, Landon, he, him, New York. Is it inherently transphobic to be a transgender chaser? If this is off topic, I will defend God using the Kalam.
So what does a chaser mean? Like, is he chasing you?
A chaser is someone who has a specific interest in trans women.
Okay, he's not chasing you
because they are trans. In other words, it's incredibly objectifying.
But he's not chasing you to harm you. He's
and it's like I said. I dropped this big plus. He was chasing me because when I said, well, I don't think the first topic is really appropriate. You should call in on Thursday at 3:00 and talk to the folks on the transatlantic
Oh,
call-in
that's it.
program.
Yeah.
The guy goes, "Are you going to be the host again? I love you on Takis." I'm like, what the fuck? You're
Oh my
literally
God.
teasing me. Get off my lawn now.
You got a
Oh my fucking word. I mean, it's just seriously.
there.
Oh my goodness. It's like, what the fuck? We have the stupidest people calling.
I've heard Arden and address that question before, though.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, sure. On Takis, that goes with the territory because people will call in, and yeah, if that guy called into Takis, I would have said, sure, go ahead.
Wait, I mean, she's so good at just you know what I mean, just speaking truth to people. Just, you know what I mean, and letting them, you know what I mean, as long as they don't get like outrageously, you know, bigoted or, you know, slurs and stuff. She lets them, you know, she'll let them talk and ask questions. And
well, there was, the last time I was on TAC, back on the 2nd of the month, I was on TACus and I was co-hosting with Arden, and guy called in with a call about, he was basically, he was the opposite of a chase. I won't date is it transphobic to say I won't date a trans woman? And we had a long conversation with this thing. And so, at the end of the day, I think I said, well, if you ran into this person somewhere on the street somewhere, would you chat them up? Would you this or that? And say, oh yeah. It's like, all right then. So what's the hang up here? I don't understand what the hang up is. So it sounds like a you problem, I think, is the way I ended the thing. And it's like, and he got all pissed off.
I've seen a super chat and forgot to put hashtag Team Steph that day.
Well,
and so I freaked out.
I won anyway.
I freaked out and thought Stephanie was going to lose. And then like Ember and I can't remember who else. Like 3 or 4 people came in and sent super chats on like at the end right there in Steph's name and put her over the top. So I didn't feel so bad, but I was like, it's gonna be my fault if she has to defend dogs wearing pants or whatever.
Dogs wearing pants. I was really glad I didn't have to do that. Although I was coming up with some stuff.
Was that the one? That was the one. It was, wasn't it? Dogs wearing pants.
Yeah, that was it.
What did Katie have to defend last week?
Katie wasn't on last week.
Well, the last time she was on it, was it? Oh, was it? It wasn't Katie.
It wasn't Katie.
No, it was
Katie. In theory,
it was Josie. It was Josie.
Yeah, it was Josie. It was Josie. In theory, Katie is on Takis on the 30th of January.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was Josie. She defended
I don't remember.
I can't either, but it was so good. But I thought Arden did real good on the dogs wearing pants thing.
On the dogs? Yeah, absolutely.
She's like running around with their shit hanging out for everybody to see or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. Sue's back. Yay.
Wait. I don't think there's anything wrong with having preferences, AJ.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Your audio went all kinds of crazy.
Are you using a voice changer?
No, just kind of fucked up audio somehow or another.
Thank you, Heathen Granny. I sound like a bale of hay. That's what I say.
Oh, good. Bale, hey, holy shit. We've lost two again.
But she's going. I think she was going to go out and come back in.
No, yeah.
Because she was roboting.
No, what do we got going on here? Let's see.
I'm pretty that Dr. Bundy did not join us today. At least say hi.
No. Yeah. I think Jason in love.
And when you watch it, Jay, we're not mad. We love you.
Yeah, we love you.
Am I still roboting?
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys sound like chipmunks to me.
Who's Arthur Morgan? I don't know who that is.
Actually, I should see if anybody's in Gather.
I don't know who that. But do y'all know who she's talking about? Arthur Morgan.
I do not. I do not.
Is he an Amish person?
Goodness. Wow, this is crazy. Jay is in theory in Gather, but I doubt that he actually is.
He just leaves his person sitting there all the time.
Yeah, he's in the kitchen.
Yep. Is he playing Pinochle?
I don't know.
On there, but he's not. I don't know if he's playing it or not.
I don't know. I don't know. Still description, Jay. Yeah, Pinochle. Yeah.
No.
P-Knuckles. The main character from the Red Dead Redemption 2.
Huh? Is that a channel?
I imagine it's a video game of some nature.
Oh, I don't play video games. I have a Wii, and I play. Let's see, the shooting game, and bowling. That's it. That's the only two games I play.
Yes, it's a Western game.
I'm not very good at them. Like bowling, I was a good bowler. So
as in Western game, as in the OK Corral, that kind of Western.
My daughter has one of them, but no, I don't need one of them. I can't even. I tried to play. I have because she has Minecraft on the Wii, so like she don't play the Wii anymore. So I tried to play the Minecraft game, and I couldn't do anything but make the person jump up and down. Like I couldn't go do anything. I tried forever to make it do something, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to like build stuff and everything, and I couldn't do anything but just make the character just sit there and jump up and down.
Yeah, my gaming experience ended shortly after Pong. So
yeah. I was pretty good at Centipede. Actually, I was really good at Centipede. You remember I had the ball?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that one.
Home, you know what I mean? And then one where you used to take two planes, like you would like shoot them, and it was like spaceships, and then you could hook them together though, and then you had double of them. I can't remember what that was, but that was like back, you know.
Yeah, there was Space Invaders and Pac-Man, of course, and
yeah, I didn't like Pac-Man. I never did like Pac-Man.
I don't know.
But it was
I used to spend more time on pinball machines than anything.
Galaga, yes, that's it right there. Jason knows. Yes, Galaga. Yeah, double.
Well, I think we've held up our end of the bargain, gotten through. I'm sure there are plenty of after parties in Washington D.C. I hope that people, whatever the takeaway from this stream is please remember the spirit of resistance and change that Dr. King brought. to the table for consideration. And though we seem to have lost a step, maybe lost an entire football field, we have the capacity to not make that loss a permanent loss. Kyle, we're just about wrapping up because
If you
I'm getting
can
hungry.
help, Steph out with buying a coffee,
Yeah,
and
please.
so because it's awful cold up there in Maine right now for her to be living in the dumpsters, and me and Joe, I think, are going to start back on politicality next Thursday because we're only going to do it on Thursdays now, every other week. And I work
Ooh.
this Thursday, so next Thursday, I think we hadn't really said for sure that it was going to be, but that's what we decided on was Thursdays because we were going to be able to send the audience straight over to the transpositions. So
Yay!
yeah.
Yay!
So he wanted to be able to redirect over there. So, and we figured two nights a month is probably about as much politicality as we really, can stand.
Well, you and Joe do a great job in breaking stuff down, especially from the Kentucky perspective, which I think is valuable.
Well, this will be just pretty much what dumb shit did Trump do for the last 2 weeks? Probably, I guess. I mean,
yeah, I'm there's going to be altogether too much shit to cover on the transpositions, I think, in the coming few weeks.
And if you get a chance, email your senators and your representatives and tell them that you want the ERA to be put into the Constitution.
Yeah, I did a whole thing. I did a whole thing on. I think the last video I posted up here was a whole thing.
Yeah.
Started out on that whole scenario. I still maintain that it's too fucking bad that the point wasn't made in 2020 after Virginia ratified.
Yeah.
Because the situation really didn't change all that much. I mean, I think the one of the factors that led Biden to say that at the very end of his term was the AB, the American Bar Association, weighing in saying, "Hey, look, it's ratified."
Yeah,
it's ratified. But you could have made the same. You could have made the same case earlier on, and given people something to fight for. And that to me is the failure of the Democratic Party's leadership over the course of the past 30 years has been in not really giving people something to fight for. I think Obama did that with the Affordable Care Act. But
yeah, but
that was a piece of Heritage Foundation.
He had the super majority to codify Roe v. Wade into law at the first term, and he didn't do it, and he apologizes for it in one of his books, but that doesn't help us because now here we are.
Well, and also I want to give Biden credit for getting as much accomplished as he did.
Yes,
with the slimmest of majorities.
And starting with the hell that he started. I mean, look at what a mess it was when he came in, and he wasn't even allowed to come in before the inauguration day and do any kind of transition team.
Right. So I think on the whole. I viewed the whole thing, and we had all the big arguments about well, Joe's too old and it's going to ruin the party and all of this it's going to we need a replacement, et cetera, and so forth. during that thing, the only thing that was sticking in my mind was 1968 and Johnson stepping aside and Hubert Humphrey picking up the thing.
And we know
And
how that went.
Johnson stepped aside in February,
Yeah.
right? And at the time, after Gene McCarthy beat him in New Hampshire, and at the time we had this is 1968, February 1968. And at the time, we had Gene McCarthy running, Bobby Kennedy running, and in April of 68, Martin was shot. And in June of 68, Bobby was shot.
Bobby was shot.
And Tricky Dick with his secret plan to end the war, that whole thing. I mean, I view Johnson like Biden. Biden definitely takes a distant second to Lyndon Johnson in terms of being able to ramrod shit through Congress. But it's not too far of a second. But the tragedy of both men is they let other things just trash their legacy. In Johnson's case was Vietnam War, and I would venture to say that Gaza was Biden's downfall and Harris's downfall. She couldn't separate herself from that policy.
Yeah.
And it's really fucking difficult to sit there and watch genocide happening. You know, at the hands of an American client. It wasn't good. Hey, Zach. Thanks for coming by.
What was there was something I was going to say about that.
Zach, do you want to come in and chit chat? I'm willing to stay for a little bit longer. We've been going for a while.
What was it? There was something you just said that made me think of something, and I can't remember what it is now. That makes me so mad. It sucks getting
Zach,
out.
if you want to link, DM me on Blue Sky. I'll keep an eye out. Actually, I'll try to find you. Let's see. I know you're following me, but I don't remember what your handle is.
That's Jason. Jason, that's Steph's argument all the time. She says that they didn't stand up for nothing. They didn't. I mean, they didn't stand up and fight for anything. They, as John Stewart says, maybe it was because we didn't spend enough time with the Cheneys. That's what John. I mean, John. You know how much John loves the Cheneys anyway, and so that was his big thing. He said, "I feel like we didn't spend enough time with the Cheneys." Because he was tore up the whole time. He was like, do you have to be with the Cheneys? He just didn't like that at all. So John actually agrees with you, Steph. He kind of says that they didn't stand up for nothing either. And he felt like that's what people want. People want to see you fighting for things. And you got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. Sort of like that kind of little deal.
Well, there's that argument. And then there's the, I don't mind the Cheney endorsement because it's like, hey, we don't want to lose our democracy. I think that's a legitimate thing, but it's not enough. You got you need to explain why democracy is really important, why oligarchy really sucks. You need to do the Bernie billionaires and billionaires and billionaires thing in order to get people. In order to motivate people, and the Republicans understand that. They go for low cost, high reward shit, which is why my community is under attack, because we're low cost, high reward. Yes. It doesn't take much to get people grabbing at their fucking nuts.
And you can make up any kind of lie. You can make up any kind of lie.
It doesn't.
I think we should have sent Dick hunting with Trump is what I think. That's what I thought. Bird hunting would be nice.
Yeah, well, that would be good. But I don't know. I think I don't think Dick Cheney's doing a lot of hunting these days. Maybe he is. I don't know.
Well, he could come out of retirement.
Yeah, maybe.
It'd be hard to miss a head like that, even though that boy did.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Uh-oh. Tsunami's cats are talking to her now. Holy shit.
APC's cats talk to her. They holler, "Mom, mom."
Ah.
No, they make. I mean, they sound like they're talking. It sounded like a little baby crying the other day. I was cracking up. I was like, "What is that?" My cat. She had her locked up in her cage or something.
I do believe I need more tea. If it, Zach's coming in. I need to make more tea. I do. Be back in a sec. Set the kettle boiling.
Kettle boiling.
Mm-hmm.
Teapot. I'm a little teapot.
Short and stout.
I'm not all that short, and I'm not all that stout anymore either. Are you in the back, Zach? Because she just went to get tea. So
I'll be right back. I gotta send Zach a link because I don't have.
yeah.
I couldn't find. I forget what your handle is on Blue Sky. Once if you DM me, then I'll get back to you. No. No, you did not. Let's see. How do I fucking find? Oh, this Blue Sky thing is really different.
Mommy said she's trying to get her cat to say, "Hey, baby."
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, that's the one thing right there that's made me the maddest of everything is this this restrictions or conditions up on the aid to California. It is such horse shit. You know what I mean? I mean, all those people in North Carolina were running around and all that, swearing up and down that they were not going to get but $700. That was all they're getting, and that blah 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 and all that stuff, and just telling the biggest tales there was, and Biden sent that money out right away. You know what I mean? And dealt with all the lies. I mean, all the lies they told on Biden just the whole time. It's like they never let us have a minute's peace. And then now, they're going to put conditions on California's aid money. And it just blows my mind how regular voters can listen to that and say, "Oh, that seems okay with me." They don't agree with me, so I don't think they should get nothing. Even though, people like in Kentucky are saying that, even though we receive like some of the large, we're one of the states that gets the largest amount of federal funding from states like California and New York and Illinois.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I got Zach's thing majig here. Copy link.
Thingamajig and the what's the point? Whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is. Zoop, there you go. There it is. Oop, there it is.
Doop.
Yeah, why not? Why not spend a little more time? Zach, the Shaking Fist, has joined. It says here. All right.
What up, yo? Sorry,
I don't know.
I don't have any. Sorry, I don't have. I need to turn that off.
Yeah, whatever.
No, I had YouTube on. My hips killing, so I'm lying down, so I'm not on camera.
Oh dear God. That's no good.
I've got a bulging disc that's pressing against my spine. It's been doing it for years.
That's not good.
No,
Ew.
it's not. But yeah, you know, today's fun, isn't it? So, you know, I'm a little drunk, so excuse me.
Oh, I'm not yet.
Me and Steph actually didn't start drinking yet.
No.
Oh well, I've been.
We were celebrating we were more celebrating the life of Dr. Martin Luther King rather than paying any attention to the Orange Emperor.
I've tried to pay attention to better things, but it's too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joe came in and just like, you know, spoiled it.
No, Joe gave us the update as to all the really horrific things the bastard's going to sign later this afternoon, or already has, or whatever the fuck.
I've more been drinking to lament the passing of most of humanity, because there's no real hope for people left, is there? Or is it just me? Am I just too much of a depressive fuck?
I really don't know.
I feel like
I know you didn't come in to raise our spirits. That don't seem like that. You came in to, like, you know, give us a pep talk.
Yeah. I just feel like there's no getting to people anymore, because people want to fuck people over, and people want to hurt people in one way or another more than actually making things better, because it's some kind of like blood sport to them. And I don't think it's ever going to get better, and it's making me sad.
Yeah, I'm hearing the kettle boiling now, so I'm gonna go actually put the tea bag in the thing and let it steep.
I think Steph's background is just so soothing. Oh, look.
It's sad for me, because I used to live around there, and I don't anymore, and it makes me sad every time I see it.
You lived in Maine?
Sad. I used to live around there, and now I live in England, and it reminds me of home.
Oh, you lived in Maine?
Yeah, I'm from Bangor, Maine, originally.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I grew up there, and my mum kidnapped me to the UK in about the year 2000, so that was fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm all down. How are you?
I'm good. It's a little cold here right now. It's like 3 degrees outside or something like that.
This country would shut down if it was ever that temperature. We had 31 degrees over here, and the whole country shut down, and everybody wondered where the bread was going to come from.
Yeah, there's not any bread here. Anytime we have like any kind of weather thing going on, milk bread and toilet paper.
Yeah.
That just made me sorry. You said that, and I just spat all. You made me laugh while I was drinking, and made me spit all over.
Yeah, it's like, oh well, there's going to be a snowstorm.
I can take care of the milk. I can replace the milk if I have to, but I can't. I don't bake bread.
Oh, sorry. Maybe it's just a Maine thing. We got an inch of snow and everything shut down, and it's like, that's silly. And like in Maine, I don't know. Maybe it was when I was a kid, we get 3 feet of snow, and they'd consider shutting the stores. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
perhaps. So over here in Britain, when this shit happens, it's like, you're like fucking Texans. You don't understand what the weather is and what cold is, and you're online with Norway.
Yeah, I lived in South Dakota for a while, and when it snowed up there, you got like a foot. You know what I mean? Like that was like a minimum. And there was like a big pile where they like, scraped the parking lot. Like there was a pile of snow that stayed until like June.
Well, Steph, how long have you lived in Maine?
Were
you there in 98?
19. Oh yes. I've moved here on over New Year's on 78 to 79, or no, 77 to 78.
Yeah, fair enough. So all right, fair enough. So you remember the ice storm, right?
I sure do. I sure fucking do.
No one else fucking gets that shit. You know what I mean?
We had like,
oh my god, we were out of power. We were out of power for a week. About 7 days.
I lived in Bangor. Yeah. We were out of power for a month.
We had like 20 inches of snow here in Kentucky.
Well, Maine in 98, it got so cold it didn't even snow. It just rained because it was too cold for snow to form, and it froze instantly to everything. It collapsed houses.
It was just ice.
Do you know there's actually scientific studies about trauma during while you're in not labor, childbirth. What's the pregnancy? Because of how bad the winter was in January 98.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, it was bad. When the winter, let's see, not the first winter, but the second winter we were here, it got below 0 Fahrenheit about the 10th of December and didn't get out of the single digits until the end of January. Casco Bay froze.
I remember
we had an apartment up on Munjoy Hill, and we had an ocean glimpse. The inner harbor from, I don't know if you're familiar with Portland, but you can sort of see in the background over to the right, over my shoulder there's a place called Fort Gorges, and the ocean, that you're looking at the ocean here, right?
Yeah.
It froze from the peninsula over my other that one. Yeah, there we go. There out to that little island. It was like, what? Yeah.
I remember times with wind chill factor, you get minus below 50 in like end of December, beginning of January. Do you know what I mean?
Salt water is hard to freeze, isn't it?
Maine doesn't give a shit.
Well, that in theory, that's Fahrenheit 0 is when salt water freezes. But
see, the thing with Maine is we have the Bay of Fundy right next to it, so it makes it harder to freeze because the water levels change so drastically. Bay of Fundy in Nova Scotia has the highest sea level change in the entire world between low tide.
In the entire world, yeah.
Yeah, it goes something like 60 foot.
Yep.
And that's why Maine has the best seafood.
We have 12-foot tides here.
Yeah, and it's completely because of the Bay of Fundy, and we get the best seafood, and I'll die on that hill.
Oh yeah, and it is the Gulf of Maine, but I understand that Nova Scotia is trying to change it to the Gulf of Nova Scotia, just to piss off the orange shithead.
I'm all for that.
I'm all for it too. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind if the Maritimes just decided to drop down here. Oh, we'll join. New Brunswick's kind of shit.
Yeah.
But Nova Scotia's okay.
I mean, it's still better than the rest of the US at the moment, so.
Yeah.
Boston. Are you from Boston?
Originally, yes.
Yeah, that's what
you get called. You get called a masshole a lot then.
I do get called a masshole.
Do you know what? I didn't know what that was until
but I love to remind my fellow Mainers that it was once the District of Maine and part of the.
But that's why you're a masshole, isn't it? That was actually what I was about to say. I found out recently because I always thought that was just like it was some stupid New England rivalry bullshit, right? Until I only found out recently that Maine was part of Massachusetts until like Massachusetts abandoned us in like the Civil War or some shit. Was it? I thought it was something.
No, it was
like
1820. That. It was a compromise of 1820. Missouri came in as
the second British invasion. Yeah.
And Missouri came in as a slave state, and Maine came in as a free state. That was a Missouri Compromise.
Yeah.
I am from Boston originally. Yes. I was. Yeah.
I always heard that growing up, and I never knew who it was from until very, very, very recently. Because my dad used to play football down there all the time. He was like a semi-pro, so he was always fucking playing down there and everything. And we always used to get loads of shit from being from Maine every time we went in there, and he was, you know what I mean?
I do.
It's weird little rivalries that get up like that, isn't it?
There's only 2 states that I have not been to, and one of them is Alaska, and the other one is Maine.
Maine is the most beautiful place you've never been to.
I've never been to Alaska, so I can't really testify. And
Maine is so
pretty
beautiful.
neat.
I hated that place when I was a kid, man. I hated that place so much. And like now I'm older, I'm like, I should have enjoyed that so much fucking more. I was a Boy Scout, I was out camping every fucking weekend, climbing up fucking Katahdin and going down Mount Desert Island and all this shit. It was amazing. And then I moved over Britain and everything's fucking boring. And I'm like, oh, I was actually in some kind of utopia. Yeah, the people were a little bit backwards, but I could go in the woods and forget about it.
Pretty much the whole United States is a little backwards.
You know, I don't know. I think the people are really kind of, you do your thing, just like whatever, just do it.
They ain't running around hitting you in the head with Bibles like they do in Kentucky.
Well, no, I meant backward. Like Maine always felt like it was 10, 15 years behind everyone else. Do you know what I mean?
It's a slower pace.
Yeah.
You just obviously haven't been to Kentucky or Mississippi or Alabama.
I've been to all 50 states, to be honest. Like my dad playing semi-pro football, I went everywhere. But like, no, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe everyone has that little thing about where they're from anyway, don't they? Where the state they're from has this little special thing. And I've probably built it up more because I've not been there for like fucking 25 years. But you know, it always felt like a place that was forgotten by everyone else, and they were just kind of living their own lives, going on ignored by everyone.
Yeah. Mine is famous for its replica of the Magic Zoo boat.
Well, we have Stephen King.
Yeah, that and the Ark.
I think that's what she was talking about.
That is the Magic Zoo.
Oh yeah, the Magic Zoo boat. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. All right, so I'm going to go from the live shot of the Portland Ship Channel to.
My mom loves it when I call it that.
There we go. That's Mount. This is Mount Desert Island.
Mount Desert Island is so amazing. I love that place.
It's Southwest Harbor.
Yeah. Oh, I miss that place so much. Like I remember it a bit more burnt down because it was still like recovering from the wildfire it had like 10, 15 years before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, but fucking Mount Desert Island is just such a good. I don't know. I love that place. I always used to go down. Like there was a place around Ellsworth. We found this little secret spring lake that a bunch of rich people lived on, and it had like a little beach that you could like go on if you lived there. But no one ever checked, so we used to go there. That place was amazing. It's like you go from where I lived in Bangor to get there to Mount Desert Island. You always had to go past the Shining Hotel. Was it Lucy? You know what I mean? That was great. So we did because I used to live down the street from Stephen King when I lived in Bangor, right? And so we'd go down, we'd drive past his house, and we'd go. It's like we've gone down his bookography, his bibliography. That's the word. Do you know what I mean? Because we suddenly go past that, and it's like, oh, it's that bit there, and it's that bit there. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what's messed up. It's not messed up. I'll tell you what's funny. I did music tech for a few years in college over here. I had a teacher called Paul Bunyan.
Did he have a blue ox?
No.
You had a teacher named Paul Bunyan?
Yeah, he was my music tech teacher.
Well, be damned. How about that?
It was great. And he hated it because to be honest, he was like 5'2", and I always used to call him Giant, and he hated it. He hated it a lot.
My family was like that too. They named. I had a great grandpa whose name was George Washington Contreras, and I had one that was Davy Crockett Contreras with my great grandfather because I even remember him. They called him Crockett.
This happened in Britain, so he had no idea what the fuck I was on about. He hated me for about a good year until he pulled me to the side and went, "Why the fuck do you keep on making fun of me for being?"
You didn't know who Paul Bunyan was?
Yeah, well, Paul Bunyan isn't popular. No one knows who Paul Bunyan is in Britain. It's not a British thing.
I mean, into all Minnesota.
I mean, I thought the whole world knew our shit.
Until I moved over here, I thought it was a Maine thing. I thought it was like a Maine legend. I didn't realize it was outside of Maine until I moved over here. But he was like, "Why the fuck do you keep on making fun of me for being?" Excuse me. Why the fuck do you keep on making fun of me for being small? And I'm like, I'm not making fun of you for being small. He goes, you keep on calling me Giant. He goes, your name's fucking Paul Bunyan, motherfucker. And then I showed him, like the statue in the middle of Bangor. I showed him the blue ox. I showed him all this different shit. And I went, that's why I keep on calling you Giant, because you should be out in the fucking woods chopping fucking trees, motherfucker. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's sort of like, it's the story is just like Tsunami said, the story is just like Jesus. You know what I mean? It just grew over time.
Yeah.
I mean, some dude probably chopped down a tree one day, and then the next day he's got, I don't know why he ended up with a blue ox, but maybe he had some sort of animal with him, and it was really cold or something. I don't know, but
sorry, I just saw that comment. Babe is a kaiju. Yes, Babe is a kaiju.
Really? I don't even know.
He's a giant blue ox, so he'll fight Godzilla eventually. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just the Japanese word for giant monster, basically.
Yeah. So it's like Godzilla.
Yeah, well, no, Godzilla is where kaiju comes from.
Monster.
Okay.
Thank goodness we got rid of the monsters. We only have demons left now.
We had some monsters.
The monsters. The demons are much worse. You can't attack them. They're outside in time and space.
I don't know, Chad. Did we have demons or monsters in the side chat earlier? I can't remember. It's people
Oh,
You're
those
assholes.
were trolls. Those were trolls.
Yeah.
They were a little under bridge residing. You know, Billy Goat Gruff and the troll. One of them's name was Dodgy or something like that. Dodgy.
Yeah, and it wasn't the Artful Dodger who.
Dodge King. That was it. Dodge King.
Dodge King.
Oops, sorry, that's my bad.
That's all right.
It was just about 3 MAGA trolls from somewhere.
Yeah,
somewhere. They caught a whiff of the stuff on that.
We threw one of them out. Another one come in to cry about it and said, "Well, he didn't even do anything wrong."
They've got to get the dicks hard somewhere because
they'll kick you out.
Yeah, they've got to get the dicks hard somewhere because they're miserable in life, and Trump's getting elected. So they've got to rub it in a bit because their lives are so fucking miserable. They can't help but make other people's worse.
Well, we didn't get porn bombed or anything.
These fucking people, man. People are too. I think. Do you know what I think? One of the most dangerous lies humanity's ever told itself is: we are just decent people. Everybody just thinks.
Compared to everybody else, we are.
Yeah, because everybody got. But the thing is what I've come to realize in the past year or so, really, is I think people like us that think maybe actually we should be a little inclusive and give a shit about people. We're in the fucking minority. We're in the extreme minority because people don't give a shit about other people.
Human.
Do you know what I mean?
Waste Human just jumped in here. Yeah, I know.
And like
I saw Dave in here earlier, right?
Yeah, Waste of Human's been in here a couple of times.
Yeah. Okay. The captive desk. Hey, old Bigfoot. Yep.
Yeah, we angered a bunch of Bigfoot people last night, so that was fun.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I had me and Dave were watching like the dumbest Bigfoot documentary. It's the most views of and like they just came in and they weren't saying anything, but they just kept on. That was the weird thing. They didn't shut the stream down. They just get suspended until we stop making fun of the movie.
Hey, Dave, you on Blue Sky? I'll send you a link if you want to come on. I don't even know if I got you in Discord, but you can find me on Blue Sky at WeSell.me. And it's Stephanie Sales in Discord. And so if you want a link, get a hold of me.
Yeah.
Listen, Tsunami, you missed it. You missed the money making time. What are you talking about?
Tsunami, I saw that you like. Do you keep ravens or do you just find them and make friends with them?
Or do you just quote them?
But see, that was where I was going with it. But not. I was going Discworld quote, not.
Okay.
Quote. It's my favorite raven in all of fiction. He gets really upset at Christmas because robins get all the attention. So he starts putting on like little bits of Ren tinfoil he finds because I'm a fucking robin. Car, motherfucker. Oh, I love Discworld.
We get the worm. We get we're the early bird. See, the robin is. We have lots of robins around here. and
crows.
hawks.
Mhm.
We have a lot of hawks.
Oh my god, tsunami! Right?
White-tailed hawks.
We don't have ravens where I am. Just crows. Have you ever read Thief of Time? If you have, you need to. If you haven't, you need to read that. That makes that joke quite well. I love that joke.
Yeah, I thought they were the same thing.
Yeah, ravens and thingies, crows are the same. They are the same. Just people call them different things in different places.
Oh, okay.
But there is
They're
a
very smart.
speciation. There is a minor speciation event happening with crows, so they will probably become different things.
Oh
They're
yeah.
going to take over the world as smart as they are.
Well, we brought shit everywhere, didn't we? So things are changing in different places. And evolution's starting to pop up in little places because it's been a couple hundred years. You know what I mean? Evolution is fast. We are slow.
Watch them take
Sorry, other way around.
watch them take nuts out into the middle of a busy intersection and let cars run over them and break the things.
Yeah.
And then they wait until the light changes.
Yeah.
And they go out into the intersection and get the nuts that were busted by the cars. That just blew my mind.
I love ravens and crows, man. They are like, there's such proof of how clever things can be when they're not humans. Do you know what I mean? More than like dolphins or dogs and stuff like that.
Now, dolphins are pretty smart, though.
No, they are. But what I mean is I think when people see dolphins or they see dogs doing smart things, they go, "Oh, people train to do that in some way." But when they see like a crow or a raven doing the really intelligent thing because they're really fucking smart, they go, "Oh shit!"
Like a dog, when it sees itself in the mirror, it like thinks there's another dog there.
It depends on the dog. Some dogs know it's them.
Well, yeah, some of them. But a dolphin, like they like painted painted some like color on their face or whatever, and the dolphins would look in the mirror and they would just laugh at themselves and they would just go up there and put their face.
Elephants have a similar thing, but what I mean is public perception, and people look at dolphins and they think of like Flipper or like SeaWorld and they go, "That's trained." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Horrific.
I don't like crows can be trained, but I don't think people look at crows and go, "Oh, that's a trained bird." They go, "Oh, my motherfucker, that's a bird doing a thing." Do you know what I mean? I think it's much more of a shock to them than a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, like I said, watching them throw those. I mean, they waited. The video I watched, they dropped the nuts out there in the middle of the intersection, let the cars run over, and waited for the light to change so that they were not going to get run over. And they would stay. They were standing like on the edge of the intersection, waiting for the light to change, and then they go running out there as soon as the light changes and get their nuts. And that just blew my mind. The
keep on fucking nodding like you can see me.
I was like,
no, it's great. I love that shit. That's why I make a joke of Attenborough being like Jesus, because I love all this animal stuff. You know what I mean? I love animals doing shit, and I love watching animals doing shit because I think people have this like kind of inbuilt thing where we're kind of different from animals in some way. You know what I mean? Because we can talk and we have the internet and all this different shit that we're not living the same kind of living beings they are. So we shouldn't treat them with any kind of respect. And it doesn't matter how much we love them. Do you know what I mean? These people that go around saying they love dogs, but what you need to do is you need to be the meanest to dogs. And like I used to be like that a little bit. I thought you had to dominate dogs a little bit. And then, you know, and like, no, you just got to be fucking empathetic with the fuckers. They want to be friends with you. So
I don't dominate anything very well.
I used to.
Yeah, my dogs never like trained to do anything.
Yeah,
like, you know,
like I wasn't being super nasty with him, but it was like, no, I'll stare you down, and you have to do what I say. And then there would be like this, like it was always when I first got a dog. And then I realized sometime in the past 10 years that is totally not what I'm supposed to do. And that's the most knobbish thing to do. You know what I mean?
So do you have cats?
No. I have ethical reasons.
At all.
I love cats, right? Don't get me wrong. I love cats. The little cute bastards, right? But also they kill everything.
Yeah, well, mine don't go outside, but mine have killed 5 mice so far this year. I'm pretty proud of them.
Yeah, mice I don't have problems with mice, but like in Britain, there's a real problem with everybody letting the cats out and then killing the voles, the hedgehogs, every bird living. Like cats are fuckers.
You see it there?
Was it this? I can't remember what island it is. There's some island off Australia or New Zealand it's the only time one solo creature is instincted an entire species. There was one cat that got brought onto an island from a guy who had a lighthouse, and he killed all the flightless birds on the island, and they were only indigenous to that island.
Yeah, that's sad, isn't it? Just
Yeah.
like what we did to the dodo bird. Look what we did to the dodo bird. I mean, they landed there, the Spaniards did, and those animals were so gentle, those birds were. And
it's
they
one of
just
them.
wiped them out.
Yeah. If people could keep the cats inside, I would be all on board with people keeping cats.
My cats stay inside, but they keep my mice killed around
And
here.
you're a cat owner I can respect. But people that let the cats out, I cannot respect them. They kill everything. And over here, people are evil, right? You think people in America are bad. You can't let cats outside around November because people strap fireworks to them and blow them up.
Oh my gosh! Don't talk about
We have a
that.
thing called Bonfire Night. You know
like
Guy
that with
Fawkes?
Black
You know V
Cats
for
here.
Vendetta? The stupid mask from V for Vendetta? That's from Guy Fawkes. And we have a thing called Bonfire Night when a Catholic tried to blow up the Protestant king, queen, whatever. So everybody on the 7th of November decides, and this is the thing, this is a national holiday. Everybody on the 7th of November builds effigies of Guy Fawkes and lights them on fire on top of a pyre and sets off fireworks. And British people are knobheads, right? British people like to see things suffer because everything's put upon them. So, and this is a real, and like, yes, maybe not all British people like this, but this is an actual real epidemic where this night happens and people let the cats out and they look for cats and they blow them up with fucking fireworks because Britain has this thing called chavs. It's council housed and violent. And
Yeah,
what it means is all people who are knobheads who just want to destroy stuff.
I don't like British people no more.
Man, hey, everybody in America has this really posh idea of Britain, and that's like literally 0.3% of the entirety of Britain. Most of Britain are these really poor scumfucks that really want to put everyone down all the time. I'm not even joking. I've lived in this place for 25 fucking years. No one in this country likes anyone else in this country. They all fucking hate each other because they have this British idea.
Yeah.
You can't voice your emotions, and because of that, they pretend to be friends with everyone and they hate everyone. So you get these, and everyone's so poor and disenfranchised, you get these groups of people and they hang around light posts and stuff like that on street corners. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. And they're called chavs.
Mhm.
And they burn everything down, like phone boxes, mailboxes, like anything that isn't a house that they can get done for, they will destroy the most as possible because the more you can destroy your surroundings, the happier they are. And that's like a real British phenomenon because these people don't want to approach problems. They want to fucking put them down underneath and ignore them and destroy everything around them because of it. And it's the fun of being ruled over by this entire like large rich class that says nothing new does matter. Like there's a British joke where you're in school and like you go to school and they go, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And you go, "I want to go to the moon." And they go, "No, you're British. Bring it down a little." And you go, "Okay, I want to be into physics." And they go, "No, you're British. Tone it down a little." And you go, "Okay, I want to own a company." And they go, "No, you're British. Tone it down a little." And it keeps on going down and down and down until you go, "I want to do garbage man. I want to be a garbage man." And they go, "No, you're British. Tone it down a little."
Well, I mean, no, but you can go
Just
into
a sec, sorry, Robin. Steph, Dave's just said he sent you a friend request. So
you can go into
I got it. I'm on it.
and speak, and you will be considered an expert because you got a British
slow and steady wins the race.
Well, in Britain, no one expects that anyone's an expert in anything. And if you actually know anything about anything, they don't like you. They really don't like you. There's like this weird thing they've built up about themselves.
I just have to wonder if this is an English thing or just UK wide.
No, it's definitely an English thing. The Scottish,
that's what I was about to say. The English are the nastiest pricks that ever walked the face.
They
of the
really
earth.
are.
I should know.
My girlfriend's just bought masks,
know.
so I have to say it's not about her.
Tsunami's backstage.
But like,
Oh,
no, the British really hate everything. Like, sorry, the English really hate everything. The Welsh are really nice people. The Scottish, of course, there's nice and knobheads everywhere for the opposite of what I'm saying. But the English, they really hate a lot of stuff because they're lorded over by everything. They feel like they have no point. So the more you destroy everything, these people have a thing of like, if you look across the street, like I'm a cis semi-white male. Like I'm mostly white, but my
Semi-white.
grandfather's American Indian, right? He's part of the Passamaquoddy tribe. But Passamaquoddy even, sorry. But like over here, they go, hey, you're just a piece of shit, right? So fuck you, fuck the things you make, and fuck what you do. And these people do it to everyone around them.
Yeah, we stay up some British guys that we like though. The rest is history, guys.
Yeah,
we really
like I said, this good English people. They're not all absolute cunts, but I'm talking about the general feel of what England's
I
like.
will take Dan Jones. I'll take the author Dan Jones and Idris Elba and everybody
You should take
else.
Terry Pratchett. People who don't say Terry Pratchett, it's just wrong.
I don't want to fuck him though.
No, okay. I didn't realize that sex was what he was talking about. That's fine. You don't want to fuck Terry Pratchett. That's cool. But he is one of the most clever people that's ever existed. People don't give him the credit for it.
Yeah, there you go.
He perfectly encapsulated wealth inequality. And people, you ever heard of the Sam Vine boots policy?
I have not.
So this is a Discworld thing, right?
The golden voice.
Hello.
So there's a thing in Discworld. I'll be quick. It's about the difference between why the rich are rich and why the poor are poor. And Sam Vines is
they have more money.
He's called Sam Vines. He's the head of the police, right? And he goes, the rich are rich and the poor are poor because of boots. When a poor man buys boots, and we're talking Discworld money, he buys a boot for 3 cents. That boot will last him a month. Next month, he has to buy another boot because the soles are worn through, and on and on and on. But a rich man, that person can buy a boot, and it will last him 30 years, and only pay $3.
I buy expensive boots, and
the poor man can't pay $3 because that's more than a year's wages, right? And we're talking Discworld money, right? He's saying so. The poor man has to buy and 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 buy it. So the poor man actually spends much more money than the rich man does all the time because the rich man doesn't have to replace things. And because of that, the poor stay poor, the rich stay rich.
Either.
Say again, sorry?
Also, you know what it makes me think of is it's just like paying rent. When you think about how much money adds up when you pay rent for fucking years and years, you could own multiple fucking houses.
Well, that's the problem we're actually having in Britain at the minute. All the rich people bought up all the fucking houses because Margaret Thatcher sold everything. So now rent's through the fucking roof and no one has a place to live.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher
that's the issue right around where I am. It's just it's become more and more and more and more and more of a
I get what you're saying, but Britain's different. Britain's had conservatives for 14 years and they've intentionally fucked everyone, right? So inflation in Britain, sorry, just a sec, tsunami. I don't mean to interrupt, but inflation in Britain. I'm a little drunk, so if I mix up words, it's not intentional.
Keep rolling, you're on a roll, keep going.
So in Britain, inflation has outrisen living wages for 14 years. Because by a significant number, it's been something like 25 to 35%. Because we've had a conservative government since 2010, and they have fucked everyone every year since they got in. We've got it like America. You guys, like, I'm not making the plight of America, the normal everyday American.
Okay, you don't have Trump. You don't have Trump.
No, I hate fucking Trump. What do you want about?
Okay, but you don't have Trump, so don't cry.
I'm not hating Trump. I don't like Trump.
I know, but
sorry.
It's not worse for you because you don't have Trump.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I was on about the cost of living crisis, not everything.
Well, you've got Keir Starmer, so that's shitty.
I mean,
yeah,
y'all
like,
Boris.
I wasn't on about everything. I was just on about the cost of living crisis. You guys,
I feel like the cost
Biden brought your inflation down much less than ours and brought up your pay a lot more than we did. We had Liz Truss. Liz Truss lost us $40 billion. And yes, to an American government, that means fuck all. We're a shitty UK government that makes no money because we haven't produced anything since the 1990s, right? $40 billion bankrupts our country.
Yeah, Boris
she lost that in a day. In a day. Because she fucking went stupid libertarian. So that knobhead in Argentina. Sorry, I'm too drunk. Argentina got all of his shit from Liz Truss, right? Because Liz Truss was led by fucking stupid interest groups like the IEA that said, fuck everyone except the rich people, right? And then sorry, just a second. Let me finish my rant. And then I'll shut up, right? Just let me finish my rant. So then they fucked the economy and knew that Labour was going to win, right? And Labour's the, in quotation marks, left-wing party of this country, right? So they knew Labour was going to come in and then fuck them for 5 years with emergency budgets that fucked them for 5 years because everyone on the right wing is trying to make everyone to be that fucking weak left-wing guy from fucking Hungary so everyone can get all Bannon. The idea that we're suddenly better because we've got because we've got Stammer and is silly. We're all fucked. These people have been working this out since the 1980s because fucking our cunt, Reagan and Thatcher, they made a plan in the 1980s to fuck everyone over, and everyone's been playing into their fucking hands since day fucking one. We're all fucked. There's nothing we can do now. But it's all right. We've got more technology, so it makes everyone in the populace seem like we have more power. We can do more shit. Blah 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 blah. It makes everything seem so much fucking easier. Even though they got less money, they got less this, they got less that, they got less fucking everything. And the second you say that things are going down, they're going to attack the gays, they're going to attack the trans, they're going to attack everything fucking else because. The whole West. Sorry, I'll just let me finish this last sentence, and I swear I'm done. Because the whole Western world and weird world, and by weird I mean Western, educated, industrialized. It's a psychological term. I can't remember the other ones. Something democracy. Mean apathy has fucked all of us, and the idea that all this is it's just all been progressing has fucked everyone.
I couldn't agree more.
Shit anymore.
Brexit did do a little damage to y'all's economy too.
A little.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just
that
a
was
little.
like the dumbest thing that,
But hey, it's what happens when right-wing ideology destroys everything and then goes, hey, by the way, did you notice how government doesn't work?
Well,
but it was like so obvious that even like I don't understand how that wasn't obvious that it was going to just completely fuck everything up. Like that.
I know.
But the point is nobody's had a good Sorry, Robin.
I listened to James O'Brien all the time, and he was trying to tell him the whole time. And
you know what?
There were people on there complaining because their fish and chips were not wrapped in newspaper anymore. That's why they voted for Brexit. Some of them voted for Brexit.
Right. Sorry.
Because
that's stupid.
Sorry, I have ADHD, so sometimes I feel like I need to butt in. I was here during Brexit. That's not why Brexit happened. That's absolute bullshit. Right? No, I understand. I understand what he was talking. I love James O'Brien and his whole compassion for the con man and like compassion for the con to no compassion for the con men thing really changed my thoughts on a lot of things, right? But Brexit happened because we haven't had a steady education system since the fucking 70s. Everyone has been making everyone stupider, seriously, by reducing the funds of education consistently for decades. Yeah. So it doesn't matter how much you make a decent erudite argument. It doesn't matter how much you actually fucking change things. People don't give a flying fuck because people don't understand what the change means because they're too fucking dumb.
Well,
yeah, we have
you've
that
still got Eton and Kiefer College, Oxford.
Eton and shit like that is only there for rich people that want to rule the world. Literally.
I know. Yeah, well, literally, exactly right. You know, it's.
Sorry, I was being a little condescending because I didn't thought you understand. That is entirely my fault. I'm very sorry, Steph.
I
said that bad. I didn't mean that. I meant that genuinely.
Is your PM an Eton fellow?
No, he's just a weird authoritarian lawyer.
Oh, okay.
He was like the head of the Crown Prosecution Service.
Thanks,
Peter. Through the end of not Blur, the Scottish guy after him. Fuck. I always confuse him with Terry Jones because he looks exactly like Terry Jones. and through the start of the conservative thing, and and to be honest, he's complete. I'm gonna not do the left-wing thing and say fascist. He's a complete law-abiding cunt. He's not fascist, but also he doesn't think that people should be able to better themselves because the law says "fuck you."
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention
All
that
right.
buying up everybody's houses. I just got one of those letters in the mail from one of the big companies wanting to buy my house.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Sorry, I was being very drunk and ignorant.
Oh, that's quite all right.
At least you have an excuse that way, though. See, when you got the drunk from it.
Your stream yesterday got a lot of views, Zach.
It did, and thank you, Dave. But I do also think that most of that only came from stupid Bigfoot people that wanted to shut the stream down.
I used to believe in Bigfoot.
It counts. It counts.
It does, but it also doesn't make me feel good about myself.
I used to believe in Bigfoot. There was a time when I believed in Bigfoot.
Wait,
Really?
what? Oh god,
I used to
that
believe
just
in
totally
Bigfoot.
derailed me from what I was about to fucking say. Oh my god, Robin, what?
I did. Well, it was back when I believed in magic too.
Hey, people can believe in whatever.
There's worse things to believe in.
That's what matters,
There's
right?
worse things to believe in than Bigfoot. I mean,
Yeah.
Dave.
I used to be an anti-SJW. I learned my lesson and became an SJW. So, like, people can learn.
it keeps Todd standing off the streets, right, Zach?
I'd like to think so, but it totally doesn't.
Oh, the whole reason why I even came up, before I fucking forget. Guy Fawkes Day, it wasn't that they were trying to blow up the fucking king and queen. They were trying to blow up the fucking parliament members that were basically in favor
Was
of
it?
persecuting Catholics.
I
That's why I did it.
thought it was because the king and queen was there as well.
No, the queen I definitely don't think was a part of it. It was James, right? It was.
Yeah,
the-
but
It was King James, and I
Yeah, but the thing
I
is,
believe
like-
he was scheduled to be in
But, like,
Parliament that
the
day.
king and queen are the head of like the Church of England.
Well, yeah,
Well, King
but they
Ja-
wouldn't
King
have been-
James,
they were
he
trying to
probably
blow
had
up
a
the parliament
boyfriend, not a
members that were
girlfriend.
supportive of laws that were being passed that would further restrict Catholics and basically make them recusants and take away their fucking property and all that shit. And the only
Oh, I
reason I
know.
know that is because my ancestor was one of the sitting members of Parliament when it happened, and he would have gotten blown the fuck up if that fucking plot had succeeded. We wouldn't have come over here, and maybe we wouldn't have the problem that we're dealing with today.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's my fellow Mayflower sister here with the history.
Now let's blame Steph for that. Yeah.
Oh my god, Jacob, I'm not anywhere. Jason, I called you Jacob. Freaking Jason, I'm nowhere near high enough. Excuse me. I'm running out of weed today. I'm trying to sell my adult contents, my adult wares, peddle my smut, so I can buy my herbal supplements. I'm
You
extremely
filthy heathen.
Yeah.
I've got some, but after this cold, I still can't hardly smoke. It's like there's just it did a number on the lungs.
Illness.
I see.
I wasn't really bad. I just had like a little cold, but the little chest thing's been lingering now.
No, I know, but RFK
getting
Jr.
annoying.
is now also the head of like medicine and shit of the U.S. government, so it doesn't exist. Don't worry about it.
That's right.
I'm gonna give me some horsey paste now. I'll be all good.
Exactly.
Yep.
See, if the
I
U.S. government says,
have ivermectin. I have a big old thing of ivermectin.
Yeah, if I ever want to get dewormed, that's where I'm going. I'm definitely going for the ivermectin.
Yeah, come on. I'll send you some. I bought some because we cleaned the reptile cages with it, like wipe it down.
Oh yeah,
and stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah.
makes sense.
I know this is going to sound weird. I kind of like envy you people living in America sometimes because I give a shit about all this stuff, and I live in Britain, and no one gives a flying fuck
About what?
anything that we're talking about right now. Anything, like literally any of it.
I mean,
Any of it. They go, well, you're an American. Shut the fuck up.
you can come
like,
over
who
here.
gives a shit?
You can come over here and like deal with like everybody has guns, and
I grew up in America. That's not that bad. Americans are nowhere near as violent as British people, so people with guns don't bother me.
They're ingesting horse armor and packing AR-15s.
Hey,
and,
British people do insane shit too, but British people also think that I'm just, stupid American, so I shouldn't have the right to say anything.
They're all
I'm just a
peeing
stupid
blue
American.
too for drinking methylene blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know, but like I'm just stupid American, so I'm like Burger King, I'm Ronald McDonald, I'm fucking
gun blue. Is that what that is, Dave? Gun blue.
Americans and British
It's
people are the same
methylene blue.
motherfucking thing. Americans are just British people that lost the fucking accent.
Nah.
That's all.
No, they're not.
Methylene blue,
No,
the
they're not.
same thing you
That's
played
just
around with
100% not
in
true.
high school science classes.
We speak. We're two countries separated by an ocean that think we're the same fucking country.
I was not British. I was never.
British people do not look at Americans as the same. They do not.
They certainly don't.
Yeah.
No, they look
No,
at
they
us
don't,
like
but if
fucking
you go
country
back and forth,
bumpkins
it's the
that
same
aren't
fucking
worth the
shit, it's
scum on their
same
shoe.
Stupidity. It's the same racism. It's the same poor educational system. It's the same shitty healthcare. It's the same.
What do you want about? We've got better
dumb-ass
healthcare than you.
shit.
Fuck off.
And it was caused by the
We've
same
got better
type of
healthcare and we've got better
institutional
education.
fucking
That's why they
bullshit
look down on us.
on both sides.
Nah, no, I'm sorry, it's just not
that are
true.
running the world. So.
Oh, it's
Just not true.
absolutely true. That's absolutely
No,
true.
it's not.
They imported
I've
our
experienced
fucking bigotry
both.
from England.
Hi,
That's where it
I lived in
started.
the UK and I've
That's
lived
where
in
we brought it
in
from.
America. They are not the same. Britain education is much better. Britain's
You said that
education
was
is
Were
much
you
better.
just whining about the educational system being so bad that people are so stupid they don't even fucking understand the very basics?
You're
I mean,
you're contradicting.
I didn't say it was brilliant. What I said was it was better than America.
Yeah, that's a low bar right there.
That's all I said.
You
It's
didn't
better
sound
than America
Christian.
because
I would
it
say
is
that
better than
the
America.
college, the university system, yes, is definitely better. But
Our school system is better as well. What do you want about? Britain's school system is better. It's not great in the world, but it's better than America.
Well, that's a high bar.
What's the?
Hey, that's all I
statistic for
said.
the-
I didn't
how
say
many
we were
average
brilliant in the world.
American-
I just
how many
said
average Americans
Britain is better than
attend
America in
college
those
versus
respects.
How many British people attend college? What's the average?
Actually, more people British people attend college because college is very different in Britain than it is in America. College isn't university. College is called A level, and it's something that you automatically have to do after you finish high school at 16. Sorry, it's 18 now. It got changed a couple of years ago. So at 16, you finish high school and you go to college, which is A level, and you do that for 2 years. So the equivalent in America would be university level. There's not a big in Britain. There's not a. It is. I mean,
that sounds,
I did
that
it.
sounds significantly worse, but
Well,
I mean,
was
our
listening to
grades are
Alex
better. We
O'Connor.
teach
They
people to actually learn
place
things.
you and stuff too, don't they?
Yeah, like we don't get taught creationism in any school. Any.
you don't. But you have a king that's the head of your church.
Hey,
so
that has nothing to do with the education
pretty
system.
sure that's a little bit different.
No, I
I
know,
wasn't
but
taught
I'm talking about the
I wasn't
education
taught
system, which is
creationism
not
in
as
any
the same as
school.
the monarchy.
I was never taught creationism in any of my schools ever.
You're very lucky. I
Even
was.
in the Catholic school that I went to, I was taught about evolution. But
So was I.
didn't have
That's
to take,
Catholic-
I did
that's
not
Catholicism,
have to take any
right?
allegiance to the
I
church.
was taught. I lived in Bangor, Maine, and I was
Or to
very
the
much
Church of
taught
England.
creationism.
Or rather, the Church of America, because there isn't one. We don't have
Right,
one.
but Britain
Our head
doesn't.
of state is not connected to any national church. It hasn't been
But
like
the head
that.
of state doesn't affect the
Y'all have had
education
that
system.
problem for,
The
what,
educate.
500
The
plus
king
years?
does not. The king queen does not affect the
500
education
fucking
system.
plus
Yikes,
years, and
here
y'all
we
haven't
go.
gotten the
He
fucking
just
balls to
doesn't.
overturn that shit. You still have a fucking king.
Yes, we do, and it's really
500
fucking stupid. But
500
pretending that he
fucking
affects
years
the
and he
creation.
doesn't have a fucking king.
Yes, it's
This
really
fucking
dumb that we have a
king
king. I
has
completely
the
agree.
fucking
Somebody,
goddamn king.
somebody.
But the idea that the king controls our government is a little
Yeah,
silly.
Hey,
British
hey.
people and Americans are not the same because we.
Hey,
actually
you
have
told me to
fucking
shut up
balls.
about
We
your
have a
country, and I'm
fucking
from there.
spine.
So
We ain't gonna
Oh my
fucking stand for that
goodness.
shit. We're not gonna
What
fucking
is
deal with
going
the king.
on?
Absolutely not.
she just doesn't like
Definitely
it
not
very
the
much.
same.
I didn't learn any creationism in school. So
Yeah, they don't teach it over here. They get angry at it.
I was very naive that the movement even existed. I just assumed, I was just a regular kid going to high school to, learning biology, and I just assumed that everybody else had the same classes. I was naive as to what was going on in our country, teaching nonsense in science classes.
I think moving over here was my biggest eye opener. Like I started to listen to Colin when I was 10, and that was nothing compared to moving to a different country. the way the rest of the world talks about the rest of the world is so different than America. And it was such a shock to me. Do you know what I mean? And it astounded me. It completely fucked my trust of everything, to be honest.
There's like bubbles here that are normal, I guess.
I mean, I've been to England exactly once, actually, and I will say England because I never got. It was basically land at Gatwick, drive to Southampton, get on a ferry, actually drive to Hamble, work on a boat for 2 days, and then sail across the Solent to the Isle of Wight and hang out on the Solent. But it was you knew you were in a foreign country.
Let's put it this way:
very different.
I've been multiple times, and I do not feel like it did not feel like a foreign country. That was the first thing that I noticed.
I mean, where have you been?
As a kid, the first time that I went, I was like, "Geez, this is."
Britain is nothing like America. It's just not. We speak the same language and we have stores and houses, but it's not like America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I've lived here for 25 years, and I lived fucking 15 in America. They're not the same. They're just not.
I felt it was quite a bit different.
So, like, racism is a good example, right? Racism in America is very outward, and it's very fuck you, right? It's very, you're black, you're from this country, you're from that country, you're this brown, you're this, right? Fuck you. Whereas in Britain, it's like, no, we should all get along, right? No, just like, can I finish my example first? Can I finish my example first? In Britain, it's like, hey, do you know what? Yeah, we are all different, right? But we're the best, low key, right? So we'll accept you coming over here, and we'll accept you doing this, and we'll accept you doing that. But, when we make fun of you for being American, for being fat, or we say you're a Yank because you're dumb, or whatever, you have to accept it. You just have to accept it because it's good old-fashioned family racism, right? And it's not really that bad. It's just what everyone knows. Whereas in America, when they do the racisms, they know it's racism. Whereas in Britain, they think it's ingrained, and this is just the way it is.
The Irish
very different.
The chat. Yeah, it's definitely not like we accept everybody. That's never been a fucking thing in England. Damn sure the fuck it's not. That's why y'all have had a fucking recent goddamn fucking riot targeting fucking Muslim people after a fucking goddamn English motherfucker committed a
because Nigel Farage is a cunt.
Because damn sure that British people do not accept fucking Muslims. They do not accept
said they
Hindus.
did.
They do not accept fucking Caribbean people. They do not accept fucking anybody.
The Windrush is a disgrace.
They are just as motherfucking racist. Just because it comes with
that's not what I said. Did you listen to what I said? What I said is in America they feel a little bit more ashamed about it, whereas in Britain it seems a little bit more ingrained, like it's the obvious way you have to think. I never said the British people were good. I'm not fucking dumb. What I said was it was different.
Okay.
Time out.
Yes, it is. It is.
The Irish have entered the chat in the Welsh and India. The whole fucking country of India.
Yeah. And the Danes are.
All
we
right,
can all agree that the Danes are right out.
Okay, sorry. If I made it out like if everyone made it out like I think the English did, like accepting, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that the Americans feel a little bit more ashamed about the racism than the British do. The British kind of expect. No, they totally do. Seriously, I've spoke to both. The British kind of think that you should agree with them a lot more than the Americans do. Like Americans will say to you, I know a lot of people don't like me for saying this sort of thing. Whereas the British, if they start slagging off people for a certain reason, and there's very certain reasons I'm on about. If you're American, you're dumb and you're fat. If you're Germans, you're a Nazi. If you're French, you're a cheese-eating surrender monkey. They have very certain stereotypes for each place. Right? And if you accept those stereotypes of that place, they love you and they don't say really evil things like, I really hate Americans, but you're different. You know what I mean? Because you accept their version of racism.
Well, I'm not too fond of
racism is a lot more expectant to be accepted in Britain than it is in America. Maybe it was just Maine. Like, again, okay, fair enough. I'm from Maine. Maybe that's just a Maine thing, right?
Yeah, Maine is
I'm going to pull out my old paper hat from McDonald's that I got when I was a kid, when Cub Scouts used to get tours of McDonald's and stuff like that. And I've still got that old paper hat, with the netting on top. I'll pull that out if I ever visit the UK, so everybody will be friendly to me.
No, they won't. British aren't friendly to people they like.
Hello, Weston.
Sorry, English.
Actually, I'd like to go a little further north and visit Scotland. Because
Scotland is amazing.
My grandfather was an immigrant, so
I love Scotland.
I'd like to go up there.
Sorry, Sue keeps on trying to say something.
All I said was Maine is significantly less trashy than large swathes of America.
All right, so if
I would say that's true.
If my opinion is influenced by that, then I will accept that because I am from Maine. You know what I mean? Like, Maine didn't seem as bad as Britain does. Like, Britain really expects you to be okay with their racism. Like, not like, oh, it's an edgy thing to do. It's just like, no, this is the normal thing to think. Why don't you think this as well?
I think you need to come to the South.
Come to visit, Florida or Kentucky or Mississippi. Yeah.
I mean, I'm very well acquainted with Florida. Most of my a lot of my family retired and moved to Florida. So
I would not recommend anybody go to Mississippi. Don't go there. Don't go there. Or Alabama. Just don't go there.
Sue, can we finally agree that that's 100% correct? Can we agree on something for a change? That's 100% correct. No one should go to Mississippi.
No,
or Alabama.
I also agree.
It's like the anus of America.
Yeah.
Alabama or Mississippi?
Both.
Mississippi.
They're next to each other. They're not close enough.
Bad. Mississippi usually ranks
I would never
worst on everything.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Yeah, Mississippi's like the anus. Yeah.
I hear they do the old break your taillight thing and give you a ticket and search your car and harass you. It's still that far.
Dave, I'm brown. They fucking kill my ass. If I drove through the wrong town.
That too. Yes.
They're very poor, and they have like huge teenage pregnancy rates, even better, worse than Kentucky's. And Kentucky, they were pretty high, but they're actually fourth now, so they've moved on up. I mean, down. They've actually gotten better, but yeah. And PC's right. Louisiana is not ranking up there at the top of the stack either.
Well, yeah, especially northwestern Louisiana, where the Speaker of the House is from.
The one closest to Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Do you know what?
No, isn't he's more close to Oklahoma and Texas, isn't he? Is that northwestern
can I ask
part?
you a question? Can I ask Tsunami a question? Why do you not like me? Why do you think I'm a prick?
Huh?
I'm here.
Every time me and Tsunami react, she acts really badly to me. And I want to know why.
Tsunami's not acting bad at all.
This is Tsunami. This is Tsunami. I mean,
because it seems like we
yeah,
want.
that's probably you don't know me well enough, Shaky.
No. This is the problem.
This is the truth.
Right.
Tsunami's on her best behavior right now. Actually, I think.
No, this is my problem.
Pretty close.
We basically agree on everything. We just have a different order of importance. Why is that a big difference?
Okay, wait. I have a question to ask. If I
Can you answer mine first? I asked it first. Come on, let's be fair.
You don't let her talk.
Sorry, just a second. Does it directly relate to what I asked?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Go on.
If I was a guy, do you think that I would be coming off?
I would still think you're a dickhead.
Strong?
No, I would still think you're a complete asshole. You told me as an American that I shouldn't care about what happens in America.
I told you that as a British motherfucker that you.
I'm not British. I'm American.
I said that as somebody living in England, as a British fucking national, that what you say about our elections has very little weight, especially if you're going to criticize the Democrats. Absolutely, I don't have time.
Yeah, of course I'm going to criticize the Democrats. They're my side. I should be able to criticize them.
I don't got time for it. Everybody wanted to play around with this motherfucking election, and people couldn't let Biden run again. Everybody wanted to fucking play around. Y'all can deal
What the fuck does that have to do with me, dickhead? I didn't say anything about Biden with that.
Okay, wait, whoa.
I didn't say anything about that. Why are you putting all this stuff on me? I didn't say that.
You have a mute button, Steph, don't you?
I
didn't say that. What I said is I think trans rights are really important, but I think it's easier to get trans rights and gay rights and stuff like that if we care more about you know, fucking the money that everyone gets. Oh, there's a specific word I'm looking for. I'm drunk. I can't remember this. The economy, like fucking, if we make everyone have more money, right? We'll make people treat better because they can't other people. That's all I fucking said.
But here's what you don't understand, Zach, is that there are parts of America that do not give a shit if everybody else has money.
So what?
They don't actually want other people.
We're never going to get 100% acceptance, right? So
we're not even half right now. That's
right. But the thing is if we cared more about wealth inequality, that was the word I was looking for. I think it would be much easier to make gay rights, trans rights, all this different stuff happen. Look at the 90s. No one gave a shit. And even these right-wing fuckers now, they look back at stuff. No, just exactly can I finish my point? Because I'm very drunk and I'm not going to remember it. They're not going to
care about wealth inequality. The thing about it is they don't.
No, I get that. No, this is why I'm saying me and Tsunami agree on so much stuff. I don't get why we have to be antagonistic. I just think there's a different order. And just because I live in Britain doesn't mean I'm not an American citizen. And the only other person I've heard say shit like that is Sargon of Akkad, and I don't like it.
Do you have dual citizenship, or are you just a British national?
No, right. So no, my situation's complicated, right? So what happened was I was kidnapped over here when I was 15, right? By my mother. I tried to get dual citizenship. She told me I did, but didn't, right? So actually, I still have to live off an American passport, and I am still technically an American citizen without anything else. And yes, I know you're not going to know that because that's
not anymore.
So what? Sorry?
Aren't you like 30? You're not 15 anymore. Haven't you handled that paper?
No, I've only just found out recently. So what happened was the government gave me a national insurance number, which is basically a social security number, which until the conservatives demanded that you had to have fucking physical ID for everything, was all I needed. So until literally 4 years ago, I didn't know that none of this stuff had happened. So I've lived here for 20 years under the pretense that I've had dual nationality. And I didn't know that till recently. But I am still American. I still grew up in America. And I am still from Maine. And I can still give a shit about things that happen in other countries that aren't in the one that I am.
So
and I still agree with all of your aims.
My opinions about Keir Starmer? Do you care about my opinions about the Labour Party? Do you care about my opinions about Brexit?
You know what, Sue? If you say I can't talk about America, yes, I do care that you're talking about it. Because it's called reciprocity, right? Reciprocity says I should treat you as you treat me. So, if I am not allowed to talk about America, you are not allowed to talk about the UK while I'm here. But I don't really think that.
Nobody said
I'm sorry, Steph, can I finish? I don't really give a shit about that. You should be able to talk about whatever the fuck you want about, right?
No.
Because we're human beings.
Talked on my own fucking channel. I think that's wonderful.
Sorry, I was just trying to finish my sentence. That's all.
Okay. Well, let's turn the heat down a wee bit. And by the way, this is reminding me of the late lamented Gurr and Gurr Streams, which somebody was talking about. How come we don't have dumpster fires anymore? Well, this could be one. I don't know.
Sorry, my whole point is just I don't care what the fuck you talk about, but if you tell me I can't talk about it, then I care. That's
nobody ever said you can't talk about it.
You did. You literally said I couldn't talk about it because I didn't live in Britain.
So extra sensitive right now. It's ridiculous. No, I didn't. I said that I don't care. I personally don't care about whatever opinion you express as much. That's not limiting you. That's not telling you can't say shit. It's not my channel. It was not in my chat. I have no control over what you say, nor do I really care. That's literally the point that I'm making.
All right, then if I misunderstood it, then I 100% apologize. If I misunderstood it, that's my fault.
Let's.
I'm just
like even if it wasn't my channel, I'm not gonna fucking. I'm not telling anybody they can't fucking have.
Just said I'm sorry. That's the way it was.
We can have. Okay, I'm gonna. I hate to do this, but
that's fine. It's your channel.
We can have. We can discuss anything. Best to do it with a certain amount of listening from time to time. Just saying. And especially, if someone else in the room has something to say, maybe listen to them too. But I really enjoy both of you being here, so. And I appreciate it a lot. All right.
That's fine.
Nobody's
The
muted
Indian blood in me
anymore.
will always
Everybody-
react to the
I was
British
only being a
strongly.
bit rude. Sorry.
Get him on mute. Now we're both talking.
The
Sorry.
Indian and the Irish blood in me is always going to react to the English strongly.
That's right.
natural.
There you go. Yeah.
Hey,
That's it.
I'm part,
Go
English,
after-
I'm part
go-
Irish and Scottish. I understand.
Go after the pommy bastards. That's the way.
I wasn't trying to be rude to you, Steph. I just wanted to finish my sentence. I apologize.
I just can't hear that well. So if I'm over talking, it's because I can't really fucking hear that well.
Yeah, I get you.
It's one of those things with me, Sue. It just always seems like we're button heads, and I really don't understand why. I feel like we agree on so much. That's my
Okay. Have you ever seen a hammerhead shark?
Yes.
That's basically me. That's how I evolved.
Right, but we're human beings, and we should know when people
I'm
are
not
kind
a
of
human
at least a bit
being.
nice.
I'm
No,
a
no,
fucking
no.
hammerhead
I
shark.
have intermittent explosive disorder. I get what your point is. I'm just trying to speak to you like I would speak to myself, and if that's not the correct way, I'm sorry.
I would speak
Well,
to myself.
I for one am looking forward to changing back to incandescent lights because I just so miss those. It's been a top priority of mine.
Oh no!
And I'm glad the new administration is on it. So
you know where incandescent lights come in really handy, Dave. I don't know if you're aware of this, but if you're living in a trailer in Maine and it's winter, you take that in and all your plumbing is underneath the trailer. You want to take that incandescent light bulb and stick it in where the well pump is. That'll keep that water running. If you don't do it when it's below 10 degrees, your pipe's going to freeze. So there you go. That's a use for incandescent lights.
we all learned about it because the last real super freeze we had was just about the time my brother and my mother both had moved into mobile homes. And guess what they were doing in the freezing weather? Putting tape on. And then 2 years, last year or the year before, we had a cold snap. It hit my son's place. And he, because he moved into where my mother used to live, or the same park. And because again, the rent, you're talking about rent, he couldn't afford an apartment in town. So he had to live in a trailer park outside of town just to afford. And he just ended up buying it because it was cheaper than renting or whatever. But anyway, so he ended up buying a salamander. So he's got a salamander now because of exactly what you said, Steph, right at the well pump there. That's where it froze. So he's got a salamander now, which is like a giant hairdryer. And he's got to bust that out to thaw the thing out. And that's their equipment, from the park. And it's not insulated or anything. They just hang out of the ground and freeze.
No, in the place I lived, it was the well pump was pretty well insulated, but anytime the temperature got below 10 degrees Fahrenheit, you better have something in there or it's going to be hell to pay.
Well, his place is well insulated. His pipes and everything are good. It's just where it comes off the well that it freezes, and you're just as screwed. Yeah.
I don't know. Does insulation really mean that much in Maine?
Yes.
A few degrees so your pipes don't explode. Yeah.
I lived in well-insulated houses. I was still fucking freezing every second of the day.
Well, it's
during winter, of course. During winter, of course.
Yeah, it's a matter of not bursting your pipes. So.
Yeah.
Bursting your pipes, that's just a Maine normality. And of course, I've not been there since the 90s, so maybe it's changed. But,
I'm just about to check. What is the temperature? It's cold out here right now.
Since the 90s.
It is 10 here.
Right now it is 20 or -7, -7, and it's supposed to be 3 Fahrenheit tonight.
This country would die if that happened.
It's 54 degrees here.
Oh,
that's cold for Florida.
My mom and dad are in Florida.
It's cold for anywhere, Steph. It's cold for anywhere.
That's cold for Tampa.
Maine and Massachusetts gives us a weird representation of this shit.
We got a minus tomorrow, but tonight's going to be 8. That's Fahrenheit for you, Zach.
People, I live in Britain, right? And people think weird of me because when it gets to 25 degrees, I'm still wearing like normal pants and no coat.
My older boy probably has shorts on today outside. He's one of those. So
we do have the moderating influence of the Atlantic Ocean, which is sorely lacking in Ohio and places like that, Ohio, Kentucky, and all
Very
that.
true.
We
get the opposite of that.
Well, I'm in the valley here, so we're in a good stable area. A lot of the storms miss us, the tornadoes miss us, and so being in the valley where we're at here, so it's not a bad deal, except for a couple real hot days and a couple real cold days. Most of the time, it's not too bad here.
Well, Britain's the biggest example of global warming and climate change because Steph there in Maine, she gets the Gulf Stream coming up from Florida.
So you don't think that California
No, really.
might be?
No,
Gulf
you
Stream
do though.
Gulf Stream heads offshore off of North Carolina.
I know, but my point is like
shit.
part of the reason of the rise in the Atlantic and the Bay of Funding in Maine is because of that. Whereas in Britain, we used to get hit head on with the jet stream, right? Like, so all the
I think
warm
maybe
water would come up from the
California
Caribbean,
is
it would run past the eastern seaboard, and it would hit Maine. But in Britain, that's now hitting Spain and like stuff like that because I keep on moving like I've got a camera on me. It keeps on moving down up. The jet stream keeps on moving up and down because of climate change. And people look at that and they go, "Nah, it's all right. It's just weather patterns. It's not climate change. The climate isn't changing." I know Britain is colder and like has all this snow and all this shit, but it's always been that way, right? I remember seeing videos of Britain in the 70s that were exactly like this because it's the 70s. That was only 50 years ago. You know what I mean? I seem to have taken over everything. I started talking about. Do you know what?
Steph has disappeared. She went out to
Yeah.
probably.
Sorry, I've got like depression and fucking mental problems. So every time shit like that happens, my head goes, "Of course it's me."
I wanted to say hello, Bree. Good to see you. And
I love you, Bree. I just never see you on anything.
And also, Jason, you can make a crack pipe out of a tar gauge. Yes.
You can? I didn't realize that.
Yes, tar gauge. And
Will it still work as a tire gauge, or does that ruin the
I think
application?
you have to like gut the tar gauge part out of it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You can just like get one just about anywhere though. You know what I mean? Like anywhere there's an air pump thing usually. Just a little Brillo and a tar gauge.
I miss being a Maine. I was looking at fucking shit. Sorry, I'm too drunk for this shit. I saw all that shit from Southwest Harbor and shit, and I've gotten all sentimental. Sorry. You guys carry on. I'll think of something intelligent to say in a minute.
Steph is talking to to Jehovah's Witnesses at the back door.
I miss Jovos and fucking Mormons coming up.
They don't come by here anymore. I'm on the list, I guess. And I was very nice to them and everything. I just challenged them a little bit. I've got one without the corner house over here. I can see the JW, okay, the church. Yeah, and it's beautiful over here. They just put up the iron gate fencing all the way around it. They're doing all right. That stuff ain't cheap. But yeah, I can see them here, and yeah, they don't come by here. They haven't for more than a decade.
I'll be putting fences up too.
It's a beautiful fence, but I know I'm doing some fencing and pricing stuff. Well, I put up my own fence, so I'm.
No, I know, but come on! Oh, look at them over there. They've got a beautiful fence.
It is a beautiful fence. It is. It's a nice building. It's not very churchy. It looks.
They've got a really nice fence. Have you seen that fence? Mwah,
It is a
mwah,
nice fence.
mwah.
Good.
I thought you
I'm a
were
home improvement guy. I'm you know,
We're back.
you know.
No, Dave, I'm just seeing how in some ways I very much love you. You're a great guy. Do you know what? There's no do you know what, Sue? I know we've had slight disagreements. You know who the fuck I am. But, you know, I like everyone in this room. And maybe I'm too drunk. That shit's great. Like, fucking, I think part of it is people get too much on certain sides and decide that, hey, there's only a certain way you can go. And if you don't fucking think it's that way, then fuck you. And I guess that's the problem, isn't it? No one wants to admit they're on the same side as fucking anyone anymore. Do you know what I mean?
No,
you get below a certain age and they're like, it's not my side, fuck you. Maybe it's just me.
Well,
no, there's a bad side. Yeah.
Yeah. To quote Treebeard, I'm not altogether on anyone's side because no one's altogether on my side.
Jason, true. Jason.
My problem is my brain's dumb, and I think a lot of people are on my side, and then reality shows me that is most definitely not the case.
It's really kind of disappointing when you find out that someone's not.
I mean, to be honest, my most disappointing revelation ever happened last year in about March when I realized that actually me thinking that people should get along and we shouldn't give a shit about silly differences like gender and stuff like that, like, was the minority group. That fucked me up so much. I've never recovered from that. Like, we're the minority. And
yeah.
It's not going to win. And I think that's what bothers me. All this stuff, it doesn't matter.
And we're the ones
people don't give a shit.
Have to explain where we get our morals from.
I think I have to blame people. I don't think it's just where we get our morals from. I think people don't want to be on the bottom rung. So if you put other people on the bottom rung, it doesn't matter because it's not them.
My older son was asked about religion, and he said, my religion is I turn out to be an asshole. And I was like, I'll take that.
Everyone on the left thinks we're assholes. That's my point.
I was wondering, Weston asked the question, what do you think about Taiwan, specifically moving there to get out of America? I don't think that's a particularly good move on account of the fact that the People's Republic of China is one of the worst places on earth for trans people.
And Trump just literally got elected.
And I'm not really sure, you know, the People's Republic of China has been building landing craft at an increasingly rapid pace.
Yeah, and the United States has already like given, you know, like turned their back on Ukraine, and you know, Taiwan will be next.
Can I ask a worrying question that people have got angry at me for? How racist?
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
How racist and transphobic and stuff is actual Donald Trump? And I don't just like, of course he is, right? Of course bits of it are. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there's no.
Zach. To be honest, I don't know.
You gotta fucking repeat the question.
I want to know.
I don't know, man.
All right, I'm going to ask it fully with no interruptions because mine has got angry at this before, and I want to phrase it better, right? Because it's not what I think, right? I know Trump is a racist, transphobic piece of shit. That's not the point I'm making. My point I'm making is how much of it is it because it's a grift?
It's a grift.
Oh no!
It really doesn't matter the reason.
No.
It does. It totally does because you have to approach it.
Before he ran for
asked
office.
The question. You asked a question.
Sorry, I was replying to Robin. It's fine.
You asked a question.
Yeah.
I will attempt to answer it. And if you would do me the same courtesy as I've done you, don't talk over me.
I was replying to Robin. Go on.
Okay. So, the Trump family has an incredibly long and well-established tradition of racism, which includes the largest equal opportunity in housing fine ever issued to anyone in U.S. history. So, yes, it's not an act.
I suppose, no. Like, I'm not saying it's an act. I know he's racist and stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he a bit racist and it's mainly his fans driving him on?
Did
Or is
she
he
answer that?
really racist and he's driving his fans on?
Really racist.
She answered that.
He really is.
He's really
He's
racist.
really
Plays it
dumb.
up for his base because his base.
Because he
is
seems
really,
like too
really
much of a.
racist.
See, no, I get this
I
shit.
agree.
Right? No, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to like make excuses for him. That's not my point. That's not my point at all.
You
Well,
know
agree.
what? You asked the
My
question
point
and I didn't
is-
answer.
No, I know. I don't want people
You
thinking.
don't want to
I'm trying
accept the
make excuses
answer?
for him.
You don't like the answer? I mean,
No, that's fine. I was just trying to point. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. That's not my point.
Okay.
I know.
No, fair enough. Go on.
So
take a
yeah,
vote. We vote.
yeah. He's
Sorry, Robin wanted to
Trump
say
is-
something. I'm deferring.
Trump is incredibly racist and has
I
been
get
his whole
that.
life.
My point was, I don't understand. The point I don't get, right, is I don't get how racist he is and how transphobic he is and how all these anti-everything he is and how much the crowd is leading him that way.
I
That's
think
my
I
point.
don't know.
Go ahead, Bree.
I would say,
Oh,
like,
by the
as
way,
far
hi.
as
Thanks for joining.
hello,
Yeah, hello.
Extra link.
I've never spoken to you before, so hello.
Hi, I'm Bree. So as far as I don't think Trump understands transgender people enough to be transphobic. I think someone told him trans are bad people. Trans women are bad people trying to get into the bathroom to look at little girls or some shit like that. So we want you to be against it, and he said, "Okay, I'm against it." Regardless of the fact that he bragged about going backstage and looking at little girls changing at his beauty pageant, that's neither here nor there, because he wasn't wearing a dress when he did it. I guess I don't know, but he's not. I don't think he understands. I think he is racist. Himself. I think his dad taught him to be racist, though, at least in his business practices.
Yeah, no, see, that's the line I'm trying to distinguish, right? I understand that Trump is a prick and he has all these thoughts. My overlying point is how much of it is actually what Trump thinks and what he's letting people believe. Because
that's the problem. Does he think? Does he think is the problem?
Yeah.
So okay, I'm with Bree. In the racism department, he's all in. He's always been a racist son of a bitch.
Yeah, I remember Trump taco balls.
Okay, on the gay, on LGBTQ issues, that's where he's following the crowd there. I really think he is because he never used to give a fuck. I mean, the guy used to hang out at Studio 54.
He's on video saying, "What difference does it make who uses the bathroom?"
Right.
So
he's
he does. He's got a finger in the wind.
If Caitlyn Jenner visits the Trump Tower, she can use whatever bathroom she wants.
Yeah, he said that. And my mic, it was my end, not Stephanie's, by the way, Jason. Thank you. I just have my volume bumps down when I switch apps.
I turned you way the hell up, and now you're peeking out. So
We were both loud, so yeah. That was kind of my point. I understand he's an irrepressible piece of shit, right? That's never been my point. It's always been how much of it is him and how much of it is he's a sociopathic piece of shit that cares more about power and will lead where everyone leads him. Because I think both of those things need different responses.
He thinks he's turned up the pressure in the mains. So, it's hard to figure out what is not going on in his head. You can't turn up the water pressure in the mains. It's not a high pressure system.
What?
Sorry, to me, he seems like the whole point is he's found certain buttons that people more often than not are going to agree with him with, and that's what he gives a shit about more. Because he doesn't give a shit about whether women have rights or gays have rights or trans or any of that bullshit.
Well, if he had been running for office in the 60s, he would have ran on a George Wallace type campaign.
Oh, he
if
was
he
a
if he'd
Democrat.
run in the '90s, he would have been anti-gay all across
Well,
the
he
board.
was
He would
though,
have
wasn't
been.
he? He was anti-gay because he funded Hillary Clinton to be in part of the Senate. This is part of the reason I think these things. He said in his autobiography that he wrote in the 90s, if he was going to be president and control people, he would do it from the right wing because they're fucking idiots and they're easy to control. And he, from like
Now that was fake.
He said
That was actually fake.
Funded Hillary Clinton.
Educated.
It's all about who's going to give him more money. And then recently, after Obama in 2010, 2011, insulted him at some fucking, not the State of the Union, the stupid press dinner they all have together, insulted him, right? He wouldn't have given a flying fuck because he doesn't give a flying fuck.
Well,
he's a sociopath that only cares about what's going to give him more power.
But he started that. He started that. He was already spreading the rumor that Obama was a Muslim who was from.
Right. Can I ask
Yes, because
after
he is
9/11?
racist. Because he is actually racist. That is not a grift. That is not a fucking joke. That he is a racist. And somebody forgot,
I understand he's
he
racist.
was the person that called for the execution of the 5 wrongfully convicted, wrongfully accused boys in the Central Park rape case. I don't know if anybody forgot
Central Park
about that.
5.
But that was
Yeah.
solely because they were black.
And he made up the story about the people, the Muslim people dancing on the roofs after 9/11. Total bullshit. But he was
He's as racist
said
as
that-
he needs to be.
I don't think.
So I think
I don't
so
think
Zach,
any of you understanding the question I'm asking.
Yes,
I
we do.
understand he's a
We've
prick.
answered
And
it.
I
I
think
think
for these reasons. My
It's been
point
answered
is,
like 10
is how
different
much
ways,
is
dude.
actually things he wants to do, and how much he's doing just because that's what
The only things that he actually cares about doing are things that enriches Trump. Everything else he's doing is to shock and awe his fan base.
No,
So-
that's why I'm. That's why.
He's
I asked this
99%
question.
racist.
I
well,
agree.
except
100%
for the
con man.
racism stuff, I think he sincerely does not like the black people.
No, that's
And he
fine.
thinks the Jew and he thinks the
That's
Jews
not
have
fine. That's not
exactly
what I mean.
one use, and that's
Yeah.
being his
Taking care of his money.
Yeah.
Yep.
taking care of
Yeah.
his money.
He doesn't like
He
said
is
it.
he
Yeah,
is a
yeah.
fundamentally racist piece of shit.
Of course he is.
I don't
My-
think please.
Yeah, fair
I'm
enough.
trying. Well, I believe, and you can agree or not, but I believe he's fundamentally a racist piece of shit. I don't think he really gives a fuck about the LGBTQ issues.
agree.
I think he's using that because
Voters.
it's because it is low risk, big reward. I've said that at the beginning of somewhere when we first started talking about
100% agreeing
stream.
with what I think. I 100%
Okay.
agree.
Great.
I'm not trying to excuse him for his bullshit.
He's
thing.
98%
That's
racist.
not my point. My point is that he's an oligarchic piece of shit in how much is actually what he believes and how much is what he's extending to make other
I'll
people
say it
believe.
again,
Because
and then we're
both of
going to
those
drop the
things
topic.
require different
I'll
approaches.
say it again. Then we're going to change the subject
No,
and
it's
go
fine.
on or explore it more deeply. I'll say it again. He does believe in the superiority of the white race.
No,
Yeah.
Specifically the
Yes.
white Christian race.
I agree.
He does believe that to his bones. He was
Right.
raised
But does he
with
agree that 100% or 10% and fascism and power and money makes him believe more? Because both of those things require different
Okay.
responses. That's my point. I agree with
Yeah,
what you're saying.
that's fine.
I'm just trying to ask a clarifying question. I don't think he's nice in any way. I don't think there's any redeeming factors.
Nobody's hearing you say he's nice in
I'm
any
just
way,
making
and
sure.
I think rather than chasing this around the tree one more time, I think we're all on the same page.
I do. Yes.
Except that what we're asserting is that there are things that he does believe as part of his character. There are other things that he puts on the mask for, and there are a ton of those things
Do you know what,
that
Steph?
he
You put
puts
it
on the
better than
mask
I-
for,
I-
and
I
it's
couldn't
always
put it.
and as Bree said, it's always in the calculation of what's going to be the biggest bang for the buck for his own
Exactly.
personal self-aggrandizement.
Do you know
The
what?
guy thinks he should get a return.
1,000,000,000% better than I could have done. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Trump thinks we should get a return on giving money to the WHO. You know, he doesn't understand that that's not a money maker. It's a charity, basically.
He doesn't.
But he wants something back.
My point.
That was his problem with the post office too. He's like, "Oh, well, the post office isn't making any money. We should just shut down that." Yep. That's not what the post office was never meant to make money.
Right. Yeah. Where's mine? That's always his question. Yeah. Where's mine? And that's why he criticized the soldiers too, because he's like, what did they get out of it? With Iraq, he said, why didn't we keep the oil? To the victor goes the spoils, right?
He's such an opportunist. I don't know what he actually believes in.
It's hard because he's so he's got just enough smarts to know how to use people, but everything else is stupid. So that it's really hard to figure out what could possibly be going on in his head. It really is.
How much?
And you will damage
the
your
real
brain
fundamental question. Sorry,
figure his thinking out.
Exactly.
We'll just not even do that because we've spent the last 8 years, 12 years, whatever, trying to psychoanalyze this piece of shit. And guess what? None of us know anymore other than he is a racist. His family used to build, they received federal funds to build low-cost housing for the Black community, and they refused to rent those properties to Black people. And they received a huge fine from it, like the
largest ever doled out to any individual.
So yes, he's very racist. I do not think he cares about the LGBTQ community, other than they're advantageous to his voting base right now.
I suppose a better question would be, how much of his racism, sexism, transphobia is classism rather than populism? I suppose that would be a better question. I'm not trying to deny that he's
racism is racism. It's not.
I don't think
it's not. It's nothing.
I think it depends where it comes from. Definitely matters.
He does
depends what he watches on TV. It depends what he watches on TV.
I don't think his idea of what a transgender person is congeals enough for it to be for him to be considered transphobic. I really don't. I don't think he understands it enough to actually say he's transphobic. He's homophobic, and but like it was his treatment of Jenner is the perfect example, because he's like, and like you said, Kate, it's a case of class seceding any other characteristic. If you're a rich West Coast elite, he's going to make exception for you, regardless of whether whether you're trans or Black or whatever. He's going to make exceptions for you as a social move.
Yeah, well, he doesn't call Caitlyn Jenner, does he? Because she's a right-wing knobhead.
I mean, that's kind of what we said. But he is a racist, and he's one.
Like
he's 100% racist. So
yes, I understand that. My question wasn't to say whether he was a racist or not. It was about how much of it is what he actually believes.
He believes it. That's what I'm saying. He's a racist, so he believes it.
No, that's fine. I'm more trying to cover my ass, because I don't want people to think I'm defending him, because I have
you're not defending him.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just, I'm an anxious person, so like it plays my mind. That's fine. No,
he's garbage. He's garbage.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it's a real question that needs to be asked and considered. How much of it is what he thinks, and how much of it is just what the populace.
He's garbage. Anybody that's concerned about running around with a prostitute when your wife is in labor or had just given birth or is home with your newborn child, it's like, if I had a private helicopter, I'd have been flying home every couple of minutes to see my newborn child, right?
But Dave, you're a decent person.
Okay.
So he's just, that's what I'm saying. He has nothing there's nothing inside. It's very difficult to dissect because he's so empty inside.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
And he's a racist. Before he ever ran for office, before he ever worried about the populist vote, he was running around calling Obama a Muslim.
And can I ask you a question, Robin? Did I fall for a conspiracy theory?
On what?
I thought Hillary Clinton made that whole thing about Obama being
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
That is a conspiracy theory.
Okay, fair enough. That's cool. Like, it's not cool that I fell for it. My point was just, I'm asking.
Well, the conspiracy theory that he said that he would run as a
that one too.
as a Republican.
No,
because
that's not the
Republicans
conspiracy theory of
that
it.
that's a conspiracy theory. That was a fake Playboy magazine interview.
Yeah, that wasn't
Well, the
real.
bit of that bit I get from his autobiography. The bit I'm on about is he funded Hillary Clinton, right?
Hillary Clinton did not say that Obama was a Muslim. No.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
The guy who wrote
that
his,
shit. I was just asking
the guy who wrote his autobiography thinks the guy's a total piece of shit.
No, that's fine. I'm just like I said, I was just asking. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name? What was that guy's name? I can't remember.
The one who wrote the Art of the Deal.
Yeah. The Art of the
It's
Deal.
Crayola, isn't it?
Sorry, I always feel like I have to answer that.
Yeah, good point, Dave.
I mean, the
I
one
just
book-
saw the meme that the Trump was waiting to sign stuff because his crayon shipment was held up.
The one book that
Pretty
we
funny.
know Trump read is My Struggle by Adam.
Yeah, that's right.
Did he though? I don't think he can understand it.
So, he read it, and he repeats a whole lot of the.
Oh, he uses all the language.
Yes, he uses the language.
I'm not asking that.
The guy.
As like
all right. Whoa.
No,
okay.
sorry.
The
I'm
guy,
not asking that as like I'm a Trump fan.
You gotta let me
That's not what I'm
talk.
asking it for.
You gotta let me talk.
No,
That's
fair
the guy
enough.
who
I was
wrote.
clarifying.
The
Go
guy
on.
who wrote. You got to let me talk.
Go on.
The guy who wrote Donald Trump's autobiography was Tony Schwartz.
Yeah,
nice Jewish fella.
Yeah. So no. My point was just I'm not trying.
Did he
to
get
defend
paid?
him. I'm just. I just
Maybe that's
that
why.
was the only
he
point I was trying to make.
thinks
That's why I was
Donald
knocking over
Trump-
you. I don't want to come off as a Trump fan. That's not my point. I'm not a Trump fan.
No, we get that.
Anyway, ever.
Where are you
Gotcha.
from? Are you from the Midlands? Or are you from Scotland? You sound very.
No, I'm from.
He's from Maine.
Originally. I'm
He's
from
from
Maine, in
Maine.
the USA, and then I got kidnapped to the northwest of England.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah. No,
I
I'm
get
not
it.
right way in this. That's why I was talking over you, Steph. I'm sorry about that. It's not my fault. I know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make it sure. I'm not defending him. I'm just. I'm.
No.
not even the
We get
stupid-
that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Got
It's
it.
my head.
Got it.
It's my
It's
head.
all right.
Because my head's telling me off for asking these questions. Going, you're asking these questions. You're a stupid right wing fuck, and it's like, no, I'm not.
No,
It's just,
No,
I
we
think.
didn't say that.
nobody's saying stupid right wing fuck. Unless
I
If
know,
you were a
that's why I said
stupid
my
right-wing
brain.
fuck, we would have kicked you off.
Oh no,
the
I didn't
stream
say it was
already.
any of you. That wasn't my intention. It's my brain.
Yeah, if
I'm
you
like
were
a
a stupid
depressed,
right wing
anxious
fuck,
fuck.
you wouldn't be here.
That's right.
And
No, I know, I'm
and
just-
you would and you would see the wrath of Steph, which is really not a good look.
No, I don't want to see that.
I try to. I've worked so hard to tamp that down.
No,
And
it's
Steph, you are doing a commendable job. Commendable.
Steph, I wouldn't have come on if I thought you were a Brit. If I thought you were a dickhead, I wouldn't have come on. And
Oh,
that doesn't
yeah,
mean
and
anything.
if I thought you were a dickhead, I wouldn't have you on. So there you
I
go.
know exactly.
You are not pine nuts. So
I know, but that's what I was saying. That's why, like, my brain tells me I'm like this asshole because of how I grew up and what everyone told me. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's okay, man.
I agree with Colin, right? I agree that we should be able to question our side. And 2016 maybe not feel that.
Fuck.
What?
Anybody who's paid any attention to my stream realizes that I question our side and I'm sharply critical of it. I'm very sharply critical of the way, the thing that I think has been missing in Democratic politics, probably since Jimmy Carter, has been the willingness to stand for something and
I agree.
in an assertive way. And
Don't make the mistake of thinking you're in a room full of Democrats here.
No, that's not my thought at all.
Vosh said the same thing today, Steph. That the Democrats don't stand. They don't take a, they don't take a battle on or anything. They just whatever.
When you're telling me I agree with Vosh on just about anything, that makes me question my thought process.
Gotta take a pause.
Well, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna say,
but Vosh ain't all bad. I'm not. I don't want to talk about Vosh, but
like,
yeah,
the lollyrod horse a bit much, but you know.
in defense of the Democrats, they are battling a lot of battles.
Yeah,
this is
No,
not
no,
a. This is
They're
not.
not battling anything. They're just trying to maintain the status quo.
Well, I mean,
Yep.
they're battling. They're battling the Christian attack. They're battling the battle of the attack on education. They're battling the attack on voting rights. They're battling the attack on women's rights. They're battling.
They're battling Republicans. They're battling.
yeah, they're on defense. There's no offense. That's what the point was. Yeah.
That don't actually give a fuck about the country any more than fucking dumbass far right people.
I mean, you just can't really. You can't have your warriors spread out across every battle and then think you're going to be able to battle.
That's why they win.
To put a finer point on it, they're not succeeding in either strategy or tactics if they wish to succeed in the political atmosphere in any political atmosphere, because you cannot win unless you present a reason to win. What pissed me off, and I've said this time after time in many different places, what pissed me off was when we fight, we win. Well, you've got to fucking fight. And when you look, and particularly in the aftermath of the election, when you look at people who are fighting every single day to maintain their personhood and say it's your fault that we lost the election, that leaves a very bad taste in my mouth. And I'm hearing that from Cenk Uygur, and I'm hearing that from all of them, from Joe and Mika. And it's, oh, well, we shouldn't be paying attention to the social and cultural issues. Well, that's bullshit. Because if you say that you care about those things, you've got to fucking show that you care about those things. You can't just say, when we fight, we win, and have the people who've been fighting all the fucking time say, well, okay, yeah, I'm with you, let's fight. And then you don't fight. You collapse around the issue. You don't say a goddamn thing about the vicious attacks that are coming from the other side and saying, hey, look, this is unfair. We stand with these people and we really care about them. And don't fuck with us on this thing, because this is a hill we'll die on.
Right.
I mean, just fucking, if you don't do that, you roll over and play dead, you're not gonna even get the respect of the people who are attacking you and are trying to win. It just is a very bad look. It's bad strategically and it's bad tactically.
Can I interrupt?
90 million people stayed home and
they shit all over the young people taken to the street in protest over the war too.
Can I interrupt?
It's not a smart
move. Personal thing, but I think it's really.
Did those same young people actually get their asses to the fucking polls and vote? Because 90 fucking million people did not vote. More people kept their asses at home and didn't even bother to vote than actually voted.
They were registering, but I don't know if they had anybody to vote for. I can't answer that.
No, they didn't vote because they were mad over the war. They were mad over the war.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. If you're saying, if the best you can do on whether it's Gaza or whether it's LGBTQ rights or whether it's Black Lives Matter or any of these things, if the best you can do is sit there and cluck your tongue and say, oh, isn't it a shame what's happening to these poor people? If that's the best you can do, nobody's going to be inspired to go to the polls.
Can I say something? I want to interrupt.
No, and nobody shot on the fucking people that were protesting. I personally did after the results of the election came out, because yes, there's a lot of people that were fucking pseudo fucking activists that didn't genuinely give a fuck about anything going on in the Middle East, and don't genuinely care about Islamic people being targeted, because they don't care about any other issues or any other places where the same thing is happening.
That's why
And
Can't
they were
ignore
the same people
activists,
that did
though.
not get their asses out and voted. They didn't vote. So they can shut the fuck up.
And
I don't ever
because
want to
we
hear
don't
anything
like
and you
from
had a
those
lot
people
of
again
a
regarding
lot of Arab
politics.
vote in Detroit and up there in another one of those Rust Belt states, and that had a big impact too because
voted for Trump.
they yes, because they felt
American
that they were
liberals don't like
crapped on.
people like me.
With him threatening a Muslim ban. You know.
Well, they're really gonna feel what it
Well,
is
they're
to
not
be
thinking about
trampled on.
tomorrow. I didn't say they were thinking about tomorrow, Robin, but they were thinking about at the moment was all. So
I know,
Can
but
we
we tried to
stop
tell them.
pretending that all these left-wing people pretending that they're
Thinking
as
about looking
fucking
good for
righteous
social
as
media.
feminists are making all this shit to be as good as it actually is? Like I said feminists. Sorry, that's my
So,
shit. No, that's my bad. I didn't mean that. That's my old self coming through.
Can you differentiate? I just need Zach, because in the chat, Zach, can you differentiate between like a liberal and a leftist for me, so I know that you like aren't just talking out your ass?
I think a liberal is someone who thinks they're leftist, and a leftist is someone who's actually leftist. Liberals are center right.
What? Okay. Wait a minute. No.
Hey, I live in Britain, so maybe we think of things differently.
I know, but
right?
you
liberals
can't
aren't people that
the
are fighting for
same
people's
word.
rights. Liberals are people that are fighting for the center right establishment to keep. And I'm putting quotations on this.
I'm with you, so go on.
I agree.
Like that liberals think that they're doing all this good shit and they're not, right? Actual leftists are in the extreme minority. The idea that we should actually like women and we should like gays and we should like trans is in the extreme minority. And pretending that we're the majority is actually what's killing us.
Well, I would say
These
I'm a
people
liberal.
don't give a shit.
I'm a liberal, actually. I say
I'm a centrist. I'm absolutely a fucking centrist.
And
those
believe
of you that
so
classify yourselves as so far left, I would love to know, what do you think the Democrats did? They took the
don't
fucking
give a
gamble.
shit about the
They
Democrats.
took the
Democrats
gamble
think
this
they're right.
time. You guys wanted to bitch about Biden, so they took the fucking gamble this time. They put a woman of color up for the election, and y'all did not fucking come out to fucking support her.
Nope.
So I don't want to fucking hear anything about fucking centrists, liberals, this and that, because as far as I'm concerned right now, anybody that's so fucking so-called leftist is in the same motherfucking boat as the MAGAs, especially today.
You don't listen to what I said. We're in the minority. We're not in the majority.
I'm a leftist, and I put liberals in the same boat as MAGA on this thing. They're the ones wanting to turn their back on.
I don't know why Zach thinks that I'm only addressing him, because I wasn't addressing him at all, because you are British to me. You don't even count in this conversation. I was addressing you, Bree. I was addressing Steph. I was addressing fucking Jay, fucking Nina, any motherfucker that's listening.
Why is this a game? It shouldn't be on the same team, on
the fucking
Democrats. On the same team.
Damn sure that your asses didn't say shit to fucking support Kamala. Damn sure that you didn't do shit to fucking support that woman. So I want to hear shit from y'all. Why do you keep on saying things? I don't want to hear shit from y'all hoes. Honestly, I don't.
Supported Harris. I totally supported Harris.
Black woman came out and supported her.
I don't care. I supported Harris. Don't tell me things I didn't do.
Zach, you need to calm down a little bit.
Back off, mate. You know, that's just easy. So my critique is, I could shit all over the Democrats. My critique is basically, in the United States, the only chance we have in a first past the post situation, which thankfully the great state of Maine has what's it called, ranked choice voting, which is great. But as long as we have predominantly first past the post kind of thing,
we're fucked.
There is no opposition to extremely right-wing folks who are mostly racist, mostly make up a very solid Republican Party. They don't stray. They do follow the commandment that don't speak ill of another Republican until, Trump spoke ill of the Cheneys and all of that stuff. But the Republican Party has coalesced around an essentially racist, essentially right-wing, essentially fascist vision.
They're not Republicans.
Yes, they are.
They're Republicans in name only. actually.
Well, they have morphed into. They are the John Birch Society of the late 50s, early 60s. They have all of those things. They've carried that forward into the 21st century, and that is the Republican Party of today. The Republican Party of today would be a party that even William F. Buckley, a notoriously racist asshole, would not be a member of, because he most notoriously denounced the Birchers back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have gotten dragged along in his dotage. He's dead now, but so he didn't vote. But my point is that if we are going to coalesce around making a change, we have to be smarter about how to accomplish that politically. And the way you don't do it is by standing for nothing.
Like,
that's
Tsunami,
my point.
I'm sorry, I really have to know, Tsunami, why the fuck do you think I'm such a prick? Like, what the fuck have I done?
She wasn't even
Did you say,
addressing
why
you.
do I think you're so British?
No, a prick.
She
Like,
wasn't
every
singling.
time
She wasn't even singling you out, bro. She said my name specifically. She didn't even say your name until after
You know what's funny though? You know what's funny about that is, like, literally earlier we were just talking about how you and Crystal are some of the only people I haven't bitched out. Today's the day.
That's what I'm asking. The problem is, I'm not asking it to be a dick. I want to know where I'm being this right-wing knobhead that's against all this shit. I feel I'm pretty left-wing. So, like, where am I a dick? I don't understand. I want to be on your side.
Well, if you don't know where
You
your
don't
dick
understand that I wasn't even addressing you.
Yes,
Because
damn.
you to me are so British that you're not even in the conversation about our politics.
I'm not British, though.
You sound very British.
James,
I
bro.
live here. It doesn't mean I'm British. I still live under an American passport.
Oh my goodness.
Nobody thinks you're a
Oh
dick.
my goodness.
Zach, we think you might be drunk. And
yeah, I am drunk, but I also don't.
That's it.
Well, there you go.
So, mommy, I just want to say that leftists didn't lose this election. I mean, the white men lost this election, and as far as the people that are like, hey, we need a person of color, we need a woman, and all these things, that demographic is not going to be able to appeal to the white men who lost us this election.
I do blame white men, but I also blame millennials and Gen Z that fucking didn't get their asses out and vote. Under the guise of I care more about Palestine than I do about the fucking people that are marginalized in this country.
So
absolutely.
What about Sudan? What about
There's a lot of people that did not vote in these two fucking generations. That was the reason why.
For decades. Does that not matter as much?
Well, so I was
about the people in North Korea that have been going through this shit since the 40s.
I mean,
what about North Korea?
Right?
We only have two parties.
What?
We only have two parties to work with. That's it.
So Zach, are you comparing the North Korea, South Korea thing to Palestine, Gaza?
A little bit, yeah.
So what's happening in Gaza is actually genocide. They're actually killing on a daily basis thousands of people. That's not happening in Korea. Korea, it's more of a cold war. There's a line in the sand with military on that line, and the people on either side of it are not shooting across the line.
I understand this, but Korea's been going on for how many years?
Now, if you want to make a comparison, you can talk about Myanmar, which nobody fucking talks about.
I agree with you. We should totally do something about Myanmar.
Well, we're not providing.
Jason has
for
like Jason has it. I cannot choose which group of marginalized people I care about over another. I hate the oppressors.
So you know what, Steph? I agree. That's my problem, right? My problem with this whole Israel thing is I don't think the Gazans should be treated like shit. I don't think they should be bombed. And I'm sorry for interrupting, Steph. I've got ADHD and I'm very bad at this sort of thing. And it always feels like every time we're talking that I'm like fucking interrupting you. And I'm just trying to enjoy the conversation. I don't want to feel like I'm just doing this for
Don't worry.
whatever
Don't
reason.
worry. If I, I have on several occasions during this conversation say you've got to
we've
let me
only
talk.
had
You've got to let me
small
talk. You've got to
interactions
let
with
me
each other,
talk.
but I have a respect
well,
for you,
trust
so I
me.
feel
If I feel that you're over talking me like you just were,
No, it's fine.
I will keep talking and I will just
Mute
go on
you.
my blissful
fine,
way.
Steph.
That's
Does Zach have a delay? Maybe is that what we're dealing with?
No,
Because he's coming
I have
across
social
the.
anxiety, and I really like Steph, so I feel bad when I speak.
Well, all right. Well, just chill.
Sorry.
Back and forth, conversation.
No, I know. I don't mean to speak over you. That's the problem. I'm trying to engage Tsunami, and I'm talking over you, and I feel bad. That's
I haven't heard any bubbling going on there in a little while, Zach. Maybe it's time to just spark that up for real quick.
How many drinks have you had so far tonight, my friend?
Not that many.
Okay, just wondering because you're very zealous tonight.
I'm always
very zealous.
Yeah.
I have to
talk about this.
I have to maintain my composure for screening tonight's Skep Talk with Grayson and Grayson and Godless Engineer.
John.
That's going to be interesting.
Zach, you are Zach, okay, and Sumami is Sumami, okay. And part of the conversation is understanding that you are very full of it, and Sumami is very passionate, yes, and so just keep that in mind when you're conversing. That's all.
No, I get that. My whole point is.
Oh no, Nitty, no. Oh, you had to tell me that. Oh no. Oh Jesus.
What?
I'm not a Nazi. Fuck that. I'm not having this shit.
No, we didn't watch Nitty.
What?
We have been streaming, so we didn't watch the thing.
Yeah.
Fuck off. I was just asking a fucking genuine question. I'm not a fucking Nazi. I think Trump's a prick. That's my point.
Nobody's talking to you, Zach.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey,
maybe I thought it was about me.
Where did that come from?
I thought he was talking about me.
Crystal's bubbling.
Is your name Elon? It says Elon.
Does it? Sorry, I didn't. That's my bad.
Oh, there's Sue. But Sue dropped and came back. I don't know how that happened.
I got a call and it fucking cut me off.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. No worries.
I saw Elon get all happy when Trump said he is going to have a man on Mars during his administration.
Oh my God, please go to Mars.
Not going to happen. It guaranteed it is not going to happen.
Please go to Mars. Please go to Mars. Please.
Maybe that man can be Elon.
Yes.
His rocket just blew up again. Did you?
I put him on one.
Who wants to get on that thing?
God.
Put him in one anyway, and we'll send our tots and pairs.
There you go.
And
you didn't look. You
fully
didn't look,
loaded.
Steph, did you look, Steph?
Oh my fucking word! Yeah, hold on a sec.
Don't look. Don't show it.
Well, I think it's. I think it's. Like we're at the stage where we kind of have to look at this point because this is just so gross. Oh my goodness.
I gotta clip it.
Yeah.
What, Elon giving the Nazi salute?
Don't get started with the flat earthers, Nitty. I creationists are my line that I refuse to cross. So.
I'm not going to share the audio, but just this won't take long. This is very, very quick.
Oh, fuck this prick.
No, I ain't. No, you can.
You can. Fuck this prick.
I'm not.
He's angry that everyone does
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Short out of that. Yep.
Look at this asshole. I told you the guy is a spoiled rich prick out of apartheid South Africa, and this is what he's doing.
Because we didn't treat him as Iron Man. I'm not even joking. We didn't treat him as fucking Tony Stark. This guy used to be the most left-wing fucker going, and when everybody went, no, he's not Tony Stark, he went, oh, fuck you then. Like, that's literally what happened. This guy
I've been calling him an idiot all along. So just for the record, I've been calling him an idiot all along.
Like I used to watch.
He is indeed an idiot.
I was calling Elon an idiot before it was cool.
Exactly.
See, I thought personally, I thought Elon was a bit of an. I thought he was a bit of a fucking Tony Stark until I saw. Was it Hannah from the Bible Reloaded, going on about his stupid car? What's the truck called? The stupid shitty
the Cybertruck.
Yeah, the Cybertruck.
Cybertruck.
Yeah, the Cybertruck. That's what it is. And I'm bad at nouns.
No, he thought he was going to shoot cars through tubes at 500 miles an hour. Zach, I mean,
the Hyperloop.
He gets his stuff from like those. Remember that? Like what was it called? Modern Mechanics or whatever back in the 50s, you know, where they would have these sci-fi stories. That's where his stuff comes from. Yeah, but he looks at it and he goes, "That looks like a great idea." It's like it's sci-fi. It's sci-fi, Elon. It's you cannot. Totally is. He thinks Futurama. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to do Futurama and put people in tubes next, right? Let's just blast people around in tubes, like like the little thing you use at the in the mail rooms and stuff, you know, to shoot the mail around. Just he's an idiot. He's a freaking idiot.
What I wasn't like his worshiper or anything. Like, yes, I used to be an anti-AW, but that was for different reasons. I was the Carlin, you're going to criticize your own side sort of thing. That doesn't matter. So when Elon Musk was showing off his fucking truck thing, I remember him having a guy hit another car with like a solid sledgehammer. And then he hit his truck with a dead hammer. And a dead hammer is like a sledgehammer where the ends are made with like a rubber. So it bounces off instead of creating the impact. Because he was, he did.
It was a ball.
Cybertruck full on with the dead hammer, so it will bounce off. But when he hit the Cybertruck with the actual sledgehammer, hit it side on because it wouldn't bounce off.
Yeah, he gave him a steel ball and then he gave him a baseball. Yet the baseball was one of those rubber baseballs because the steel ball was doing too much damage to his bulletproof vehicle. So he gave him a rubber baseball.
Because he sold me. You know, he didn't sold me that he was the Messiah or some shit, but he sold me that he was like this rich genius that knew things.
He's going to put out a robot. Remember when he was going to put out a robot, right? And how did he demonstrate that? He had a mime come on stage. A mime. It's just, it's so, it hurts my brain.
Right. I'm an idiot, right? Because I fell for this shit, right? Back in the day. 2015, 2014, I fell for this shit because I went, that guy is Iron Man. He's bringing up this shit. And he's making these things. I didn't know he wasn't making these actual patterns and they were on with different people. I was like, this fucking science shit is the best. We should follow this fucker. And then everyone didn't like him. And I saw that thing with the dead hammer and I went, oh, you're a cunt. I'm sorry, Steph. You were trying to say something. That's my bad.
Yeah, I have a question for you. What got you out of that? How did you? This sounds a little bit like Neil's deconversion stories. But what? So to be honest, right, what flipped? What flipped the switch?
So it was the NHS. That's the actual specific reason. I've never not been a left winger, right? I got into the anti-SJW movement at the very start, Gamergate, and I mean early days of Gamergate, right? I was watching stuff like, Amazing Atheist, and I was watching stuff like Chris Ray Gun.
Oh yeah.
And I was watching fucking, Jeff Holiday, and I was watching Saga of Khan, right? And I was buying all this shit, right? I was buying every single solitary bit of this shit because I remember Colin saying, "Hey," I remember George Collins saying, "I'm not against feminism, right? I'm here trying to make you better, right? I agree with you. I agree with all the shit, but I think you're being dickheads about it, right? Do you know what I mean?" So when I looked at feminism in like 2013, 2014, 2015, I was looking at it like veganism. It's like, you're 100% correct, but you're a knobhead. You're not convincing people because you're a cunt, right? And because of that, I attached that to third wave feminism. And I thought, you're 100% correct.
That's really a weird flex to me. I don't know how
I'm not trying to flex. I'm just trying to say what happened. It's not about a flex.
No, I understand, but I understand what you're saying. But
I'm gonna get
to the third wave feminism thing. That threw me for a loop. I'm trying to follow.
Well, that's what got me into it, right? Because my whole point was, Colin said, and I think it was back in town. He said, "Hey, I am not against feminism. I'm not against this. I'm not against that. I like cutting people down when they think they've got too big for the britches. It's not about saying they're wrong. It's about fucking with them because they're too high and mighty, right? And as a teenager in young 20s, I identified with that to the max. Do you know what I mean? But the thing was, I saw Sargon of Akkad talking drunk with what's that fucking cunt's name? The one that's gay that pretends to be straight. Milo Yiannopoulos, right?
Oh God, yeah.
Everyone forgets that Milo Yiannopoulos actually got outed for the things that he got done for on the Drunken Peasants. And that was TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, Paul's Ego, and stuff like that. That was on that broadcast. And then I remember also then around that time seeing Milo Yiannopoulos getting drunk with Sargon of Akkad, right? And Sargon of Akkad looked at this guy like he was the sexual magnate. He had just told him about everything that was good, right? Because he told him how to do the right-wing grift. Because, like, Carl Benjamin's a cunt. Don't get me wrong. But if you're going to say that I didn't watch Carl Benjamin on, like, Millennial Woes and stuff, arguing against anti-Semitism and racism, then you got problems, because he totally did, right? But the thing was, he got convinced of how much money he could make on the right. And I saw that very early, because I was a big fan of George Carlin. I grew up watching George Carlin on Shining Time Station. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's Thomas the Tank Engine. It's Ringo Starr. And then it was George Carlin, right? And then I heard George Carlin, and I wasn't a right-wing dickhead, right? I listened to George Carlin. I read his books. I watched his stand-up. I saw the things that he said and did. And I went, oh, right. He's not a right-wing dickhead. And these people really went for that. And yes, I always thought that feminism could do better, right? And
Are you comparing Sargon of Akkad to George Carlin? Because I need to stop you if you are.
Hey, like I said, it was what I thought 10 years ago. I didn't say, like, when Gamergate started, these were the things I thought. Do you know what I mean? Like, yes, I understand now.
So you were caught up in Gamergate, in that ethos.
Yeah,
oh my goodness. I'm sorry.
The thing was, I wasn't like, oh, you're all knobheads. It was like Rebecca Watson said a guy asked her out in an elevator, and like, it's not that bad. Do you know what I mean? And yes,
well, it was pretty bad, actually.
No, I realized afterwards I was lied to about a lot of stuff. It's part of it. Do you know what I mean? Like when all these
and the guy involved was Richard fucking Carrier.
Yeah, Richard Carrier.
Hey, he was one of the reasons it came out of it. Do you know what I mean? Like when I'm talking, I was one of these anti-SGWs who was super early, right? Because I was like, yes, fucking somebody shouldn't fuck someone and make a game review a thing, right? But also, at that same time, all this other shit was going on. I didn't fully understand. I was just watching, like, Drunken Peasants. I was just watching TJ. I was just watching, Chris Ray-Gun. I was just watching Sargon of Akkad. And I was just watching things like Logic and Ahmed Skeptic and the other person I was watching at the time.
Logic is still based. Ahmed Skeptic went off the deep end.
He did. But the thing was, he did. He did. It made me sad. Because I tried to do YouTube atheism like 10 years ago. And then I did one of the skits I did was how great Ahmed Skeptic was for coming out of the the fucked up, the moon isn't real community and everything's a conspiracy theory. And then he went right back into it not long after I made it. Part of the reason I'm depressed now is because I was part of that community. It makes me really sad. It really does, because I wasn't anti-left. I've always been the most left that I can think. And that might not be as left as other people, right? But I always thought that I was just trying to critique my side. And when I started seeing people like Sargon of Akkad, like Carl Benjamin, talking to people like fucking Milo Yiannopoulos and talking about how they were going to ruin the left, right? I found out. And I got out then. Because I wasn't an asshole, right? I try not to be an asshole, right? And I remember around the time there was some stupid anti-Twitter website where it was like you have a name, but it's not your name that you give in, and you have something. It was about anonymity, so you could say whatever. It was like Twitter, but you didn't know what anybody was saying. I start to go, well, Carl Benjamin's starting to say a lot of this racist shit without any proof. Because his whole thing, same with fucking Ben Shapiro, used to be, well, it's facts before emotions, and they went the other way, right? And I caught that shit, and I caught all these people that were supposed to be suddenly from left wing to right wing going, we shouldn't have healthcare, we shouldn't have a decent minimum wage. And I went, well, that's stupid. I never abandoned my principles. And that's what brought me out of it. I never saw why we should treat people worse. I never saw why we should pay people less. And like, yes, I know it might anger some people like Brew and stuff like that. Like, trans rights aren't my biggest goal, right? I totally think that trans rights should be a thing. And I think they should just automatically be a thing, right? But I'm totally for wealth inequality, right? And I think wealth inequality leads to acceptance of that because that's what the 90s did. Now, it's one of my problems with the left. And I think it was one of the problems I had with the left at the start that led to this. The left doesn't like when you disagree with them. And it doesn't matter if you agree with them 90% of the way. You've disagreed on that one thing. And that one thing is what makes the differences. That's why I'm trying to make friends with Sue throughout this whole stream. Yes, right? I don't think trans rights are as important as wealth inequality. Doesn't mean that I think trans rights are shit and mean fucking nothing. I think they're super important. I just think it's much easier to achieve.
Well, hold on, sir. Hold on, just.
No, can I say one more thing and then you can talk? It's only one more sentence.
Okay, say that one more thing, and then I want to.
I don't see the problem with us disagreeing on what's more important, as long as we're both fervently fighting for the same things.
Okay, so here, my response to that would be pourquoi no dos? Why not both? Why not all of it?
Because
why not? Hold on.
No, that's fair enough.
Hold on. Why not see the interconnectedness of those two issues?
I do. I'm not good at
so
one
if
side.
there is interconnectedness between the two issues,
yeah,
why not embrace
I don't not do that. My point is if we both are really fervent.
Well, when you say but wait,
okay.
listen carefully.
Yeah,
when you say that issue X is not as important as issue Y,
yeah,
you're decoupling the two issues, and that is bad strategy and it's bad tactics, in my opinion.
Especially when you're in a room.
I understand why you think that, but I don't agree.
Well, how is it good to throw?
Because I don't think if the way I think is throwing people under the bus, and I get how people can see that. That's not what I think.
We have to be the sacrifice every time, though. Like every time, we're like the last few legislative changes. The only time I've seen a repeal human rights have been for trans. Now, listen, the only time I've ever seen human rights get repealed. Well, besides, I shouldn't say that because I know that that Roe versus Wade was the biggest ever, and that affected trans men, women, everybody. But yeah, it's always the trans people here lately because that's who they target. They're like, well, we can just cut these people loose. They're dead weight. Yeah. Well, I'm not for that. Don't you want to cut me loose?
I don't want to cut you loose.
Who did we lose?
That's not what I'm
saying. Robin.
That's not my point.
Oh, okay.
My point is if you just go after people and say you should care about these people, they're not going to give a flying fuck, right? And I think, and part of it is like, we're not cutting you loose, right? Maybe this is just a British thing. And again, this just could be because I've lived in Britain, right? But like through the 2000s, there was no, and like into the 2010s until recently, until Brexit and stuff like that.
There's no place where we've been cut loose more than the UK. There's no place that we've been cut loose more than the UK. Can we acknowledge that?
Yes, that's not my point. I was going to get to that. Can I just finish my point and then we can talk about it? I understand. I'm not disagreeing. I'm telling you how I think about things, right? See, the thing is I don't feel like 20 years ago, because everybody was fighting about gays. I don't think trans was that big of an issue.
Nobody was really
like,
fighting
yeah, and
about
like
gays
I was
20
sorry,
years
Seth.
ago.
He's talking about Thatcherism, I think, which is a little bit further
No,
back.
I'm not.
But
I'm talking
okay.
about 20 years ago in 2000 when I was living over here with my mum watching shitty soap operas, things on like Coronation Street and stuff where there was transsexual people, right, was no problem. In the late 90s, like, yes, aside from the fundamentalist Christians, there wasn't any problem with Eddie Izzard. Do you know what I mean? I think a lot of this comes from gays getting the rights to, you know, like marriage, so they had to move on to something else. So they weren't.
Okay, to a certain degree, it's like, okay, I lost this marginalized group as an issue, so I'm going to go to another one.
Yeah.
And again, I will say it again, it's low risk, big reward.
Exactly.
That, you know, a lot of the stuff that this shit started in my mind anyway, it really started around 2018-ish. And the money that the Heritage Foundation and Focus on the Family and Americans Defending Freedom dumped into the UK to foment this this stuff was not inconsequential. As a matter of fact, if you follow the money, you'll see the money is right there. And it was a pilot program that they brought over here wholesale. And it's the same principle.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it's all about the distraction.
Yes.
It's
100%.
all, and this is how the issues are related. If wealth inequality is a huge issue.
Yeah.
But as soon as you decouple particularly a really kind of impoverished minority from wealth inequality and make it about oh well, grab your nuts, children, because the T's are coming after them.
Yeah.
It's a cheap shot, but it's an effective shot. It's low risk, big reward, and it stops the conversation.
Yeah. So like
and so let's keep the conversation focused on wealth inequality, and let's point out that this is a side issue that is still important.
I don't think wealth inequality
but
is
it's
a side issue.
being used to take your eye off the fucking ball.
See, Steph, I almost 100% agree. I think it's the other way around. I think trans rights are being used to get away with wealth inequality.
That's
These
what I
people
just
don't
said.
give a shit about trans rights. Sorry, if I misunderstood what you said, that's my fault. But like,
that's literally what I just said.
No,
and that's why the issues that's why the issues can't be decoupled.
Yeah, because wealth inequality doesn't want you to care about wealth. Trans rights matter more. Gay rights matter more. Women's rights matter more. And I'm not saying this as a person that doesn't give a shit about trans and gay and women's rights and, you know, black rights or brown rights. And like, I live in Britain now, so Africa America doesn't mean anything to me because there's a lot more, right? The whole point is to not make you give a shit about the billions these fuckers are making while everyone else is fuck all. And that's the whole point. These fuckers don't give a shit about black, white, gay, straight, trans, not trans. They don't give a shit. These fuckers give a shit about what works in the median time, what's happening now. And most people only give a shit about now because they're uneducated. The fucking education's ruined by decades of right-wing fuck education bullshit, not giving a shit about what actually happened. And hey, did you realize that everyone else is fault because we are the perfect ones? No one gives a shit about what actually happens. They just want someone to be lower than them. That's why they don't care about gay rights. They don't care about fucking trans rights. They don't care about women's rights. It's all about what makes them not as low as the other person. So trying to approach these people like they give a shit is silly because they don't give a shit.
Okay. We are going to take a short break and go back to where this stream started, where the focus was on Martin Luther King's birthday. And this is from the Southern Poverty Law Center. They put it out today. And I'm going to share this and read it because it is super fucking important, and it goes to the topics that you've been addressing here. So this is from the Southern Poverty Law Center.
For a drink if that made noise.
On Inauguration Day, remember Martin Luther King Jr.'s call for economic justice. With Inauguration Day falling on Martin Luther King Jr.'s day, it's understandable that this year's King holiday does not feel like a moment of celebration. Today ushers in a new era in Washington, quote, in which those with power have pledged to dismantle efforts that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, while the assault on our civil and voting rights persists. Southern Poverty Law Center President and CEO Margaret Huang writes at the Daily Kos. However, we can find a path forward, in the words of King, particularly in his call for economic justice. Huang notes that King, quote, believed in that a multiracial coalition of poor and working class people could come together to demand better jobs, wages, housing, education, and healthcare. He called for the prioritization of people over profit and for more equitable distribution of wealth and resources. That same struggle continues today. Pursuing King's vision is a way to protect his legacy and advance economic justice and racial equality. Quote, by building coalitions with others who are vulnerable and helping them understand that prosperity does not have to come at the expense of any community, we can ensure that our voices reverberate through our town halls, our state legislatures, and our nation's capital.
Can I ask a serious question? So many right-wing people that look at what Martin Luther King said see no worth in what Martin Luther King said. Because apparently he said that we should judge people on what they do wasn't a thing. So is there anyone that can comment on that?
Yeah, it's because the only thing that most of these knobs have ever heard is the dream speech.
Yeah,
not the letter from a Birmingham jail, not the I'm looking for original source material. There was an address that Martin gave, and I believe in Chicago, on economic justice when he put forward that campaign. But this is a thing. It's like you can be anti-war. You can be, in the time frame, 66, 67, 68. You can be against the exploitation of the Vietnamese and communism as a means to do horrific colonialist bullshit things. You can wrap the economic issues up in a bow, and address them all at once. This is why I'm saying putting these priorities. There is no use in balkanizing, in picking up the right's narrative that tries to decouple these issues from one another. And this is what I mean about the poverty of politics within the Democratic Party in the United States since that era, because we have let it be decoupled, and we have not had leaders at the top of the spectrum, with some exceptions. I mean, I think AOC is an exception in our day. There have been others.
Yeah.
But
don't get me wrong, I like AOC.
The people that get the power
Yeah.
aren't doing that, and that's why the party as a whole keeps losing, in my opinion.
Steph, can I ask you an old person thing as a middle-aged person? I think is a relevant question.
Sure.
How much of this is that young people don't actually understand what figureheads are?
I can't speak to that. I think that
I feel because
I think that and I'll just, this may be a get off my lawn moment. I don't think I have not seen the kind of, probably until the Gaza protests.
Yeah.
And some of the Black Lives Matter protests.
Yeah.
I haven't seen strong, when the Columbia students took over the hall,
Yeah.
that was the first time since 1967 that I've seen anything like it.
Oh, come on. No, I can't. No. I agree with you that the left isn't good about doing shit. You saw Wall Street in 2011, right?
Oh, that's true. That's true. I forgot
That was
about
the
that.
thing.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, because because to be honest, 2011 is one of the reasons I became an anti-SJW. Do you know, like the Wall Street stuff and the not focusing on the rich people fucking everyone over really affected me because it's
and that shit gave us Tim Pool. So yuck.
Yeah, but people didn't want to fight for all the people in that park effectively. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right. And I'm going to say a thing and whatever, right? But to me, I kind of feel like the left wing went wrong after 2011. It feels like 2011 and all that Wall Street stuff kind of told the left they can't have any effect in, like economics or anything like that. And because they had a recent victory with gay rights, and don't get me wrong, we should totally have gay rights. That's not what I'm saying. But because they had an effective victory in gay rights in the Supreme Court and a defeat in 2011 with the Wall Street stuff, they kind of went down that way. And I kind of feel that everyone feels ignored by them because of that.
I don't know.
Like, you can tell me if I'm a
I don't think that the big voting bloc that made the difference in the U.S. this time around was old enough to vote back in 2011. So I don't think they're the same demographic. I think that the people that made the difference this time around were millennials and Zoomers. And
and as a millennial, I can say that we definitely look at the way people look at things and went, well, it's a bit fucked, so we want something different.
Well, I mean, I'm a millennial too, and my identical twin brother who voted for Trump. So
it's one of those. I don't think millennials voted for Trump because they thought this. I think I'd have to see numbers this time, right? If I see numbers and it's completely different to what I think, that's the thing. But I think millennials don't give a shit because millennials were brought up by Gen Xers and they were all pricks, right? And then they kind of, when Gamergate came around, they kind of looked at everyone and went, everyone's pricks. Because the whole point of millennials was, isn't everything kind of stupid?
I'm a millennial and I don't agree with that. I mean,
really?
I think that most of the millennials I know are trying to live that.
That's not the point I was making, but
that,
I agree.
They're striving to live that life that the boomers lived in the 90s because they had surplus.
The rug was taken out completely from under us.
Yeah, and there's no economy for that life anymore. Literally.
Because people realized that younger people were the money makers, right? And I feel it was around about the mid to late 80s that people realized this shit. Yes, being a teenager was kind of created in the 50s, right? You were mods, you were rockers, quadrophenia, that's the British thing. There was American things for that sort. But I kind of feel that around the 90s, corporations realized that young people were where it's at. So as long as you control us for being young, they get everything out of it. And they didn't get anything out of it. And because we didn't get anything out of it, then why should we be enthused by future governments, right? And I think that was a kind of point that the entirety of things like Margaret Thatcher and Reagan were actually going for in the 80s. Wasn't for what they were doing then. It was for the next generation to make us all unenthused by what they were doing. Because the whole thing is about having more money. They don't give a shit about equal laws. They don't give a shit about treating people better. They don't give a shit about how they think about us, except for how they can use our divisions to keep them in power. Do you know what I mean? And like, yes, I will say that all the white men are knobheads, but I will also say that saying all white men are knobheads is probably actually what causes Democrats to lose. Because yes, there is a number of white cis males that are absolute pricks, right? But it's compassion for the conned and not compassion for the con men, and they are confused by people that have more money than them, that have more opportunities. So they think that everyone else is taking their opportunity away. And this is why I am so for, like, bringing up the idea of there's no social inequality. How can these people hate other people when they're on the level as others?
When you live a life of privilege, equality feels like oppression.
Right.
They're not really. They've been convinced that elevating other groups up to their level, and this is what the Midwest vote is based on. These young factory working men who are seeing factories closing down every year here, and
I agree, but
and their jobs going away to places that where they were sold out by the free market, which is what they're all about.
Trying to separate us in every way possible, denying science and everything going to make us fight against each other, right? Why the fuck should I give a fuck? The main goal isn't that. The main goal is to make us hate each other. The main goal is to put.
Well, that's the whole point of the culture war, is to distract us from the class war. I think that you sound like you got that earlier when you were mentioning, hey, the wealth inequality should be the focus instead of gay right, women's rights. But if they keep the gun pointed at trans rights and gay rights, women's rights, and equality and equity and stuff like that, if they keep the gun pointed at that, then they're saying to you, hey, person who cares, which is more important to you, your money or these people, and giving you that choice to make at the poll.
I 100% agree. And right? You should be more like Will and Grace. You should be and I don't know specifically what you're like in these kind of arguments. I've seen you in a few videos, and I'm not trying to say that. I'm speaking in a general sense. So if you and Stefan like this, that's my bad. That's not the point I'm trying to make, right? We should stop giving a shit about explaining stuff to these people. It doesn't matter that they don't believe us.
The less the people that they talk to, though, know about us, the more likely they are to vote against us.
But the idea that we should be angry that they ask us about these sorts of things is silly. That's what they're working with. They're working on triggering people, and the idea that they can do this shit over and over again because they're a bunch of bully bitches, right, is what makes them win. Because the people that are being bullied don't have the strength to fight against that. And I'm not saying that you're all a bunch of weak cunts. What I'm saying is, as leftists, we kind of don't want to fight for what we want. We want to say what it is. And yes, not everyone has to agree with me and everything, but I think totally that they're using the idea that no one except for transgender people can understand the idea of being transgender.
Okay.
Again, because putting
the focus back on Martin Luther King.
Yeah,
and economic justice. There is no, these are the words. These are the words of Dr. King.
But who cares? That's the problem. I understand why the words of Dr. King are super important. My point is,
then shut the fuck up and listen to them. If you don't care, you can leave.
Stephanie wants to do a reading of this letter from Dr. King.
No, I get that.
But it's not about your point. She's saying, let's stop this conversation here and take a break and talk and honor Dr. King.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, quiet.
There is nothing more tragic than to build a society with a segment of people in that society who feel they have no stake in it, who feel they have nothing to lose, who walk around the streets day in and day out with no jobs, who walk the streets day in and day out feeling that life is little more than a long and desolate corridor with no exit sign. These are the people who will riot. These are the people who have lost a sense of hope and out of despair turn to the methods that we all abhor. And so economic justice must become a reality in order to meet and solve all the social problems that we face today. I mentioned the fact that segregation is gradually passing away. Here again, I must mention the other side. It may be true, as I implied, figuratively speaking, that that old man segregation is on his deathbed, but history has shown that social systems have a great last-minute breathing power. The guardians of the status quo are always on hand with their oxygen tents to keep the old order alive. And so segregation is still with us. It is still confronted in certain places in the South in its glaring and conspicuous forms. And we still confront it all over the North in its hidden and subtle forms. The battle in the days ahead will be to remove these subtle forms. The battle will not be in the days ahead to integrate a lunch counter. It will be to deal with the hardcore problems of discrimination expressed in inadequate jobs, expressed in ghettoized and inadequate housing, expressed in de facto segregation within the public schools. It will be much more difficult to deal with these problems until the job problem is solved, until the problem of housing discrimination is solved, until the problem of de facto segregation in the public schools is solved. We will still have a long, long way to go before the American dream becomes a reality.
I 100% agree, but that's why it will never work.
Then don't tell me who cares.
Because
people need
don't,
to
no,
care.
No, that's the problem. No, it is super important. People don't care. And considering
and my point is, and my point, and my point, and the point of my reading this on this stream today, just the point of my reading this on this stream today is because, to your point earlier, how come the right is like, well, to them, Dr. King was all about not the color of skin, but the content of character. But they don't know the words and these words. They don't know these words, and these words have to be taught, and somebody has to teach them. And whether they care to listen or not, I swear to God, I'm going to at least fucking try and not give up. Because if you ask me to give up, you're asking me to lay down all resistance to an ideology that is poisonous.
Can I respond? Are you done?
Sure.
I don't mean that to rush you. I'm ADHD, so I'm like, I need to say something.
You know what? Zach, I
understand
you're. No. Look, I understand you are ADHD or whatever, but please, just, I don't need to hear it over and over again.
Yeah, that was all.
Go ahead.
I don't think people give a shit. I don't think people give a flying fuck what any of these people meant, because people don't care. Everyone in this world is put upon by rich people, and they don't give a flying fuck about equality. They don't give a flying fuck about any of this shit. That's why they cared in the 90s. They don't care now, right? Because the Cold War ended and people had the advent of computers and technology, so people got better in the world, right? But the thing is Osama bin Laden put terrorism into the Western mind in 2001. And people don't give a flying fuck. This idea that, and don't get me wrong, it depresses me so much. It's the most I want to kill myself thought that these people can't get along about anything. but we can't get along about anything. We don't want to get along about anything. We have a very specific idea from a very specific time that we're brought up in, and this is the very specific ideal that everyone should live up to. And because a lot of people don't have, and I don't mean this in a sexist way, I really wish I could, if someone could have a better term to say this, I'd want to know it, but if people could just fucking grow the balls to say what the fuck they're saying and want, then maybe we could give a shit about things instead of worshiping rich, factious men that have all the fucking money to say whatever they want all the fucking time, right? But nobody gives a shit about that shit. They have very specific needs and a very specific shit life that they've created themselves because rich people don't give a shit about minimum wage. They don't give a shit about how you live. They don't give a shit about whether you got gas or electricity or water. They don't care about any of these things. They care about how miserable you are so they can make you miserable against other things. And this is what I give a shit about. Sorry. I hate it. I give a shit so much more about wealth inequality. I'm sorry, Steph. I give a shit about trans rights and gay rights and women's rights, all this shit. Do you know what? Other people fight for that better than me. Do you know what I mean? And that's fine. Why is that not fine that I give a shit about wealth inequality more? We should all be able to work together as a group to fight against these rich cunt oligarchs that don't give a shit about us. They don't give a shit about anything except what's in their fucking wallets. And they make all of us left-wing people fight against each other. It doesn't
because
fucking
for
matter.
some of us,
we all
it's
want the
not
same
just
thing.
fucking finances that is at stake, dude.
Zach.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah, I think we're kind of all done here at this point. I want you to understand. I respect your passion and your seizing on the wealth inequality issue. Would you please just shut the fuck up when I'm talking?
Sorry, I thought it was.
You didn't. You tried to interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
Just shut the fuck up. I'll mute you. That way you won't be tempted. There we go. Oh, shit. There we go. I respect you and your passion for that one particular issue. It is profoundly unhelpful, in my view, you're muted, Zach. You're going to listen to me. It is profoundly unhelpful, in my view, to say that nobody gives a shit about the words of one of the great people of the past century who actually did do something about wealth inequality, who actually gave his life campaigning about wealth inequality, who actually put his whole being on the fucking line on behalf of poor people, of marginalized people. Does anybody not give a shit? You know, Dr. King's not alive today, but I don't see how railing on and not acknowledging the interconnectedness of all of these issues is at all fucking helpful. So, I'm going to unmute you. But I don't need to hear we should lay aside a particular group of people because you consider their issues to be secondary, tertiary, or otherwise. When the issues that concern Black Americans, LGBTQ Americans, Mexican Americans, Asian Americans, all cluster around the issue that you're passionate about. And if you want support, the issue that you're passionate about, you need to give a fuck about the issues that matter to them. I'm going to unmute you now. Go ahead.
It's not what I said. It's just not what I said. I do give a shit.
That's what I heard.
What I said is I think wealth inequality is more important than trans issues, and people will care more about wealth inequality.
Zach, we're done here.
Oh my God! I'm trying to be productive. I'm not trying to be a dick.
Well, you're not, and
why is it worse? Why is it worse? Can somebody explain this to me?
Dude, because you're speaking from a fucking place of privilege. This is why it's only concerning to you about wealth inequality, because that's the only thing that affects you.
By the way,
That
Zach's
is
muted right
literally
now
what
because
your
Sue,
privilege
you're
is.
going off on this one.
Like, do you understand that, Zach? Do you understand that?
Yes,
you're unmuted.
That's my whole point. Was I'm not railing against transism. I'm trying to say that the left can have people that give a shit more about one thing than another.
The worse it gets.
Wait,
the more
Zach,
you say.
you are now muted. Transism, really?
Yes, I'm sorry. I care more about wealth inequality.
Than transism. Zach, you are so done.
Oh my God, whatever.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I didn't want it to go there, but that's unfortunate. You don't come onto my stream and start talking about transism. You just don't.
I felt like it was going in that direction for a while.
I mean, I hope he understands where I'm coming from in all of this stuff. It's like, why not everything? Why you yeah? So you're roboting again. Somebody joined. Zach's in the back. That rhymes. You know, I'm not sure what you want, what further you have to add. But if I put you back on screen, Zach, I do not want you screaming at people, and I don't want you to be using ridiculous terms. There is no ism involved. There are only people involved. And if you can't see the humanity that's displayed before your face, then I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'm gonna take a chance, and I hope that you have something productive to add, because I don't want the stream to end this way. I like you. You may be drunk, but you need to reconsider some things.
Trans. I'm not anti-trans. I'm not anti-trans. I'm trans. Why the fuck am I anti-trans? It's not fair. Did I say you were all evil and knobheads? No, I said that wealth inequality makes people put people on a bottom rung. So if we bring wealth inequality up, they won't give a shit as much. Not anti-trans, that's bullshit. It's not fair.
Well, consider your language a wee bit.
Okay, but then can people tell me what I've done wrong? Because I don't. I'm not against you.
You
I'm
are.
with you.
Well.
Okay, so what have I done wrong?
Putting it. Zach.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Zach, you asked a question.
Yeah,
would
yeah.
you like a response,
Yes,
or would
I
you
do.
like to
Sorry, I'm
continue?
just freaking out.
Would you like to continue yelling at me?
I'm just freaking out. I'm sorry. It's not my intention.
Well, calm down, breathe, relax,
okay,
and
sorry.
listen to what I have to say.
Okay,
okay?
Where am I wrong? I'm sorry. I don't mean that facetiously.
Zach?
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Okay. Now listen.
You're using framing.
Okay.
That takes individual people and puts them in an ism and objectifies their personal existence.
How am I doing?
And
I really, really don't understand. I'm trying to understand. How am I doing this? I didn't think this was the sort of thing I'm doing. I'm sorry. This is not what I meant. What am I doing that's wrong?
I am not an ism. I am a person.
Right, but I was talking.
I have concerns about my life as a person.
What have I said against that?
You are purporting
What?
To have a problem with an ism.
And that making the point that everybody puts an ism on it. Like, I'm more trans than you think.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. And I have had
trying to be a dick. So I'm sorry to everyone if everyone thought I was being a dick. That literally wasn't my point, and that's not definitely what my point was.
Okay. I'm not the goddess of or
I know I'm just
anyone.
on your channel. That's why I'm aiming at you. So I'm sorry. That's my point.
I can't tell anyone how. I am in no position to tell anyone how to reckon with their internal sense of gender identity or anything else. I am not in that position.
I wasn't trying to.
I am not. You do not have to justify.
I feel like I have to. I feel really guilty.
You do not have to justify your internal sense of gender.
It's not about an internal sense of
I don't. I'm not being judgmental of. I'm not being judgmental of.
Fair enough. Sorry.
Of how trans or cis you are, because it's not my affair. I can't get inside your head.
So, Steph, can you tell me honestly, was I being transphobic by anything I said? What was I being that was so bad? I don't understand. That wasn't my
I
intention.
I don't think it's sinking in, and it may have to do with the fact that you're may have to do with the fact that you're inebriated. But the issue is when you objectify people by adding an ism to who they are,
Right.
you're no longer having a conversation. You're engaging in thought blocking.
Right.
And
that wasn't
the
my
issue.
intention. I thought I was having a robust conversation with people that could engage me.
Yeah.
So
listen
I'm sorry.
listen back.
No, this isn't just for you, Steph. And yes, I like talking to you, Steph, and every stream we've done together, I've thoroughly enjoyed, right? My point isn't
Usually we're joking, but this
No.
was more serious topics.
Sorry, I didn't realize that everybody was taking. I'm trans myself, right?
In which case, I feel the pain.
I don't think I'm the trans that everyone thinks that trans is. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's me.
But well, there's no one way to do it. I mean, I'm exactly. Just.
Sorry, I was going to explain it. Go on.
I've said, I've said a lot. There is no roadmap. There's no transgender roadmap. I thought that was Andrea James back in the day. Back in the day when I transitioned, that she had a website that's still up, by the way, called the Transgender Roadmap. And there it isn't a roadmap. It's a nautical chart. Everybody's course is different. There is no roadmap.
To a certain extent.
All the best you can do is know where the shoals are, know where the deep water is, so that you don't go aground.
But
I
feel the way I am, right? I'm not trying to call anyone else being dicks. I'm not and this isn't the way people should be. It just all of a sudden feels like all of a sudden I'm the most racist person.
Zach, nobody's you're being so defensive.
I don't understand what I've said.
Dude, I think you need a break.
Sorry, what?
I just think you need a break right now.
It just feels fair enough. It just feels like I didn't.
No hostility on my part.
No,
I just think you need a break.
I just don't. No, it's not about that. It's more literally. I want to know what the fuck I can say, because I'm
sorry. I'll go back and I'll go back and listen to the last 20 minutes and see.
But what's wrong about what I said? I don't understand. I think I'm the most left-wing person, and everyone tells me I'm this right-wing dickhead, and I'm like, everyone should have healthcare, everyone should have all this shit.
I think you need to listen to this when you're sober. Go back and listen to this when you're sober.
It's one of the reasons I'm drunk, because to be honest, the way I think is so disregarded by everyone. It makes me sad. It makes me want to kill myself, because everything I fucking think. We should treat each other better. But everyone disagrees with me and tells me.
Well, it works. It works all ways. It works all ways. You do have to listen.
To be facetious. What did I say that was so bad? I don't want to be facetious.
Zach, I've said multiple times what the issue was.
Right. So what was it?
When you attach an ism,
right,
to an individual person, when you are unwilling, or when you're unwilling to acknowledge the very possibility that these issues are interconnected.
I didn't deny that. I just said my difference was. I get what you're saying, Steph. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I don't feel that you're listening to me, and I think that it would be really good. I think it would be really good for us to continue this at a later date, because I don't think this is productive here.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
So thanks for coming. I appreciate it, but some other time.
Bringing everyone down.
Thanks. That was harsh.
Well, on a lighter note, Deconverted Man is streaming and he doesn't know his microphone's not on. He's been going at it for a while.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Not paying attention to his chat.
Well, I do hope that that wasn't too much of a bummer. I really wanted to keep the focus on Dr. King and his birthday and keep it away from the Orange Menace, and also try to point out that we all have an awful, tough burden ahead of us in the coming months and years. And we are, going to have to, hang with our sibling in the UK, and be there when there are tears to be shed, and when there's anger and sadness and bitterness, and it's going to be hard. John Lovell says Trump said some bad things today. He's going to say wicked bad things tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. And what's worse is his followers are going to say bad things, and even worse things than the Orange Emperor says, because they feel emboldened and empowered, and they're going to do worse things on their own.
The Elon short is going viral, by the way. It's all over the place.
Oh yeah, I got sent that before anybody said anything about it in here. One of my customers sent it to me.
So anyway, I've tried to keep the focus on Dr. King and on economic justice and on issues that affect the very people that are under attack. Most directly and most immediately. Immigrants and LGBTQ people, and particularly T, particularly in the subset of T that are women. It's gonna be fucking awful. And I just hope somebody, I just hope somebody pays attention somehow. And pays attention in more than just have your back sorts of ways, but when you're having these conversations, when you're having a conversation with a theist, examine where they're coming from, examine what they're, what is your motivation here? When you think you're being so smart in having a debate with somebody who makes his bones about being a bigot, why are you in the room? Why are you in the room? Why are you not pointing and laughing? Why are you not taking this on? Why are you giving them content? Why are you giving them a platform? Why are you not working to lower their profile rather than raise it up? It's a problem I have. Like I said earlier, far be it from me to tell you what to do with your stuff, but I won't presume to tell anyone what to do. But I think it's more than fair to ask everyone that we don't raise these bigots profiles. I'm not talking about you, Zach. I'm shaking fist. You weren't. I don't feel that you were being bigoted. I feel that you were not really hearing, the concerns that I was expressing and linking it all together. I don't think you were being bigoted at all. I just think that you weren't hearing. And that's okay. There are times when you don't want to hear or you can't hear. That's okay. Like that. We've all been there.
Ain't got no problem, Zach. I don't think you had a
no.
You're not awful or anything. Just like Stephanie said, maybe just another time for the conversation. That's all.
Yeah, I understand. I know.
I have fun hanging out with Zach. He's fun to hang out with.
He is very fun to hang out with, and he's very funny.
He is.
We've had a good time hanging out, and again, it's just
when I say he's full of it, I mean it in a compliment. He's full of it. It's all good. Maybe but that also raises the tone a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be ultra conciliatory. I mean, I thought that there were. I thought that there were some very good points that came up, and I'm glad. I'm glad Zach came in here. I am. But it was just reset, please. Let's reset. Let's and don't feel that way. I don't believe that you're a sexist dickhead. Don't. I don't think anybody does that. Anyhow, yeah, I gotta run. I gotta get ready to screen calls tonight. It's gonna on Skep Talk. It's gonna be. Hey, Robin. Robin, thanks so much for starting this thing off. This has been going for 6 hours, 32 minutes, and 20 seconds. So Robin started it off. Bree, thanks for coming by. That was a rough one.
You went longer than we do on Saturdays.
Yeah. But yeah, I got it. It's Grayson Hawk and the Godless Engineer on Skep Talk tonight. And
interesting combination.
It will be an interesting combination. And God only yeah, right. Where's my check? PC. Thanks, PC. PC's been here the entire time. That's been great. So yeah, we're all good. And thanks, Dave. Thanks, Sue. Dave, what do you got coming up?
At the moment, just our regular Saturday night at the Atheists, 5 o'clock Eastern, every Saturday.
Brilliant. Brilliant. All right. And Sue, what do you got going on? You've been posting a bunch of stuff in your community stuff.
My kitty cats have gotten some attention.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, just peddling smut, the usual.
Well, that's good. Peddle more smut. Everybody buy to mommy's smut. Yeah.
And you never know what'll show up. I come across something, I'll make a video, and I also do. I try to do a monthly video on the Grassman too, and we just covered.
Yeah, that's
Bessie, the Loch Ness Monster. That was kind of
sweet.
And it's fun. It's not, there's It's my fun time, right? When I take a break from all the nonsense and everything. And yes, you can call it nonsense, but it's my break from everything, right? To cover the cryptids and stuff. And so that's my Zen time where I don't have to think of all the stupid things the politicians and the creationists and everything else are saying, and I have to hear it over and over if I'm editing a video. It gets to you. So it's nice to talk about Bessie, So that's why I do it.
Yeah, that's why I like Neil's after shows, because it's just
just hanging out.
Sheer hilarity, hilarity ensues. Talk about stupid shit, which is great fun.
We all need that, especially in these times, to just take 5 and have a laugh so we don't cry.
Even if sometimes it's gallows humor, it's quite cool.
Always fun over at Neil's channel.
True crime.
Huh?
I relax by watching some true crime. Little unsolved mysteries, little forensic files.
Brilliant. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna end the stream, and you guys we can chat for a wee bit off stage. But thanks everybody for coming and watching. This has been a long thing. This is definitely the longest thing I've done in a million years, and I hope you all notice that I wasn't a goblin.
That's my job.
Yeah. So, ciao everyone. Thanks for coming. Oh yeah, and if you do have a coin or two to put in the jar, I'd really appreciate it. I need to somehow make rent, and it's pretty dicey in 10 days. So drop a penny in the cup. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. If you haven't got a halfpenny, God bless you. And I love you all. And see us on the transpositions. And maybe I'll do another stream one of these fine days. Bye.
Thanks for having me, Steph.